Think of this as your last world's toughest mudder. You feel your greatness. You might not understand it, but you feel it, and that's what's brought you out here today. When you're out there and you're hurting and you feel like you got no more, you remember what we say at World's Toughest Mudder. You don't finish at the finish line. You finish out there somewhere and you make it to the finish line. 3, 2, 1.
Let's go! 19. I was told I'd never be able to run again. It's a privilege to be able to do this.
This community is a family to me.
Strangers helping strangers. This is what comes back.
Main goal is 24 hours. Anything over 30 is good too.
50 miles.
75 plus miles.
The goal is 24 hours.
I signed up for it like a year ago. Yeah, I got hit by a SUV on my motorcycle about 3 months ago, so I didn't want to miss it.
You just started walking again a week ago.
I've been losing my vision for close to 30 years. There's no knowledge for when I'll lose my sight. I'd much rather try this stuff that's going to be hard than wake up tomorrow and have no vision and say, I really should have done that.
First time we'll start this. It sucks. It'll be worth it at the end, but it sucks right now.
The goal is to finish exhausted. Miles are irrelevant.
More heart! Then scores! More heart! Then scores!
We're normally going on the
My friend wanted to do 50 miles. This is her third time doing it, and she's only gotten 35 the last two. I said, I'll do it with you, because, you know, what are friends for?
Because of him, 55. It was 50.
first time ever. That's my nemesis.
Oh, you feel it? Where's the other ice? This is too fucking hot.
I like Tough Mudder because it's not a race, it's a challenge. And the energy and the atmosphere is that we're all on the same team.
$75 miles!
Yeah!
I set a goal and I failed at it a few times, and today I got it because I didn't do it alone.
I never thought I would do the 75, but I gave it everything I had. This is the greatest athletic achievement of my life, and I made it.
Julian Estes! Let's go! What a moment! Let's check the mileage. This is your champion at the 2024 World's Toughest Mudder in the men's division with a world record tying mark of 115 miles. Let's hear it for Michael Schutt. Joshua Biore! Yeah! Your champion in the women's division, Nikki Caramba!
Castle.
We are in England, and I am so excited to work with you again, Fran. My name is Will Hicks. This is Francesca Chiorando. We're going to be with you for the next 24 hours of World's Toughest Mudder 2025.
There are some weird things happening this year. I mean, 1, it's June. 2, we're in England.
This is the first time World's Toughest Mudder has ever been held outside of the United States. It's also the first time it's ever been held outside of November or December.
The classic fall season.
The coldest time of year in the U.S. Maybe they said, you know what, that's too cold for the U.K. We're not going to do that.
We have been live for approximately 26 seconds, and we've already got onto the weather. This is very much an English event.
Let's talk about World's Toughest Mudder, and then we're going to talk about the weather. The good thing is we have 24 hours, actually 25 and a half hours to talk about the weather. World's Toughest Mudder is the championship event of Tough Mudder. It is a 24-hour race on a 5-mile looped course. The man and woman who run the most miles in 24 hours will win the title of World's Toughest Mudder.
Indeed. What is Tough Mudder? Let's get into that.
Tough Mudder is an obstacle course race. You may know it. Obstacle course races have been around for probably 1,000 years with military training on them all. Since 2011, Tough Mudder has been holding events and holding World's Toughest Mudder, from the cold confines of New Jersey to the warm desert sometimes of Las Vegas, Texas, Florida, all the way Atlanta, Georgia, all the way here to the UK this weekend. It's a great event. We've talked about this before. If you've ever watched our live streams, my favorite event of the year. I feel like it is the single greatest event in obstacle course racing. There are a lot of great events in OCR. Spartan has multiple world championships. There are the OCR World Championships that you work closely with. But for my OCR dollar, I love World's Toughest Mudder.
I was quite new to Tough Mudder a few years ago. You introduced me to it. I was a big fan of other brands, which we won't mention, and I'm very glad that you brought me in, because this event is something very, very special. We were treated to, just before we went live, a recap of last year and see how crazy this is event from there. I mean, there's a lot of people here. For a 24-hour race, there's a lot of people here. We have country flags flying up and down. We're sitting here. What do you call this? Start shoot, the finish shoot in the pit area. There are flags flying. There are lights glowing. We've got the pit opposite. You can see people finishing down. We'll be having a camera there to show you and people starting that way. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? The community here is something really, really special with this brand.
There are over 1,000 racers racing. We're still waiting for the final registration number. They've told us this is the largest event in the last 10 years of World's Toughest Mudder. So last 10 years, 2025, since 2015. Those are Vegas days.
They're the glory days.
My first World's Toughest Mudder that I ran was in Las Vegas in 2015. And that venue still has a special place in my heart. It's been developed now. There's houses around the lake that they used to have World's Toughest Mudder at. You can the start shoot is assembling. People might ask, hey, why are you two guys just talking? Why aren't you showing us the race? The race starts in 28 minutes local time.
And that is the only time you will hear Will Hicks not saying the race starts at midnight. Well, we've got another 12 hours to get into that.
Now, we all know the race starts at noon local time in London, or outside of in England where we are right now. It's 4 a.m. in California. It's 7 a.m. in New York. But And I was talking, I live in Southern California, and I was talking to friends back there. They're like, man, it starts at 4 a.m. I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch the beginning. The good thing about that is that the stuff overnight is prime viewing hours in the United States. So, one great comment here from John. Want to see an appearance of the Underdog crew. We love Kevin and Jess Gregory. If you want to jump into the YouTube comments, we would love to highlight your comments. Jump in the comments, leave us a message. If you want to shout out an athlete of yours, if you're not able to be here, but you have a family member, a dad, a mom, a friend, a coworker who's running the race, jump in, and we're happy to shout them out.
So we love getting people involved, and we've got as many ways as possible to get you involved. One of the easiest ways is to send us comments on the YouTube channel. We'll answer your questions. We will put them up on the screen, and we will chat to you. We've got here on the main screen, that is the drone shot of the start line. Let's have a quick look in the pit. One of our cameras has gone into the pit, because we know what you don't want to see is our mugs. You want to see what's happening out there on the race. Look at that.
So the crew is assembling there. The racers are getting ready for the pre-race briefing. Got over 20 countries represented.
It's a great thing at being in the UK, because what we're going to get to see is a lot of nations represented that haven't been represented before. There are a lot of US athletes who aren't going to be able to make it because of the journey, but one really exciting thing we're going to get is a lot of new athletes. Now, Will, you were out in the pit earlier. What were you learning?
I spent all morning walking around the pit area, talking with athletes, and honestly, what I was looking for people I didn't know. So, we've done this multiple years. I know a lot of members of the community, but with it being over here in the UK, I've only been to Europe to run Tough Mudder once. And that was Toughest Mudder Berlin in 2017 or 2018. So there are so many athletes here that I'd see them in bibs. I'd see them in elite contender bibs, and I didn't know them by their face. And so I got to talk with several of them. They are very one thing almost universal is they're glad that the race is here. They're glad that World's Toughest Mudder has finally made it across the world from the U.S. to Europe. You and I were walking around the course yesterday, and we're going to get some shots from the course as the day goes. We'll have 24 hours of race course footage. Don't worry. This is without a doubt, and I don't think it's even close, the most beautiful venue World's Toughest Mudder has ever been held at.
We were just talking about that, and we were saying the feedback we've got from the Americans is they hate the lack of air conditioning in the hotels, but they love this race venue. There is a literal castle. There is a castle. We're on the grounds of an actual real castle, and we will be getting to see that. The
Duke and Duchess live at the castle still, and there was a wedding here last week, and they were constructing the course. A week ago, they were putting finishing touches on the obstacles and on the route, as they say, and they had to kind of time the build around the wedding to make sure that the couple getting married didn't want Mudderhorn in their wedding pictures. So some of the athletes that we're going to see out there, one of the ones to definitely keep an eye on for the men will be Michael Schutt. He is last year's winner. Last year, Michael ran 115 miles. Michael, that 150 miles, that's a lot. Yeah, it is a lot. That's actually a tie for the most miles ever run. Michael Schutt and Mark Batres have both run 115 miles.
You're a big fan of Mark Batres, right?
I am a big fan of Mark Batres. I don't expect to see Mark here today, but I haven't seen him on any rosters. Now, there's always we talk about this every year. Every year, there's one or two names that show up on the podium that we've never heard of that are either new to the sport or new to us. I feel like it might be the other way around this year. There might be one or two names that we do know, and maybe 4 or 5 that are new to us.
Well, there's one name that keeps getting mentioned to us, and I'm a little confused because I've not seen it on the start list. It's a gentleman called Patrick from Europe, and we have been told to keep our eyes on this guy because he is going to be the one who is basically throwing down the challenge. So, you know what? Those at home, we've got a lot of you shouting him out. We've already heard a lot about him. Tell us more. Tell us more. It feels like this guy is going to be the underdog this year.
If we can get Patrick's last name, love to shout him out. Also, let me tell you a guy that you and I are both going to keep our eye on, Joshua Fiore.
I love that man.
Joshua Fiore finished second place last year with 110 miles. Joshua Fiore is considered one of the best men to have never won World's Toughest Mudder.
So let's recap on Mr. Fiore. Not last year, the year before, he had what I think is one of the most epic heartbreaks on this race. He was racing strong. He was having a very, very good race. In fact, I'm going to introduce myself for a second just to have a look at this camera where they're having a little dance party. I think people might be more interested in that than me.
There might be some people at home watching thinking, I thought this was a serious race.
It's not. It's not. I'm sorry. We'll talk about some of the penalties soon. That's something that's quite key to mention, is a lot of the obstacles have penalties. And classic to World's Toughest Mudder, a lot of those penalties are quite ridiculous. Now, one of the things that we want to bear in mind is that this is the first time this team is hosting this event here in the UK. And they are going all out. They are really having fun with it.
The obstacles look amazing. The course is beautiful. I have been nothing but impressed with the TM UK team.
Oh, they're wonderful.
But if you're sitting at home and you're like, I never run World's Toughest Mudder. I don't know if I could run 100 miles. You don't have to run 100 miles. You don't even have to run 24 hours. And here's a secret that if your friends come home and they tell you they ran 24 hours, here's a secret they're not telling you. They probably didn't run for 24 hours. There's a lot of walking and power hiking involved. But it's also a fun race. Fun is baked into the DNA of Tough Mudder since day one. The obstacle names are cheeky, as they say over here.
They're very cheeky.
it's a hard race. 100% it's a hard race. It's a mentally hard race. It's a physically hard race. But I promise you, it's also one of the, if not the funnest race you will ever do in your life.
It is. And this is the start line here, ready to go in about 20 minutes, having a little dance party. So I interrupted myself talking about Josh Fiore. 2 years ago, he had a devastating heartbreak. He was running an incredibly strong race. He was doing so well. He was running those laps. He was absolutely going for it. Michael Schutt had taken a 3-hour nap, came back strong, came from something like 7th place, was overtaken. He overtook Fiore. Fiore dealt with it. Last lap, last 3 obstacles. Fiore's running. He crosses the finish line. The look on his face says, I've come third. I have come third.
I podiumed at World's Toughest Mudder. I just finished.
And then he looks up and he sees the man who was behind him, Joseph Rucco, has already finished. And his face drops. And it is one of the saddest things I have ever seen. But he didn't let that ruin him. He put in the work and he came back stronger. And last year, he ran an incredible race, and he ran 110 miles, and he came a strong second behind Michael Schutt. And this year, he is back again, and he is looking stronger than ever.
So looking at the top 5 finishers from last year, Michael Schutt ran 115. Joshua Fiore ran 110. Both those athletes are here. We're going to talk about Michael in a second. Christian Brown Johnson is not here. He finished in 3rd place with 105 miles. Grant Thompson in 4th place with 100 last year.
Is that Grant Thompson from Scotland? I'm teasing him.
And Hunter Holbrook finished in 5th with 100 miles. I'm just going to read the top 9 names. You're like, why would you just do 9? Because the top 9 names all ran 100 miles last year. So 5th place, Hunter Holbrook. 6th place, Andrew Robinson. 7th place, Matthew Mullins. 8th place, Brian Beal. 9th place, Joe Rucco. I just talked with Joe in the pit area. He is one of the most mellow, calm, nothing seems to bother him kind of guys I've ever met in my life.
I love that.
Now, Joe had a little bit of a beef with me, friendly, but I deserved it. And I said, you know what? I've got this coming to me. Let me have it. I deserve it. I told the story at brunch last year about what happened 2 years ago, where Michael Schutt overtook Joe Rucco for 3rd place. And the way I told the story, Joe Rucco felt like I made him the villain. Or I don't even say Joe felt like that. I kind of did. Like I was telling this epic story of Michael's comeback. Michael took a 3-hour nap in the pit, came out like a bullet from a gun, ran from 7th into 2nd place. And so I was like, you know what, you're right. And Joe's like the nicest guy I've ever met in my life. And so I was like, Joe, I'm sorry, you're not the villain. Obviously, I didn't mean to make you a villain. There's no villains. As far as I know, there's no villains. I don't know everybody out. The 1,000 runners. I don't know them all, but there might be a villain or two mixed in there.
You might be the villain.
You can see a lot of staff, a lot of media, a lot of team, and look at those athletes. Look at those flags.
We got a good team here with us this weekend. Let's give them a shout out before things start. First and foremost, producer director Jason Dupree.
Jason Dupree
running towards us like the Adonis that he is.
Jason is the smartest member of our team and also the fittest member of our team.
And also the calmest.
This weekend, stuff always happens.
None of this would happen without him. He has organized so many incredible things for this weekend, so many ways for us to bring this footage to you, so many ways for people to get involved. And he's currently preparing himself for a strong 24 hours out there running, and he's going to do a good job.
Shout out to Jason Dupree. Also, our camera crews. Let's start with our drone pilot.
Start with our drone pilot, Mr. Dustin DeRoe.
Dustin DeRoe at Last Sun Media. You can follow him on Instagram.
An appropriate round of applause there.
And then our camera crew is incredible.
They are. We have Jack Goris as the photography.
We have Carlo Piscatello on social media. Carlo is a co-host of a podcast.
He is. It's a pretty terrible podcast, if I do say so myself. It's called The Fran and Carlo at OCR Jason. If you want a taste of that, join us about 4 a.m. and you'll hear us waffle absolute rubbish.
And then we also have we call them our rabbits, our cameramen and women who
are currently getting themselves ready to go out on the course. You don't need to know more than that.
We have Piper.
Piper is a new addition to the team, and I gotta say, I love her.
So we were at they call it the community dinner last night, and I was there with our team, and Piper was there. Piper was telling me how much Piper ran last year. She competed.
She did, and her mom, hi Piper's mom.
Is she in there right now?
She's
in the
not
comments?
in here right now. Did she say Julie? Julie? What's your mom's name?
Paige.
I made Julie up.
No.
Her mom was in the comments last year watching and getting involved.
I can do you one better.
Yeah.
So last night at the community dinner, Piper, our camera woman, handed me her phone and called Paige.
Oh.
And so I got to call up Mama Piper, and we talked for a minute. It was a pleasure. So shout out to Paige. I'm sure you're out there listening.
The race starts in about 15 minutes, and we got very distracted with all the cheers and the excitement.
This is the largest start shoot we've had
in a very long time. Let's keep talking about some athletes we might be looking at this weekend.
Got a comment there from Frank Went. Sean Merriweather, someone I talked with out there. Sean from the UK. Sean is a trail runner. He does mountain running every weekend. And I would expect him to be in strong position by the end of the race. He has not podiumed at World's Toughest Mudder before, but he has run it before. He ran in 2018. In Atlanta. Atlanta was the cold year. Let's see if we can listen in. You can see there's a lot of community aspect. World's Toughest Mudder is a race, 100%, but there is a strong community built around World's Toughest Mudder. There's a Facebook group where people keep in touch all year long, and leading up to the race, the month leading up to the race, 3 weeks before the race, they get super, super active. A lot of excitement, a lot of involvement, but it's not just at World's Toughest Mudder. People come to World's Toughest Mudder, and then they meet up at regular Tough Mudder events. They'll meet up in the first wave, generally on Saturday. Sunday, they have a thing called Sunday Fun Day, where they'll do a fun lap. They'll meet for the first lap on a Sunday morning, and a lot of times, people will wear their Tough Mudder bibs. I remember I looked forward to running World's Toughest Mudder. I'd get my bib, put my name on my bib.
gotta tell you, I still am not used to hearing God Save the King. It is taking time to get used to that.
Instead of
The Queen.
the Queen.
We change it, you know?
I do. We talked about that. We can talk about this later in the day, but I've been in England for a few weeks now. I got to see a lot of the sights around your fair town in London.
Not my town.
You know.
This is an interesting thing about Americans, which we'll probably get into later, is the geography. Oh, everyone's kneeling. What's going on?
So we're getting ready for...
Let's listen to them. They're way more interesting than us.
If you see somebody struggling, taking a knee, the back over top, looking at the floor, not the ground. You get over to get behind them, you take the knee. It is not about leaving Buddhist approach, because you might be a Buddha on the next lap. Maybe it needs to be helping you. Anyone needs your help, whether it's running, an obstacle, in the pit, the first thing you say is yes, and you feel left out later. Every single one of you is now one Mother Nation. You gotta hoorah! Every one of you is in this together. You gotta hell yeah! You represent your flag to show the rest of the world how exciting that. You gotta hell yeah! And to every one of you guys in this start shoot now. Good to see you. Right as it starts now, the only thing we've got left to do. Now I don't know how you do it in the States, but over here, these wolves are next.
Go ahead and start walking out the course, like all the course outwards. When they get to you, so come back and go to the finish, just in case we got finish line camera issues. If they're just going to the finish line, the camera's good, and you can go back out the course.
Here we are, gearing up, ready to start World's Toughest Mudder 2025, the first World's Toughest Mudder being held not only in the UK, but in June.
Some people may be just tuning in. We're 5 minutes from the start here. It's 11:55 local time, 11:54 local time. Asa Coddington, let's go. USA represent. Asa, you'll be happy to know USA has some strong here.
We've also got somebody watching from Papua New Guinea.
Papua New Guinea, Stephen. Shout out. Oh, man. So, I do not like exercising right before World's Toughest Mudder. Now, should you stretch? Yeah, should you stretch? Should you be loose? Yeah. But, man, I only have so many miles in these old legs of mine, Fran. I don't want to do I want to save them for the course. So they're stretching them out here. They're getting ready. Those bright green VJ shoes. Shout out to VJ shoes.
Look at that beautiful English weather. We may be in for a treat this weekend, and we're absolutely going to talk about that for about half the time. Right now, it's looking gorgeous.
Blue skies, the wind is blowing. I'd say it's a strong breeze.
Strong wind. We will get into that, why that could be problematic.
Oh, that's why.
5 minutes from the start line.
I'm done.
Over 1,000 athletes, over 20 countries. You're going to see hundreds and hundreds and thousands of miles run.
We had a quick chat yesterday about how many 100-milers do you think we're going to be seeing this week?
How many 100 miles will we see?
100 miles plus.
How many athletes will run 100 miles or more?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we start with the women? How many? No, let's not, without maybe we don't have to name names, but how many women do you think will run 100 miles this week?
Yeah. So I think it's going on the right.
Well, we don't know if Kris is here yet.
So Kris Rugloski, the only woman to ever run 100 miles in the history of World's Toughest Mudder. She did it in 2022, 3 years ago. She is expected to be here. We know she wants to be here. Last we heard, she was in France trying to get over here.
And there has been some crazy weather in Paris, so there have been some problems over there for sure.
I was walking around the elite contender area of the pit, and I did not see her. That was about an hour ago when I was last in the pit.
But listen, I'm going to say something crazy and say potentially a woman could get 100 miles this year. We have a very, very long, very short night. We have long daylight hours, which we will 100% get into.
I know we're kind of saving the weather for later.
Yeah, I know, but I'm so excited about the weather.
But daylight. Let's talk about daylight. It's 12 o'clock.
Talking of Kris Rugloski, we just saw Austin.
Michael, shoot. This is our elite contender area of the start shoot. The elite contenders are at the front of the area. You can see Josh Fiore right there in the middle, behind the yellow hat. We are looking for Kris Rugloski.
So Austin Azar was our first place male in 2023 with 105 miles.
Austin and Kris have been spending a lot of time together. The thought was if we see Austin, we're going to see Kris as well.
Correct. Oh, here we go.
We are minutes from the start.
Nice.
We're hearing that Kris is there from Jeff Lippert.
Jeff, I'm going to hold you to that.
Piper, go Stedak behind this.
And we are underway. World's Toughest Mudder 2025.
There we go. They are off.
So the elite contenders are at the front of the air. There's three main groups of vests you'll see: the elite contenders, the contenders, and the open category. It's one wave, 3 categories. The elite contenders are at the front, right by the start line. The contenders are behind them.
I can smell the smoke. I love that smell.
That's gunpowder you're smelling.
It's beautiful. That's the start. That's the smell of a start line. You know it's a good start line when you smell that.
So we see these guys running out there. You might think, well, aren't they going kind of fast? Yeah, they are. And it's not generally a good idea, especially at the beginning. I want to talk about that in a second. What I want to talk about is if you're at the back of that chute, there's 1,000 people in front of you. You're an open athlete. You sign up to run World's Toughest Mudder. You think, oh man, like why am I going to be at the very back of this? Look at that. Look at that mass of humanity. I promise you, it does not matter if you're in the front or you're in the back. You've got 24 hours. Any time you're losing by being in the back of this group, you can gain by saving 15, 20 seconds on a pit stop one time. One fast pit stop will be equal to being at the front of that area. So the race starts right now, 12 o'clock. We're 1 minute into the race. The first part of the race is known as the sprint lap. We traditionally call it the first hour of the race, the sprint lap. Now, that's not exactly accurate, but what it is the first bit of the race, there are no obstacles open. The athletes it's literally just a run. And the reason they do this is they have 1,000 athletes. They want to spread them out along the 5 miles of the course. If you're just tuning in, this is your first time watching World's Toughest Mudder, and we're going to say this several times throughout the race. It's a 5-mile looped course, 24 hours long, with 20 obstacles per lap. But those 20 obstacles don't open immediately. They're going to open over the course of the first 11 hours before we get all 20 obstacles actually open. So during the sprint lap, during this first starting stages of the race, and you can see some people are walking. There's so many people that it's congested there. If you have never run World's Toughest Mudder and you're like, I can't run for 24 hours, don't worry. Most folks out here do not run 24 hours. There's a lot of hiking. If you want to get mileage, there's going to be some running. Absolutely, 100%. If you want to get a 50-mile bib, people say, oh, if I do the math, it's 50 miles, I just need to walk for 24 hours and I should be good. Yeah, maybe you think that, but that math does not work. There's pit times, there's obstacle times. You need to run. There will be running, I promise you. But you don't have to run 24 hours nonstop to compete at World's Toughest Mudder. You can see the race just started. There's folks already walking. And they've got space to run in front of them if they want. Some of our adaptive athletes right there. You just saw pass. So this first part of the race is called the sprint lap. The man and woman who finish the first lap the fastest are the sprint lap champions. And what does that get you? It gets you the sprint lap champ and 5 pounds will get you a green bib and a cup of hot coffee. It's a cool bib that the athletes like to win. I remember Amelia Boone. That was one of the reasons she came back, was to try to win a sprint lap bib.
We've had some pretty interesting stats though on sprint lap and overall winners though, haven't we?
Generally, you see how these guys are at the front of the back. You saw how fat, and they're going uphill. You can see they're breathing heavy already. You see the white bib will be an open category. The orange will be a contender. And we saw earlier a few teal. Looking for those teal bibs again. That was one that just passes the blue. There's another one right there. Those are our elite contenders. Generally, and this isn't generally, if you want to win the sprint lap, you got to run fast the very first lap. But that does not translate to long-term success. With rare exceptions, if you win the sprint lap, you're not going to win the entire race. Now, proved that all wrong when she won the sprint lap in 2017, her first time at World's Toughest Mudder. and then won the whole thing. The very first ever wire-to-wire championship.
It's rare, though, isn't it?
Oh, extremely rare. Now, Kris Rugloski almost did this in, I'm not sure, 22 or 23. He finished probably 10 behind the sprint lead champ. I believe it was Kylie Schweikart that year. And she finished literally 10 feet.
Speaking of Kris Rugloski, we're hearing noise that she is here. She is wearing She's wearing American flag shorts as expected. So I am hoping to see her do very well. Kris, we are big fans. We want to see another 100 miles if you got it in you.
I would love to see 100 miles from Kris Rugloski. I've told you this before. I believe in Kris, a Christian. We mentioned the daylight earlier. As far as 100-mile finishers, it is dark here in the UK starting at about 10 o'clock. Now, they're going to start night ops. The night ops rules at 7 p.m. We'll talk about those when we get to night ops. But there is much more daylight here in the UK than we're used to at World's Toughest Mudder, especially in November or December sometimes, as World's Toughest Mudder has been. It's dark. It's going to be dark from 10 p.m. to, I'd say, 4:30 a.m. 6 hours of darkness. I truly believe for these elite athletes, the minimal amount of darkness we have over here is going to translate to 1 or 2 extra laps.
The very first thing I said when we found out it was going to be June in the UK, I was like, holy moly, that night is going to be interesting. Because I think people don't realize how late it goes dark and how early it gets light. We have so little darkness overnight here.
It's uncanny. It's literally 9 p.m. and it looks like it's 4 p.m. outside.
It's crazy.
It's like living in Alaska.
Yeah, easy, and that's going to change things because the dark night is the darkest time for these athletes, isn't it?
I think the darkness, it wears on them. It's different for them mentally. Dark more athletes will start taking naps or taking rests, and you're allowed to. But when you do that, you lose mileage. You're losing time on the course. So with more daylight, I for the average athlete out here, someone who's trying to get 50 miles, maybe a stretch goal of 75 miles. The sunlight, all the extra sunlight, I think is going to translate to one more lap, an extra 5 miles. For athletes like Kris Rugloski, Austin Azar, I think it could be get 10 extra miles here versus any other year.
And which is why I've made a crazy of 1,200 plus miles.
1,200 miler runners.
Listen, we had 9 last year. Kris wasn't there. We have Kris here. I'm talking about this. We don't know what state she's coming in, and I don't want to put undue pressure on her, but I know what she's capable of, and it is incredible things. We potentially could see another female 100-miler. We have European athletes that we've not seen before. There are a lot of options. However, talking about the map and the course, should we take a look at the course
Let's
map?
look at it. Let's check it. We talked about it's a 5-mile course. There's 20 obstacles on the course. And the UK team has gone above and beyond this year with the obstacle build, the quality,
the
difficulty.
Incredible.
We've got some types of obstacles we've never seen before. In fact, spoiler alert, there's fire.
There's fire. We went around the course yesterday. We did a nice course preview and had a check out of the obstacles where we could. And yeah, it's pretty crazy. Firefly is something I'm very, very excited to see. So currently on the sprint lap, we're not going to be seeing anyone doing any obstacles right now. But okay, to quickly chat about it, give me your obstacle of interest for this weekend.
Well, I think Firefly one.
It's going to isn't it?
I've been involved with World's Toughest Mudder since 2015, and we have never had fire on course then. I want to talk to some of our New Jersey athletes to see if maybe there's some fire out there. But I promise you, there's been no fire in the last decade of World.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Firefly as we get. We're going to do an obstacle preview with Harris at each obstacle as they open up. We'll see each obstacle up. We'll be able to get footage of athletes completing them. But the Firefly, is one that we're definitely looking forward to watching. So we're seeing these athletes running on the sprint lap. One year, I worked pit crew. It was 2017 when I had an injury. And these athletes are gone. They're out on the course, and everyone is gone at the same time. This is the only time of the race everyone is gone. Because after this first sprint lap, once people start completing that first lap, there'll be people coming through the finish line and leaving the start area the entire race. So right now is the only time where it's kind of the quietest. There's music playing, people are milling around, but it's just pit crew. It's just, Fran and I. It's just people milling around. It's the quietest the race will ever be until the race is over at 1:30 tomorrow. And when you are on pit crew, especially if you've run the race before and everyone's gone, every athlete is gone, there's this feeling of, oh, I should be out there.
I love that middle of the night pit crew. We often take a little walk at that time and kind of have a little stroll, stretch our legs, because whilst everyone is running multiple miles, we're sitting here like little puddings, aren't we? So we stretch our legs, see what's going on, and there's just a different feel. Right now, like you say, the music is blaring, there's a party mood. It really changes, but it's incredibly special.
It will be interesting to see how it happened. Like, we only have 6 hours of dark. Usually we have, 8, 9, 10 hours of dark.
Yeah.
As the athletes begin to cross timing barriers and finish that first lap, we'll be able to see exactly who is in the lead. There's two schools of thought with the sprint lap. Because obstacles are closed, some will say you need to run as fast as you can, as hard as you can, until those obstacles start opening up. The other school of thought is not worth it to burn yourself out to one or two obstacles. If you're gassing it, you're running, a little faster than you're comfortable with at the beginning in that first school of thought. How many extra obstacles are you going to get past? One or two, maybe.
Yeah.
Is it worth it to risk burning yourself out 2 hours into a 24-hour race? That's the second school of thought, is just run your race. And the obstacle's opening will fall where it falls. And that's, if someone were asking my advice, which literally no one is, that's where I would fall, is run your race. Like, do your thing, stay at a comfortable pace. It's kind of the stereotypical, you should be able to hold the conversation with the person you're running next to. And I know it's a sprint lap, and I know the obstacles are closed, and it's tempting. If I run a little bit harder, just a little bit harder, I don't need to kill myself, just run a little bit harder, then I'll be able to skip some obstacles so I don't have to do them. Like, they're closed, so I can get. And I'm telling you, it's a trap. It is not worth burning yourself out to skip one or two obstacles. You need to last 24 hours. 24 hours is not a short race. Now, every athlete here has their own goals, has their own reason for being here. Some athletes, they come here and they're like, I want to win the sprint lap. And that's fine. But if your goal is to get a total number of miles, you want to get 50 miles, you want to get 75 miles, if you want to be one of Fran's 1,200-mile runners, you have got to be on course as many hours as you can and get miles for the entire 24 hours.
Let's qualify something. We spoke about how many 100 miles is going to be, but there are a ton of athletes here who are doing all their own mileage and all their own different things, and every single one counts and is important, and we want to talk about them.
We will talk about the podium and the winners and the top level of the race. But you're right, 95% of the athletes out here have zero ambition to win the race. They're here to challenge themselves. They're here they could be as just to see what I'm made of. Like, how many miles can I get? I don't know. I'm going to try a lot of people, I was out talking to people in the pit area. What's your goal? And I asked the question. I mean, I'm asking, how many miles do you want to do? But
Yeah.
They answer it. I want
in
to last,
their own way.
I want to last 24 hours.
Yeah.
I want to be honest for 24 hours.
I don't want to sleep.
I think if you're sitting at home and you're like, man, I don't know if I can run World Toughest Mudder or not. Your goal, your first year, should be to run 24 hours.
Mm.
Maybe if you are on course for 24 hours, you have got I'd say a better than 50-50 shot of making 50 miles. The most common thing I hear, what's your goal? First year runner. What's your goal? I want to run 50 miles. My stretch goal is 75. 75 miles is a lot of miles. That is, you're running all the downhills. You're running all the flats, and you're power hiking anything uphill. $50 miles, keep going. Don't stop. You can hit 50 miles. 75 miles is going to take some work. 100 miles, you're running. You are running I don't want to say the entire time, but just about. You're running a lot. We've had, I'm looking at the exact numbers here. We've had 22 people run 100 miles, and many of them have run multiple, and 9 of them were last year. If you're gonna run 100 miles, you're running a lot.
So, with the people that we know are here today, who are we looking for to cross that finish line first on this sprint lap?
I didn't see where she started, but if our young Kris Rugloski is not in the first 3 across the finish line, I would be shocked. I would be shocked.
I would also be shocked.
Last year, Nicole Kochia won the sprint lap.
She is here today.
She is here today, so
Yep.
I would expect to see her, top up there. Nikki Karamba, I have not seen her in person. I saw her pit area.
She has a pit area. I have not seen her in person either.
She won the race last year with 95 miles.
So one cool thing we do have here, and this counts for everyone at home that's watching, their friends and their families, their loved ones, we can bring up the results on the screen. We can bring up how many laps people have done. Currently, no laps, because it is the sprint lap. It is lap number 1. So once they start looping, we can bring things up and we can see how people are performing. So please do, throughout the night, ask us questions.
I believe I just saw Jillian Heller pass through the screen there. I talked with her in the pit area. Sue Harvey Brown. I'm going to be like my kids today, walking around, staring at my phone constantly. Thank you, OCR report. Sue Harvey Brown, one of the beloved members of the community. Sue, we miss you. We wish you were here this year. Hope to see you next year. Or maybe at, Toughest Mudder, Colorado? Sue, will you be out there?
So we do have a comment here saying, go Nikki, South Africa loves you. So she's got to be here.
Nikki Karamba. Yo Nusk 7 wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
They would not say it if it was not true.
Yo Nusk 7 holding you to that.
So, as usual, obstacles will open throughout the night. They do not open all in one go, do they?
Nope, they do not. And that's why we've got the sprint lap. The Team HQ crew, they figured this out. I don't know what year it was they started it, but if you start 1,000 people and they all hit the walls at the same time, you're going to have quite the backup of that first obstacle.
You certainly are.
So the sprint lap spreads everybody out. Obstacles have called a rolling open, where some open at 1 p.m., 2 p.m. I believe the last obstacle opens at 11 p.m.
So the first obstacles to open at 1 p.m. are Motor Floater and Everest. Everest, we all know and love Everest.
Everest is, there are some classic, when you think of Tough Mudder obstacles, there are some classic Tough Mudder obstacles.
Yes.
Like electroshock therapy.
Which is here.
Mud Mile.
Mm-hmm.
And Everest is right there on that list. And an interesting thing, Everest has been unique the last couple, not unique, but it once, post-COVID, Everest was a more of a metal type half pipe. This is more the Everest 2.0 version.
This is the UK Everest, as Jason described it. This is what you used to see in the US. It kind of developed there and changed, and here it's gone its own way.
So when Tough Mudder started, 2011, they had Everest. They just called it Everest. We refer to that version of Everest as Everest 1.0, and it was a half pipe up with a 2x4 at the top that you could literally run up. You could grab that and then grab that 2x4 edge and then pull yourself up over it. And when I started running Tough Mudders in 2012, I could not complete Everest by myself. I would run up, and I could grab the edge, but I'd have to get help getting up the top, just where my strength was or my fitness was at the time. After, I don't know, 2 years, 4 or 5 different Tough Mudder events, I finally was able to complete Everest by myself. I soloed Everest. Yes, I got it. Thank you, Tough Mudder. And then what do? Everest 2.0 with the giant lip, a lip where you have to reach over and grab it and then pull yourself up. And I was back to square one again. So that's Everest 2.0. That's the version they'll have this time at the event. And that'll open up at 1 p.m. Now, when you're looking at the screen there, you might look at that terrain and that blue sky and those giant trees. And you might think, oh, on TV, that looks beautiful. And the reason is because it does. This course is the prettiest course we've ever had World's Toughest Mudder at. It's green grass everywhere. It's these giant trees that are probably thousands of years old. There's a literal castle with a duke and duchess that we're like in the shadow of. The event isn't, you can't, when you see the start line, you can't miss this castle. You see it from 10 miles away driving in. They have not announced anything about venue for next year. If it is here next year and you've never run World's Toughest Mudder, or if you've run it in states, they'll announce. I'm sure they'll announce it, something at the brunch, wherever it is. It's amazing here. It's great. So we're 20 minutes in to World's Toughest Mudder 2025. Everyone is still out on the sprint lap, and we are expecting our first sprint lap finishers shortly. 5 miles with no obstacles on a trail. No one's running 4-minute miles, but they're not here yet. But we should see them in the next 10-ish minutes.
Having a little bit of a connectivity problem there with the picture. Let's see if we can. There we go. He's coming back. So we were around on the course yesterday, checking out the signal, and some of it is a little rough. So we're going to do our best with the picture that we can bring you out on the course. This is the finish line. We are not expecting to see anybody crossing that sprint lap finish just yet, but it's 21 minutes into the race.
5 miles.
Could be soon.
Yeah. I bet you the first man's in here in 5-6 minutes. Now, as per usual, our broadcast tent is by the finish line. We are facing the start chute. Every athlete will pass us every lap they finish. We are excited to see these guys come past us for 24 hours. (2025) is now. 2011 was the very first year World's Toughest Mudder. 15 years of World's Toughest Mudder. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. Some other things going through these athletes' mind on that first lap. Especially the regular folks. Everyone has a goal. Whether it's 24 hours, whether it's 50 miles, very few people are just like, I'm just going to go and just see what happens. Even if they tell me that, I'll ask them that. They'll be like, what's your goal? I'm just going to go see what happens. Okay. Okay, but you got a goal inside. I think you have different motivations for sharing goals. I remember in 2021, my goal was to get 50 miles. I'd never gotten 50 miles at World's Toughest Mudder. I'd run it multiple times, and I had trained up. I felt strong. I felt as fit as probably the fittest I'd been going into World's Toughest Mudder. And started 2021, Laughlin, Nevada, and literally a quarter mile into the race, I'm like, this is the year. This is the year I get 50 miles. I'm excited. Like, I've got everything lined up. I got a good pit set up. I got my team Fat Boys with me. This is the year I run 50 miles. A quarter mile into the race, sprint lap starts. Boom, quarter mile in, sand, running in sand. And I vividly remember thinking to myself, well, not this year. It worked out. That was the year I got my 50 miles. But a lot of hopes and dreams can die on that first sprint lap. These athletes, I don't think are going to come. There's no sand on this course. Right now, there's no mud on the course. We expect good weather, no rain over the next 24 hours. I don't think any hearts are going to be breaking too early on this course this year. But if you go out too fast, if you go out too hard, you can finish that first lap at 5 miles, and you'll think, man, I'm doing great. But your heart rate is spiking. You're going out. If I could tell everyone here, I'd say just run your race. Just keep your own pace. You've done all the training. Don't throw it away because you came out too hard. too early.
So, as usual, we have an incredible timing team here working on the live results and the timing out on course.
Love it.
And we do have some timing mats live so we can see what's going on out there. And currently with the men, past the first timing mat, which is at mile 2, Monkey, in first place is a gentleman called Craig Derbyshire from the UK.
Now tell me again where this timing mat was.
Chunky Monkey, mile 2.
So 2 miles in. Then at this point, 12:25, they're more than 2 miles into the race. So we'll see those other spots there.
And in second place is Sean Merriweather from the UK. Now, Will caught up with him in the pit earlier. He is a very proficient UK ultra athlete. I am expecting to see some pretty impressive things from him. He's run here before. He knows the course. He knows what the pitfalls could be out there with the weather.
Sean told me
yes.
He signed up for this race 4 days ago. He was like, I'm not going to run it. He's run with something. He ran 2018, the ice storm year in Atlanta. He ran 2019. He DNF'd 2019 when he fell off the hay bales.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I'm not going to. And then he said he got so much, the FOMO was so bad, he signed up 4 days ago. Grant signed up on Tuesday.
I love that.
And he's been mountain running every weekend. He looks fit. He looks strong.
He runs all the time. I follow him on Instagram, big fan of the gentleman, and he is always doing very, very big things.
And that's Sean Merriweather.
And in third, this was at the first timing mat, we have not seen the second timing mat out there yet, was Michael Schutt.
Michael Schutt, our defending champion, second place 2 years ago. All things being equal, I would say I never bet against the champion, and I don't want to this year either. I spent about 15 minutes talking with him 2 hours ago before the race started. He's having some right ankle issues. And when I say he's having right ankle issues, what does that mean? Like if I were to say like, hey, I'm having right ankle issues, you'd be like, oh, well, that's too bad. He told me that he's seen 2 doctors. One doctor told him his ankle is broken. The other doctor said it's not broken, but it's fine. But both doctors told him don't run on it. So what he told me is he's going to run on it until he can tell if it will hold up for 100 miles or more.
Excellent.
Let's see. He said at about the 8-hour mark he'll know.
But he does have a challenge with Carlo Piscatello, which he has to, he's still determined to fulfill that. Now, what I will point out is those 3 guys are within 2 seconds of each other at that timing mat. So they are running neck and neck. Jason is out on course. We can see he's starting to get some signal back. So let's bring his camera up so we can see what is happening there. And we see people starting to congregate around the finish line. So we can assume that we might see something quite soon.
Now, you might think, oh, last year's winner is 2 seconds behind. He's in third place already. What does that mean? Here's what that means. Absolutely nothing. This is a 24-hour race. 2 seconds at 12:28 p.m. does not mean a thing.
But what does it mean for the sprint lap? It means they are running hard and they're running together. Now, let's not ignore the ladies. Passing the first timing mat out on course at mile 2 Chunky Monkey was Nicole Kocher.
Nicole won it last year. I haven't talked with her, but I'd imagine she wants to win it again. She's from the U.S.
Yes. And also from the U.S., second place, Kris Rugloski on the timing mat. And then third, we see a UK flag already, Dominique Camilleri. And she was coming in third with Nikki Carumba, followed by Jillian Heller. They're the top 5 ladies currently.
I talked with Jillian Heller in the pit area. She's looking strong as well and looking to do well. You see we're passing some of the obstacles there that are not yet open. And we're waiting at the finish line there for our first sprint lap winners.
I've got to say, I love how much the community is getting involved in the comments already. We've got so many comments coming through. I am going to be sharing them as much as I can. There's so much happening right now in this sprint lap. It gets so exciting.
Jump in the comments. Let us know your runner's bib number, and we will look them up, give them a shout out, and see what they're doing. If you'd like to support the stream, you can leave a super chat. That's that $sign below the comment box. And we'd love to shout you out as well for supporting the stream. It's very expensive to travel to the UK, and your support is welcome. If you find value in this, if you enjoy watching your athletes, your friends, your family, we would love your financial support as well via Super Chat. Look at that grass. That's some thick grass there.
It's some thick grass. It can be pretty scratchy. You know, we don't have anything that's going to kill you here, but we got some scratchy grass, and that's pretty dangerous.
You know,
do you know what we do have?
Tell me.
A lot of pollen. A lot of pollen.
You are not lying. I have never had problems with pollen.
We are waiting for the sprint lap champion to come through. We've just had word from the lovely Kate.
Race director Kate just walked by.
Kate.
And we're expecting him soon. I have never seen pollen, never experienced pollen like I have here in the UK. I went to Oxford with my family. Took a little day trip out there.
Yep.
And my eyes were swelling up. I was sneezing like a madman. I had to stop into a Boots pharmacy. You call them pharmacies over here?
Yeah.
Druggists.
Druggists.
And buy some medication. I don't know what you call medication.
Medication's fine.
Pilly pops?
Yeah, I call them pilly pops.
Anyway. So I've already pre-gained with some hay fever medication.
So that could be interesting for people traveling over here. Not only do they have to contend with new and different food, not having the kind of nutrition that they like, race day food, etc. Also, just the environment is different.
You know what? That is a great point now I've been here a few weeks. We did a family vacation leading up to the race. But most of these U.S.-based athletes have flown in the last 2-3 days. They're still getting their sleep schedules adjusted.
I'm just going to
update.
interrupt you, my
Please.
love, because we have the top 5 men who are coming through so far are all Europeans. Craig Derbyshire is still leading on this. Sean Merriweather in second, with Harvey Mitchell Divers in third, Michael Schutt fourth, and Nikolai Schutt in fifth.
Wait, who's in fourth place?
Michael Schutt.
Who's in fifth place?
Nikolai Schutt.
That's a pair of Schutts.
Oh my God. You are definitely a dad. I love this man, but it's going to be a testing 24 hours. I got to tell you that for free.
That one's for free.
Took a few years off my life. Nicole Kocher has crossed the 4-mile mark as well.
Love it.
Looking like that's going to be our sprint lap for the ladies.
Sprint lap stats aren't as well kept as our other stats are. But to see Nicole Kocher go back-to-back on the sprint lap is interesting, especially for a U.S. athlete. All the top 5 men are all European, UK or Denmark. The women right now, top 5 women, are 3 U.S., 1 South Africa, and 1 UK. And again, what do the top 5 results mean at 12:32 p.m. of a 24-hour race?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. But they're fun, and we like the sprint lap. And you get a cool bib for winning it. We see people post the bibs. They're like, it doesn't mean anything. I say it. It doesn't mean anything. That bib means something. Like, that bib's not nothing. It's
something.
It's something. I always say that the second best thing about World's Toughest Mudder is the community. The number one best thing is the sweet, sweet bibs.
I love hearing your lines.
I've only got like 4 of them. So
I know.
Good thing is you got 24 hours. I can say them over and over again. It's interesting to watch. All the attention was on the start line 33 minutes ago. Now all the attention is on the finish line.
And you know what? It's kind of crazy because sometimes we will do races that are even shorter than this. Whereas now, we're only just getting started.
Kevin Calder. Good luck from Amanda.
You can tell something's happening because people are gathering around that finish line.
Good luck to Aaron Mason, 2076. Go on, mate. Great footage. Kevin Chow. Kimbervetti asks, does the race still start at midnight with the race being in the UK this year? Absolutely it does, Kim. It's just that midnight is 4 p.m. in California and 7 p.m. in New York City. Got to freeze on the camera here. See if we can adjust this for you guys. Athletes passing Mudderhorn, heading toward the finish line. You see them turning left toward the finish line right there. And our first athletes coming through.
Here we go. Our first athletes, Sean Merriweather in an elite contender bib.
I feel like he didn't even slow down for his sprint lap bib.
And Craig Derbyshire also, who is not wearing an elite contender bib.
They came through, didn't even slow down for their bib, and they're already off. They're already on their next lap.
They did not need that champion bib. And they crossed Craig Derbyshire taking the sprint lap finish by 1 second, followed by Sean Merriweather.
They both did jump in the pit area for a literal less than 10 seconds, grabbed some, I don't know if it was nutrition, some kind of goo, but they're gone. They're both out of there, bullet from a gun.
So I'm going to make a correction to myself, which I know will be very important to athletes. Here comes Harvey Mitchell, divers. He has a British flag on his race results, but he is proudly wearing a Scottish flag.
Do the Scots take that pretty seriously?
It's a very important identity, yes.
You might look at all these people around the race and think, like, isn't that wild? Yeah, it is wild. This is a community event. There's people out there cheering them on the whole time. Pacers are not allowed, and if you're a pit crew, you can't physically assist your runner on the course. You can only assist them in the pit area. But there are people all out there cheering on all hours of the night.
And there we go. There was Harvey coming through on the sprint lap, coming through in third place. So we have a top UK top three on the sprint lap.
Let's talk this top three again.
Craig Derbyshire, Sean Merriweather, and Harvey Mitchell divers. Craig Derbyshire and Sean Merriweather already out for lap 2. And here we go. This is a shoot.
It's Michael. That right ankle, when we see footage of Michael Schutt, watch his right ankle. That's the one that's given him problems. That's the one that one doctor said is broken, the other doctor said is not. Both doctors said don't run. We're watching him run past our booth. Man, I want to say it looks like he's favoring it slightly. And that's 5 miles in. So he's still running. He's still running at probably a 8-minute pace, 8-minute mile pace. But it seemed like he was lifting that right leg a little lighter.
And here we have a woman on the camera.
Here we go. Is that Nicole?
Nicole has already finished lap 1.
Nicole Katja, women's sprint lap champion. Back to back. There she is. Nicole!
There we go, Nicole Katja.
Now, Nicole stopped and got her green bib. She wanted it. Here comes Josh Fiore, finishing his lap.
On the Welsh!
Who was that?
So that is the wonderful Grant Thompson, who is also a Scottish athlete who I love to tease mercilessly about not being Scottish. He is 100% as Scottish as can be and flying the flag on his. I teased him the other day on our very, very silly podcast that he was Welsh, and he ran up to our desk just then and said, "Mon the Welsh."
Mon the Welsh. Is that like a UK?
It's like,
naughty
come
word?
on the Welsh.
Oh, okay.
He's going to tease us all night, and we are going to support him all night long.
He finished 4th place last year with 100 miles.
He's one that we have our eyes on, 100%.
Another one that we've had our eyes on, Joshua Fiore just passed us.
Oh, love that man.
Looking strong. I have not seen Trevor Psychos. We don't expect him out here this year. I feel like Josh Fiore has replaced Trevor Psychos in my book, at least here, the automatic 100 miles. What I mean is, if Josh Fiore got 95 miles, I'd be disappointed. And
Yes.
like 95 miles.
I do think we need to think of it. There's Grant Thompson going out. We need to think of it proportionally, and Josh Fiore out in his second lap. It needs to be thought of proportionally. The year that Kris Rugloski got 100 miles, she got 100 miles, and the next female down got 85. Usually the gap between women is about 5 miles or so. That says that was a huge leap. So if there are a lot of people getting the same number, that's the course. That's the measure of the course. The physical number itself, yes, it means a lot to the athlete. Of course it does. Yes, we have bibs that signify these numbers. But it's also slightly proportional. What is everyone else doing? Where do I stand in that?
Sure.
If Josh Fiore gets 95 miles and he comes first, that means it was a tough course.
That's why the 125-mile bib.
Here is Kris Rugloski on
go.
the main camera.
And look
with
who she's running with.
Azar.
The Austin Azar Kris Rugloski crew. I wonder if we see them do a lot of miles together.
I would hope so. That would be lovely. Nicole Kocher has gone out on her second lap already.
Those two, Austin and Kris, are the 2023 champions, men's and women's champions. Neither of them won last year, but they both won in 2023. Could we see a UK? It's not a repeat. US repeat?
We should be seeing her come through in just a moment. She's showing up in the results as number 11 right now. She's number 2. She is number 2. Woo!
It is all I can do. Kris Rugloski and Austin Azar just ran past us.
I mean, look at that.
It is their smile. Okay, Austin Azar seems like a nice guy, but here's the thing. He is. Kris Rugloski, they both ducked into the pit area. They're both going to take a minute, or hopefully not too long, to grab some nutrition, grab some fuel, and get back out there. They are. If you are from the U.S. and you're watching, you're like, I want to root for a U.S. winner over at Tough Mudder UK, World Tough Mudder UK. Kris Rugloski and Austin Azar is Canadian, so North American. Those are the two you're rooting for. It's all like we don't like to root in the booth. We do root in the booth. We don't like to root in the booth. We root for a good race.
Everyone in the booth.
We root
the thing
for
is,
no
like,
injuries.
I love this athlete. I love this athlete. I love this athlete.
We root for no controversy. We root for strong competition. Man, we love Austin and Kris, though.
We really do. And don't they just look like the all-American dream team running by?
I mean, all North American dream team.
Oh, darn it. I always do that. It's like Scotland.
I did the
It's
same
like
thing
Scotland.
30 seconds ago. So Canada is your Scotland.
There's Charlie.
Charlie Bohr just ran past. He is the past Toughest Mudder Holy Grail champion.
And an incredibly nice guy.
His mom is his pit crew this year. I saw
Oh,
that.
I love that.
I can't talk enough about. I could talk for literally 24 hours about the community aspect of the race. I've spent yesterday and today literally walking around the pit area, bumping into people I know, bumping into old friends. They'd introduce me to their wives or their husbands or to their mom or to their kids. It is a community event. It's great. Now, is it a hard race? 100%. But you don't have to run. You can pit. You can find a friend. You can work in the orphan tent. You can
come work with us.
You can come carry a camera for us and work media. We've got people working with us this year that have never. My son, Sam Hicks,
We did not finish shouting out our team.
We should. We talked about Jason. We talked about
Piper.
We talked about Jack. We talked about Carlo.
Mm-hmm.
Joining us for the first time this year, my son, Sam Hicks.
Yes.
Very excited to have him out there.
And another youngster, Libby Joyce.
Libby Joyce will be joining us tonight. She is one of the top under 18 athletes in the UK.
I mean, she's also just doing incredibly well as an athlete, full stop.
She is. She race directed the Spartan Kids World Championship last
European
month.
Championships.
European Championship last month. Saw her morning.
She's a wonderful lady.
Also on our camera crew, Evan Paris. Evan is, along with Jason, is probably the fittest, elitist among our crew. Evan has finished in the top 10 at World's Toughest Mudder. Most recently in 2022, he finished in 10th place with 90 miles. Finished in 7th, actually, in 2021, Evan did with 90 miles. And I keep going back, 6th place in 2019 with 90 miles. Evan Paris is like an automatic 90 when he's running. Look at that.
Somebody's asking, is this the UK? Rebecca and Strobel, indeed. This is Belvoir Castle in the UK. First time World's Toughest Mudder is being held in the UK.
Rebecca, I promise you, I'm trying not to do it all at once. I have a list. I have an Evernote doc full of differences between the UK and the US that I can't wait to talk about with Fran.
I very often travel to the US, and I've noticed a lot of those myself. It'll be interesting to see how they compare.
This is World's Toughest Mudder UK, the very first time the race has been held outside of the United States. Very exciting. Athletes from the US obviously have traveled over here, but it's a lot closer for the UK. It's a lot closer for Scotland, and it's a lot closer for Denmark, and it's a lot closer for, we're in England. So a lot of those athletes that we've never had before, we're very excited to have the race this year.
Talking of Scotland, Graham Wells says, go Team Scotland.
Graham, where are you, man?
Graham.
Let's see you out here. So finishing this first lap in less than an hour is a strong accomplishment. 5 miles in an hour, it's a 12-minute pace. These athletes are all finishing 12:47 p.m. First obstacles start opening at 1 p.m.
Do you know what? We are so annoying because we start having conversations and then we stop. We start talking about things. We start saying when the obstacles are going to open, and then we're like, oops, let's talk about something else. So do you know what? Let's talk about the darn obstacles. Here we go. Obstacles opening.
We talked about Everest already.
We
at
did.
1 o'clock.
The first obstacle on the course that people are hit that's going to open is motor floating. Like a little creek crossing.
That is a creek crossing. We saw that yesterday when we did the course walkthrough.
It's not a huge obstacle, but I was chatting with Caitlin Risser, wife of Mike Stefano, who often rabbits for us. This year, Pitt crewing his wonderful wife, taking on her first World's Toughest Mudder. And we were talking about, she'll do the sprint lap without that opening. Would she be able to pass it before it opens on the first lap to avoid getting wet? Who knows?
Motor floating, if we're looking at our course map here, is number 11.
Oh, it's very far in, actually.
It looks like it's, I don't want to say, we don't have the mile marker on our map here. It looks like it's about halfway through the course. So 7.5 miles before 1 p.m. That's going to be tough.
It's not going to happen.
I told Caitlin the same thing I tell everybody. It's not worth it to burn yourself out to skip one obstacle. It's just not worth it. So I tell Caitlin that.
Well, it was depending on the weather, because if it was going to be cold, getting wet already, but actually it's so hot. I'm gonna say something. I'm just going to talk about the weather really quickly. This is really dangerous weather because it's breezy and you feel like you're not overheating, but people will get very, very burnt.
Sunburn, you mean? Sunburn. Dangerous that way. I feel like it's also dangerous in that cool breeze will keep you cool, and you may not think you need to drink as much water as you need to.
There's two major risks here with this weather. Sunburn and dehydration.
Yeah.
Hypothermia. Both can happen and have happened on this course.
And we've got, I hesitate to call it wind. It's either a heavy breeze, light wind going almost constantly since the start of the race.
It could get up. It could get up higher. Anyway, let's stick to the obstacle openings, shall we?
Yes.
Okay,
so
I'm going to go through the list of when the obstacles are opening.
Let's do it. We've talked about 1 o'clock. We have Everest and motor floating.
And then at 2 p.m., Kiss of Mud, Rat Frost, and Netflix and Chill.
Kiss of Mud, number 7. Rat Frost.
And Netflix
number
and Chill.
6. Netflix and Chill at number 10 on our map.
And then
6,
at
7,
3
and
p.m.
10.
is Pyramid Scheme 2.0 and Mudderhorn.
At 3 p.m., Pyramid Scheme, number 4. And Mudderhorn, number 19 on your course map. And we are minutes away from that first obstacle opening. 10 minutes away from the first obstacle at 1 o'clock. We just talked about our Mudderhorn opening.
Here we go. Loads of athletes coming through on the sprint lap. And I see a Giles.
Giles isn't really here. Oh, it's an illusion.
Giles, are you free to talk about the course?
No. I just thought I'd come. You guys are looking like you're having such a brilliant time. I just thought I'd come and admire your setup.
Yes, we are having a brilliant time. Do you like it? Let's praise Jason for a second for the amount of work he's put in to bring up these amazing things. We have so much this year to be able to share with everyone at home. We can bring up, we've got news, we can bring up comments. We're going to find some other ways later to get people at home involved. It's going well.
Looking super.
It's looking super out there as well. Well done. Woohoo! Welcome to England, chat. That is Giles Chaser, Tough Mudder HQ legend, and we are going to be getting him in the booth later. He has been at so many of these events and really brings something very special, doesn't he?
Love Giles.
Love Giles.
He said something that I have a question about.
Oh,
Welcome
okay.
to Londonshire. Is that a Hobbit thing?
Englandshire.
Englandshire.
It's a silly thing.
Is that like a Lord of the Rings joke? I don't get it.
It's just an England joke.
Oh.
So I'm going to say, listen, I'm sitting here. I'm pretty hot. I've got a bit of a headache, and I'm in the shade.
Mm.
And I'm not running. It is hot out there. People are talking about the weather. Can we do it? Can we talk about the weather?
Let's do it. 81. It does not feel that hot. 83.
It feels like 28.6. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you a quick story.
Please do.
3 weeks ago, I was in Florida, USA. It was 28 degrees. I was shivering. And I was like, okay, so a Florida 28 is a UK 16. Home that like,
Now, I know what that means. Why don't you tell the people at home what that means in Fahrenheit?
I can't tell you what that means in Fahrenheit. Okay, so a Florida 83 feels like a England 52.
Okay. There's kind of a cliche joke, and everyone who has weather at their house or where they live has the same joke that if you don't like the weather here, wait a minute. And that is so true for London, for England, as it is for any other place. That if you don't like the weather, wait a minute, because it'll change. That's the joke. So it is. I would say it's warm. It doesn't feel hot. You say 80. When I hear 83, I think I'm sweating. It doesn't feel like that yet. But let's see what happens here in the next bit. So we're welcoming into the booth Matt, race director, World's Toughest Mudder 2025.
Hello.
Hello, welcome into the booth.
Hello. How are you?
So good. We are 53 minutes into the race.
We are.
How's it going so far?
Well, apart from it, I think we've turned up the temperature. That is for sure.
We were literally just talking about that.
What's just happened?
It says it feels like 83 Fahrenheit.
Well, so for layman's terms, right? Because we're Brits.
Okay.
So for in centigrade, or Celsius, I should say, it is approximately 28 degrees out there, which, as you say, 83 Fahrenheit, that is hot.
28 centigrade.
And the great thing is we've already brought it to the UK, but our US folk, our US mudders, they couldn't resist, because apparently this phenomenon that we're experiencing for this weekend only is caused by the East Coast in the US, which is the heat wave, which has pushed the heat. We pushed a high pressure front over here.
We literally brought it with us.
You literally brought it with you. There you go.
Our apologies.
But it's it's good. It's hot. It's right there. You can see with contenders and some of the elites out there, right? They're really. It might be a sprint lap. We might have just obstacles are about to go live in 6 minutes, but there is a reason why they're just taking it easy, because I think that the heat was the unexpected element of this weekend.
Yeah.
What
do you think about it's super early. What do you think about the athletes coming through so far?
Yeah, I think a couple of the back hills, so athletes are finding their way through the course. First 2.5 miles is pretty kind. It's stacked with some of the great obstacles. The back end of the course is where you get some elevation. And you can just see a couple of people thinking, okay, I've got to think about how I'm going to plan this, my laps and my distance here, and benefit, early on each lap and really savor some in, because it's tough. There's the elevation gain on that. We do 3 pretty much from Lucifer's luggage all the way up to stairway. And whilst you get some beautiful views, it is tough going on the legs.
One of the fun things about the sprint lap is it forces everyone to look at the obstacles and get in their heads a little bit.
Oh, yes. The number of people going past Firefly and trying to work out what's going to happen during the night was hilarious. And then the other ones, which is gaining the most notoriety, I think it was, where people, and given the fact that we've got a water station straight there, but when you have the first water station, and then we've got Netflix and chill, and people just thinking, oh, okay, that might test me.
We've never had a low cargo net like that, Netflix and chill.
It's the first time, right? We obviously talk about WTM and being innovation. We've got some absolute classics before. Of course, we've had some absolute classics. But this year we wanted to make sure we were bringing variety across the board, not necessarily just a big halo. And we just thought, hey, it's never been done. Let's give it a go.
Netflix and chill, Firefly. What are some other obstacles you're excited about?
Well, obviously swing both ways. And I actually think, as I said, we joked about it in the race briefing, but I'm probably most excited to look at the penalty of frickin' lasers. Just because I think it's going to be comedy gold, especially at night time. And we know historically everybody decides to either avoid ice or electricity. So to get to a penalty which is questionable whether or not you want to do the penalty or just take the electric, it's gonna be funny to watch.
Tell me about the penalty. What are the...
So frickin' lasers, because obviously we had to celebrate the fact that we don't really have the notion of owning or carrying guns. We wanted to make sure everybody feels at home. We brought some laser guns, and laser guns have a digital target. It's about 10 meters away, and the athletes are going to need to hit the target 5 times. You think that's fine, except we decided to put a soft toy shark on the top of the gun, so you actually can't see the shooter, the aimer.
Sure.
So they won't be able to see the laser, so they're just going to be literally aiming to try and get it and hit it 5 times. So
I think that's one I want to have a go on. Can I have a go on that, please?
Let's go and do something fun with it. Maybe watch you do it.
Absolutely, I'm down for that.
Let's do it.
Part of world, it's baked into the DNA of world. It's the fun aspect of it. It's a serious race. It's a hard race. It's a fun race also.
It really is. And we've got, I don't know if you guys saw Austin and Kris
rocking up at the North team.
Oh, rocking up at the 11th.
What time did they get here?
They literally got here at 11:35, and they got into the start chute, and the whole start chute was full, right? So they were meandering their way through the open and the contenders, and then just literally, we're good to go. But fair enough. So
love that.
But yeah, so it's a real mix. We're looking at people walking past us right now, right? The amount of first timers that we've also got that have come from multiples to join it for the first time it's been here, obviously. And people just won't know, right? It tests you in different ways, and I think that's the great thing about it. You can walk it and have just as much of a grueling experience as you can laying down 100+ miles, and aiming and busting a gut for that.
I mean,
podium.
Everyone's pushing their hardest, aren't they? And that's the thing. Everyone's leaving it all out there, whatever that all is.
Correct, and that's why we call it the world's the toughest event on the planet, because it's the toughness that you make it, right? And we know it's here to break people fundamentally.
So we're seeing the first obstacle is going to be opening up in just over a minute.
It is. It's definitely going to be. It's going to be opening up very, very shortly.
We do have our cameraman Evan there, ready to bring it to us, but he's just frozen. So this is a message to Evan. Do a little jiggle for us.
Oh, that's there we go.
Let's go over to Evan and see Everest opening up. Hey, Evan. We're with you, Evan.
Hey, guys.
Hey, the coverage is pretty choppy.
Well, while we wait for our coverage to get better with Evan there, how do you think the weather is going to end up affecting? Do you think we're going to have a higher average mileage or lowage? What do you think?
Well, I was actually just about to say, given the fact that we have the wind as well, right? We've got internet problems, and that's atmospheric, right? We've got 30 mile an hour wind gusts across today, so that in itself is going to play a challenge. But I think the heat, look, top end elites, those that are going to be posting 75 mile plus, they'll know their hydration. They'll have it sorted. I think it's going to be the middle of the pack are, the majority of our contenders or top open athletes. It's going to probably alter mileage. And we ummed and ahed as we came into this race. There aren't any signature massive climbs or big moments. But we knew that with the weather, with the undulations that we have, it's still going to be tough. Do we expect people to do 100 miles? Yes. And
I expect quite a few.
And I think they will. Nobody's going to get that 125 mile bib. I've said it now. Now who knows? But
you think nobody this year, nobody ever?
No. I think in time, right? You were seeing across the board, the 100-mile fraternity has been increasing, and I think that's literally, you can see it right here, right? 22 people, multiple times, have obviously made it into the 100-mile club, and it's a testament to where physical and athletic ability has kind of grown, especially in the OCR space, as it's become more mainstream and a sport, in its own right. And the offering, it's obviously not just us and Tough Mudder in the space anymore. But you want to see push boundaries. It's no different to 100 meters or the 200 meter sprint. It's that latest athlete from Australia. I've forgotten his name. Geiger or Gout from Australia, the teenager who is just laid down one of the fastest times, predicted to beat Bolts. And it's exactly the same here, right? We want to open. It's great news that people make it to 100 miles, but that is an enormous achievement. And it puts you 22 people around and counting, right, in such a select club. Are we beyond the realm of getting to 125 miles? I think it's a matter of time and counting, but we have this big saying in TMHQ is that you don't want to be the team that gives out the 125 mile bib jersey, the bib. So whilst we have them on site, oh my word, Giles and I in Witching Hour will be doing whatever we can to make sure it's getting harder for sure.
That's amazing. I've said this for a while. The 125, it's going to take the perfect course, the perfect weather, and the perfect competition. The second place guy has to run 120.
Correct.
So
yes.
it'll all that has to line up in the perfect weekend, and it's almost like you can't plan it. The weather's going to be a factor. The terrain's going to be a factor.
And I think the great elite heat that we've got here, right? We between them all, not Chris, Nikki, you obviously got Sean, Grant, obviously Austin, Corey's out there. We've got some great athletes today who will push some significant mileage, but it's a brilliant field, right? There is. Currently in the moment, you could pick any of them. You genuinely could. Sure. And I think that's to your point, right? If you're going to get one, you want a few people, to be in amongst it, to know that actually we pushed beyond the boundary. Who knows, right? We're so early to go. We're on. We're first Everest should be open.
Yeah, we have our first motor floating in Everest, and now open.
So, which is great news for the heat with people going through motor floating.
Matt, before we let you go, talked about the field. I've heard over 1,000 people, 20 plus countries.
23 countries.
23 countries.
From as far wide as obviously, the stateside through to the southern pits of Australia, Oceania, Asia, and everything in between. So it's been really, really incredible. And of course, we've got an amazing UK contingent, so I couldn't be prouder.
Love it. Matt, any last thoughts before we let you go?
I'll see you very shortly.
Sounds good.
Cheers,
Thank
guys.
you so much, Matt.
Race director, World's Toughest Mudder 2025. Matt, thanks for coming by and sharing some time. We've got a guest in the booth, another guest in the booth. Get some headphones on him. Hello, guest. What is your name?
Evelyn.
Evelyn, you are the youngest crew member of the OCR report this year. Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
I heard you were in a competition this morning. How did that go?
It was amazing. I got first place.
And what did you do?
Cheerleading.
First place cheerleading.
Yeah.
Evelyn, congratulations.
This is my medal.
You have a beautiful medal you're showing me. It's blue and white, and it says ice. What does ice mean?
It's like, it was the place that I had my cheerleading competition at.
Awesome. And then I see some clothespins on here. What do those represent?
Good luck pins.
Good luck from your friends?
Yeah. You get like pins in your hair.
Oh, really?
People go around with the pins in bags.
That could be a fun thing to bring into World's Toughest Mudder, couldn't it?
Good luck pins.
Love
this is great. Evelyn, do you have a favorite cheer, like maybe a short one you could share with us?
I don't really know.
I think it's been a long day already.
Well, Evelyn, I see you sitting in whose lap are you sitting in there?
My mommy.
Your mummy's. Very sweet. Well, Evelyn, welcome to the team today, and we're thrilled to have you with us. All right, let's go out to Evan Preparis at Everest.
Hey, Evan, we're with you.
Yeah,
yes,
beautiful.
sir.
So I finally moved up to the top of Everest to try to get a better signal. It just opened. Okay, sweet. So it just opened.
Okay, we've lost Evan again.
Maybe
So
a little bit higher.
we're facing, as Matt explained with the weather and the wind, we're facing a few connectivity issues. It happens, unfortunately.
It's interesting that we only have these connectivity issues in the UK, because in the US we have connectivity issues.
Let's try Evan again. There we go, Evan. We're back with you, sir.
I moved to a different spot on top of Everest, so hopefully this is better. But right before the auto opened, the first two male leader of the race ran by and actually missed the opening by about 5 seconds. Like, you counting down the opening to the two of them flying by. There was a gap in the first to actually hit the obstacle was last year's champion Michael Shute. So it was pretty cool. He was the first man to go up, flew up with ease, made it a cakewalk. But we already got some people up on the top of Everest helping people. That's a big part of this community. You'll always see people at the top of Everest pulling people up. Like you guys were talking about, this is Everest, what Americans would call Everest 1.0. So it should be a little bit nicer, a little less steep than the 2.0 version we have in America. That doesn't mean that it's not going to get hard. As wears on, you'll find that your ability to sprint actually drops significantly. So you go from running up this with ease to all of a sudden you need extra hands pulling your stuff, and it becomes one of my least favorite obstacles on the course, actually, just because of the explosive nature it requires. We do have a penalty as well. You can see several of the participants doing the penalty. I think just drag a giant rubber mat around the loop. So again, most of the stuff you'll see in World Toughest doesn't look too bad. Then you add 20 hours of running, 50 plus miles, sleep deprivation, weather, wetsuits, all that stuff onto it. And suddenly, very simple things suddenly become very challenging. All right, you can see people again pulled up. All right, I'm gonna send it back over to you guys for the audio.
Great
Thank
stuff,
you so
Evan.
much, Evan.
Let's keep watching the athletes run up there. I didn't catch the bib number of that guy that just flew. Like, he literally flew up and like it wasn't even an obstacle there. And then the guy next to him was trying to eat up. I can tell you, as a not small person, Everest is not my favorite obstacle. I can get 90% of the way up it, but I need help to get up it that last 10%. And I know when I walk up there and I see the people who have been up there all night working to help people up they see me and they kind of like anyway, they're very kind. We'll see guys like this that are helping people all night long get up Everest. It's a tough obstacle to do by yourself.
Do you know what? Something else fun that we're seeing is right opposite us. We have there are people with water pistols spraying those as they go past. In fact, spraying themselves right now. People are running past, going, "Please get me wet. This is so hot." Look at that shot at the top of Everest. It's at Austin Azar.
Beautiful.
Making his way up to the top.
So we're watching. You just mentioned that we don't have a camera on him, but we're watching at this finish line shoot. Squirt runners with water as they come through.
It is hot.
And I'm thinking to
hot.
myself, we've 15 years later, I've never seen people shooting. That's great. Why don't? It's because it's never this hot.
I mean, it was hot last year, right?
Yes, but that was in November. Like we're in June. Like we're summer. This is prime summer. We'll have to pull out some charts. This may end up being the hottest World's Toughest Mudder we've ever had.
I mean, somebody was asking in the comments earlier, what's the weather going to be like overnight? This is the thing. It drops. It gets cold overnight. Now, it might not get cold if you're running, but if you're going slowly or if you're sitting down, it could get cold, cold, cold. Camera 3, Piper. I just saw... Is that a Fiore? That's a Fiore.
Joshua Fiore,
It is a
probably
Fiore
the greatest male athlete to have never won World's Toughest Mudder yet.
This is his year. This is his year. I'm telling you that.
Josh Fiore is I don't know if you want to or not. In the past, you've kind of started out early, made some kind of wild predictions, and I feel like more often than not, you're on point.
I mean, we are one lap in. My wild predictions usually come about around 6 p.m.
Okay. All right. Well,
But okay.
Well, I can wait till 6. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm expecting to see Grant Thompson, Sean Merriweather, and Josh Fiore do very well. I'm also expecting to see Austin Azar do very well this year.
Okay. Do very well gives you a lot of wiggle room.
I've given you 4 athletes that I expect to do very well. We've also got Patrick, who we are not learning much more about yet. Not seeing him on the list, didn't see him on the start list. I'm not sure who this gentleman is.
Strong. Look at that. That is almost perfect technique. You get up there and you get your fingers around that edge, and then it's like a half a pull-up almost.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
All right, give me your names again. Fiore,
Merriweather, Thompson, Azar. There was a 4th. Oh,
that is 4.
Oh, there will be more. There will be more. And then in the women, obviously Rugloski.
Right.
Ruth Battersby.
I talked with Ruth Battersby 5 minutes before the briefing.
She could do very well.
Sure.
Nikki Karomba, Jillian Heller. It can be tight on the women. It depends what mood. It depends what mood Kris is coming in and her preparation level.
My rule of thumb is never bet against the champion.
No.
Here's the problem. There's 2 champions on the women's side, Nikki Karomba and Kris Rugloski. So am I going to choose Nikki Karomba? Am I going to choose Kris Rugloski? Well, fortunately, I don't have to choose. That's why they run the race.
It's not up to you to choose. It's up to them to do the work and see who wins.
100%.
But that doesn't mean we're not going to discuss it for the next 26 hours.
That could end up being a good race. Nikki Karomba versus Kris Rugloski. I could see that. Last year, Nikki Karomba won the race with 95 miles. 2 years ago, Kris won the race with 90. 3 years ago, she won with 100. I could see one or both of them running 100 miles this year. Nikki came within 1 lap of doing it. She finished her 95th mile at 24:26. If she had finished that last lap 27 minutes faster, she would have had an hour and a half to run for 100 miles. So, and I've said this, I've told you this, I've said this, I think on the live stream already. I really think that the short night tonight, the 6 hours of
It's going to make
darkness,
a huge difference to the numbers we're seeing. But what could also make a huge difference is that weather. Here we go. Look, Everest again. Another
well done,
great
Charlie
technique.
Bohr, outstanding, UK's finest.
Kris Rugloski last year, we saw her come around.
So close.
In 2023, I'm sorry, we saw her finish with Callie right behind her. Callie was really chasing her down. And she asked at the end, she was like, do I have to go out again? She was happy. She had her record and she was winning.
I told you I talked to a lot of athletes out there in the pit area. One athlete I wanted to highlight, Kevin Dent, one of the men's athletes. He won Infinity here at this venue with 45 miles overall. Kevin told me he wants to get 75. His minimum goal is 75. He wants to get 85 to 90. But he also wanted me to give a special shout out to the Pilgrims and Lottie Dent. So from Kevin Dent, the Pilgrims and Lottie Dent. He's out there running for you right now. Yeah, it was Nikki Caramba. We just watched there. (1:15 p.m.) We have athletes still coming through. These athletes are all finishing their first lap. We'll start to see the second lap finishers here shortly. It'll be guys like Austin and Chris. It'll be Nikki and Nicole.
I'm not sure this picture is quite showing the temperature right now, to be honest.
Well, I can tell you the grass looks a lot greener in person than on the camera there. Craig Derbyshire, first place. Sean Merriweather in second. Harvey Mitchell third. Last year's winner, Michael Schott, and Nikolai Schott in fourth and fifth. Michael Schutt and Nikolai Schutt. You see they're in fourth and fifth place. That's a pair of Schutts. I am going to stop telling that joke when it stops being funny. Jamie Pallister in sixth, Joshua Fiore in seventh, Joe Rucco in eighth, Grant Thompson in ninth, and John. How would you pronounce our 10th place man's name?
John Herb.
John Herb.
Because there's an H in it.
I thought you say. Oh no, we say Herb.
Yeah, you say Herb.
You say Herb. 7th, 8th, and 9th place. What do you think about?
7th, 8th, and 9th place. Fantastic athletes. Joe Rucco, I didn't even mention him yet. Holy moly. There's too many of them.
I think all three of those guys will be higher. This is. I don't like making predictions. Those three guys will all be higher than that.
Sean Merriweather just coming through once again. He just finished another lap with Craig there.
Sean Merriweather's running posture is perfect.
Perfect. That man
Perfect.
Gets a lot of miles in those legs. A lot of miles.
2 laps done. 1 hour and 17 minutes into the race. Sean Merriweather and Derbyshire's first name?
No, Craig Derbyshire.
Craig
Derbyshire.
Derbyshire?
Derbyshire. Well, that's how you call the place.
How would Craig say his last name?
Well, I'm not him, so I don't know. But in England, you would call the place Derbyshire.
Derbyshire. If that was in Southern California, we'd call it Derbyshire.
Derbyshire. It's not Derbyshire.
All right. Well, you can say Craig's name. Maybe we'll just let you be in charge of all the names. For the women, let's look at the women's top 10. The women are going to actually, they might shake up when we start seeing the lap results. But right now, as it stands, this is after 1 lap. This does not count any movement out on the course. So we have, for example, Jill Heller in 4th place. If she passed Nikki Caramba out there at the 3-mile marker, that won't reflect until they finish the first lap. At World's Toughest Mudder, you get 5 miles or you get 0 miles. Partial laps do not count. So when you have time at the end of the race to finish your last lap, you have to finish that last lap before the finish line closes, or else you will get 0 credit for that entire lap. So with all that being said, Nicole currently in first, Kris Rugloski in second, Nikki in third, Jill Heller in fourth.
This was the finishing positions of lap 1.
Yes, lap 1. And these were going to change shortly, I would imagine. 40 minutes for the first lap. Nicole's been out there about almost 40 minutes. Jill Heller is someone I got to talk with out in the pit area before the race started today. She finished 4th last year. So I would expect her to she is shooting higher than her 4th place last year. Nicole Kasha, back-to-back sprint lap champion in first place, and second and third place are the last 3. Second and third place
And
is
that, Harvey Mitchell Divers crossing his second lap finish we just saw in front of us.
outstanding. So just back to the women for 1 second. Nikki Karamba is in third place, and Kris Rugloski is in second place. Those 2 women represent the last 3 women's World Toughest Mudder champions.
You are actually incorrect because I am showing up that. Oh no, that you are correct. I was like, I'm showing up that Kris Rugloski has a lap 1 finish. Everyone's had a lap 1 finish. Has Kris Rugloski not gone out for a second lap? Kris Rugloski has not gone out for a second lap.
We just had the race director Matt in the booth here with us. He told us that Kris and Austin.
Michael Schutt over there, powering his way, filling himself up with some liquid. It looks like some hydration, out to start another lap.
Michael Schutt is the defending World Toughest Mudder champion, and his tent area is about the same as mine was last time I ran.
What, in position or quality?
In position. No, and in stocking actually. He and his brother are sharing a pit space, and it's Trevor Psychos-esque.
Any ironing boards?
No ironing board, but just about that level. They got what they need, and that's all they got. That's all they need.
They got what they need, and they need what they got.
So we just saw the defending champion, and you know what? We're concerned about his ankle. He told us his right ankle has been bothering him. One doctor said it was broken. Another doctor said it was fine. Both doctors said, do not run on it.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because there's that line that an athlete has to draw where it's what's me knowing what's okay for my body and what's me being silly.
Seeing Joshua Fiore just finish his most recent lap, second lap. So we've seen Austin back out on course already. We just saw him on camera finishing the Everest obstacle. Kris Rugloski, according to our timing mats, is still in the pit area, which we don't love. We know, as I was saying, she showed up 25 minutes before the race started.
She can run whatever race she chooses, and that's absolutely okay by me.
I believe in Kris.
I believe in whatever Kris decides she wants to do.
I am a Christian. There is nothing better in the world than seeing tired athletes cross this finish line, proud of their lap, pushing through, grabbing some nutrition, and they're back out there.
You know, it's kind of... Ooh.
Let me tell you, one thing about the pit area is when you're out there on course, you're tired, you're hungry, you're thirsty, and you think...
It was Grant. I'm sorry to interrupt you. If people don't like interrupting, they're going to hate this live stream because we do it constantly. Another shout out to Grant Thompson running by. He is indeed Scottish.
So when you're out there on course, you think, I can't wait to get back to the pit area so I can get something to drink, so I can take a break. And it's so tempting, but let me tell you, the pit is your enemy. You need to be on course. If you are in the pit area, you are getting 0 miles. If you are on course, even if you're walking, you are getting mileage. Yes. Even if it's slow mileage, you're getting mileage. And especially for those of us who are like, I just want to get 50. I want to get a brown bib. You've got to be on course constantly.
Let's just like take a look at that top 10 there on the left. We are, how far are we into this race? An hour and 24 minutes, and we have already 10 miles.
There's a Nicole Kasha running by in hers.
She is our first female to get to finish her
10
second lap.
miles. Now, if Nicole were to, I just interrupted myself, and I don't know what I interrupted,
Yes,
and I
sir.
want to get back to it.
Okay.
But if Nicole, who is in first place, with Rugloski in the pit area early already, we don't know if it's far too early to say anything about whether Kris is going out or not. We don't know.
No.
But Nicole's already won the sprint lap.
Mhm.
She is in first place an hour and a half into the race. If she were to stay in first place for the next 24 hours, she would do something only Rhea Coble has ever done, which is win wire to wire. Sprint lap to final lap, first place.
We've never seen a man do it.
Never. I don't even think a man's come close. I'm trying to think. I can't even think of every. No. Kris came close once. Rhea Coble did it. And Nicole is in as good a position as you can be to do it. I remember what we were talking about. These men, they've got 10 miles down already. Hour and a half into the race, right? Already 10 miles. Oh, my gosh. We start doing math. They're on pace for 200 miles. There's a running joke in the World's Toughest Mudder community how, I was on pace for 100 miles. Then they open the obstacles. None of this matters until we start seeing obstacles. Right now is the prime if you're like, I can't wait to get to the pit to rest. Again, you got to run your own race, but you need to be out there on course, especially when the obstacles are closed.
Yes.
Don't burn yourself out. Don't run too fast.
But get those miles in.
But get miles in while you can. Grab some food. Yeah, absolutely.
Here's a question.
But it's not
Am I
time to rest.
crazy, or do I see shut twice on the leaderboard? John, please correct me on the pronunciation. Diazkowicz. Great name.
John,
no,
you're not
you
wrong.
are not crazy. There are 2 shuts on the leaderboard.
What do we call that?
We call that a pair of shuts. We have Michael and Nikolai. 2
Brothers.
shuts. 2 shuts on the leaderboard. Okay, go Patrick. Who is Patrick? He is not on the. Oh, is it Patrick Pallister? Who is Patrick? We've not seen him on the start line.
Lindsay,
in the start list.
give us the last name.
People have been talking about this gentleman all week, and I have been looking for him. That's Jamie Pallister. There is nobody in the top 30 with the name Patrick.
Guys, power hiking through. I just watched about 8 guys hike through the finish line chute. These are like men's men. They're big fellas. You're not going to see them putting down a 6 mile, but they are power hiking. They are cruising through, and they are having a good time. I'm already married. I am, but if you're a single guy out there and you're engaged, you know what would be a fun bachelor party? Bachelor week stag party, I believe you call it out here.
What do we call it?
World's Toughest Mudder. They would forget Las Vegas. Come to World's Toughest Mudder. I would bring my mates, as we call them. I ran World's Toughest Mudder multiple years with a crew of friends. Oh, actually, come back to that. Austin Azar coming through. Crushing it, Austin. Austin Azar just finished his 3rd lap.
So we had the first person asking, could we take a look at somebody at home?
Let's do
Give
it.
me an update on Big Scott 4285. Oh, well, I put the wrong number in. So we're currently looking at Ashlyn Edwards. There we go.
That's all right. Ashlyn Edwards, you're doing good too.
So don't forget, at home, you can get involved. And you can ask us to follow your athletes. Here comes Caitlin Ritter. Woo! She did her first lap.
And Carolyn Clifford. Stay together. Don't stop. No pit. No pit. Caitlin Ritter, co-host of the Obstacle Running Adventures podcast, just finished her first lap. Shout out to her and her pit crew, Mike Stefano. Scott Crofts, 1 lap down. 1 hour and 24 minutes, 24 seconds. Well done, Scott. Outstanding. Last seen at lap 2 start. That means he's back on course already.
Here we go. We found this Patrick Kaleta. He's on lap 2.
Almost done with lap 2.
In 35th place currently. Means nothing right now. Those numbers can change very, very rapidly.
I don't know if we've ever talked about this.
Yes, sir.
But for the elite athletes, all of these first 12 hours of the race are about positioning yourself. They're about getting mileage, 100%, but you're not trying to no one's won. You can't win the race in the first 12 hours, but you can lose it.
Yes.
So for these guys like Patrick that we're watching here,
we're watching Fiore right there.
Josh Fiore that we're watching there. For these elite athletes, they know that the race doesn't start at 12 noon. The first 12 hours of the race are about getting mileage.
We've got Evan. Were we Evan? No, we're with Sam out on course here. Young Hicks Jr. following down Fiore.
Shout out to our camera crew. Shout out to Sam Hicks.
A lovely young gentleman. His father and mother must be wonderful people.
We're very proud. I'm still introducing Sam to some of the top athletes in the sport, and seeing my son following one of the greatest athletes in this sport is pretty inspiring. Well done, cameraman. Outstanding. So Joshua Fiore, who we were just watching, 10 miles down. This is some great scenery. Look at this. I feel like UK. This is actually what you're seeing right here. This is a 2-lane road in the UK.
Cheeky. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, so here in the UK, I think what happened was they had a town, let's just call it A, and they had another town, they call it B. And the planners were like, hey, we need to get a road between A and B. 1 lane's good, right? That's all they need, right? And someone's like, yeah, sure. You think there's ever going to be cars going opposite directions at the same time on the road? Nah, 1 lane is plenty. And
I think you think you're being crazy, but a lot of these roads will have been built before cars existed. Do you realize that? Before the concept of cars even existed.
Before the concept of cars even, they're paved now though. These roads are built for cars.
So we have Beth Sutton at home, the proudest daughter ever, asking for an update on Jason Sutton. Here he is on screen. His results so far.
Jason is on course. He's still working on that first lap. Well done. Seeing more people cross through the finish line. This is probably I'm sure it is, a nice part of the course for the athletes there, running through the forest in the shade. It is toasty out here, and it's not going to cool off anytime soon. Even in the afternoon, it gets hotter in the afternoon, 3, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock at night. I think the coolest part of the race, temperature-wise, will be probably starting at midnight, going till 7 a.m. That'll be the nice part of the race. Honestly, traditionally, people stop and take breaks during the middle of the night. For this, now this is new. Running in the sun. This is the first time the World Toughest Mudder has ever been held outside of November, December months, and it's definitely the hottest World Toughest Mudder I've ever been to. Traditionally, people wait in the middle of the night and take a break.
We don't often. It's the wind. Listen, I know I'm being boring, but this wind is really, really important.
I think the pro move this year is if you're gonna take a break, do it when it's hot, and then get those miles in the middle of the night.
I would say get as wet as you can without soaking yourself. Run with a hat on, cover your shoulders.
That's a great point. None of the water obstacles are open.
Yeah.
None of the water obstacles are open yet.
But come the middle of the night, if it's this windy, in the middle of the night, that could end up being very, very cold. It's a bit of a battle.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Charlie Boer. Charlie! Finishing his lap, coming past us here.
Is the Schutt in 5th place, Michael or Nico? The Schutt in 5th place is Michael. 4th place currently is Michael. Nikolai Schutz is in 12th place currently. So we do have the results here for you, but you can also check these out online yourselves. Karumba, Nikki Karumba, 10 miles. We are still not seeing Kris Rugloski out on course for her 2nd lap yet. We are at 1:31 local time. The next set of obstacles are due to open in 25 minutes, and they are going to be Kiss of Mud, Rat Frost, Netflix, and Chill. Now, Rat Frost includes icy water. So in 25 minutes, our athletes are going to be getting very wet and very cold, and they might be happy about that.
Let's talk about those obstacles again. What opens up at 2 o'clock?
Kiss of Mud, Rat Frost, and Netflix and Chill.
Kiss of Mud, classic Tough Mudder obstacle. You go in a mud trench, and you climb out of it. And you go in a mud trench, and you climb out of it. And all of the trenches that they dug out, just in the logistics of it, those, what did I say? Mud Mile?
You said Kiss of Mud. You're talking about Mud Mile.
Excuse me. I'm talking about Mud Mile. Kiss of Mud opens at 2 o'clock. Mud Mile is 5 p.m. Excuse me. We'll talk about Mud Mile later. Kiss of Mud, get you down in the mud.
Now, Mud Mile, we will talk about later. It is devilishly disgusting. It is clay mud in, I don't even know how deep those pits are, but they're as deep as the mounds are high. It is going to be hellish. And then it's followed by swings both ways, which is going to it's already the trickiest grip obstacle out there. No, chunky monkey. It's difficult though. That's going to get very muddy and disgusting very quickly.
What time does swings both ways open up?
That opens up at 7 p.m., sir.
So they'll have some time before that breaks. Tell me about Rat Frost.
Rat Frost. So think of a little sewer rat scurrying through the sewers. Scurry. Into a big icy pool of water. Athletes go face first down a large tube. Plop. Into a pool of very icy water. Think Arctic enema with a slide.
I wonder if Rat Frost will feel refreshing.
Right now it'll feel refreshing, but let me tell you, this wind is very warm right now, but it's not going to take long for that wind to feel cold. This is where it's going to start getting tricky.
And then Netflix and Chill at 2 p.m.
Netflix and Chill. We on our course preview yesterday, we had a lovely video of our beautiful Jason Dupree taking it out, where he did indeed chill. It's quite a fun one. Simple but fun. It's going to cramp you up, especially in the middle of the night when you're wet and cold. A hanging cargo net that you traverse upside down. Not high from the ground, so you're not going to hurt yourself if you fall.
We walked up to Netflix and Chill, and I looked at it and I said, why Netflix? Like, Netflix?
Oh, you don't get it, babe.
Well, someone had to explain it to me.
There's
a cargo net. If it was cargo net and Chill. No, I get the Netflix and Chill reference. I was just like, there's no Netflix. It was the net. It's a net reference.
Okay.
I think the flicks is just to make it clever. Oh, no. Far too old for Netflix and Chill. Those guys finished that lap, and they earned it. Look at them coming through. Well done. Nikki Karamba, Nicole Kasia in first and second place. Got Evan Preparis at an obstacle there.
He looks frozen. I don't think we can go to him, I'm afraid.
Oh.
But we do have your wonderful boy. Here we go.
And what were we looking at there?
These are the next obstacles to open. There we go. That's Kiss of Mud.
Kiss of Mud looks like it's got a little tube element to it as well.
It does indeed.
You know, it's funny. I didn't think about this now, but where did they find all the ice for Arctic Enema? Because you guys, Europe does not like ice around.
I mean, if you're behind us, you will probably at one point a very, very large ice truck filled with.
I wonder if they had to fly that ice over from the U.S. because it's not from the restaurants here. I'll tell you that.
He's got a real problem with the lack of ice in this country. So in the women, we do have 3 2-lap finishes. Nicole Kocher is out on her 3rd lap. Nikki Karumba is out on her 3rd lap, and Jillian Heller has finished her 2nd lap.
Well done. Not just the restaurants, though. I went to the gas station this morning on my way into the venue. You know, we have crew beverages and crew supplies.
I'm going to interrupt you to see if we can.
It is warm, yeah. I'm more upset my signal keeps like going in and out. Oh, I think they're coming to me. All right. I think you guys got me now. So I'm Netflix and Chill, which is opening at 1400, like you guys talked about. I'm down at Mudderhorn, whatever the only other obstacle one right now. The water is about thigh deep, so I walked through it. It feels cool, feels refreshing. So right now, the athlete loving that. That's going to be really great. The hot time of the day. Once it gets cold, people will be less excited about it. Right now, everyone's enjoying that. There is stinging nettle along the edges, so like just looking through, making sure I was getting out of a piece of way. I got a stung on my forearm and on my leg, so I suspect athletes will be complaining about that later. We are at Netflix and Chill, though, so I'm going to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to pass the camera off to one of our great Tough Mudder volunteers, who's really one of the people who helps make these events. So, yeah, so just... All right, so this is Netflix and Chill. Like you guys talked about, it is essentially a low rig, and a low consisting of just a net. We have had similar versions of this at other Toughest Mudder events, but it's usually high, so it usually turns into a pure upper body rig type obstacle. One of the first things I noticed just coming up to the obstacle is a lot tighter than some of the other net obstacles we've seen at World's Toughest. So as athletes approach this, what they're going to want to do is, as a general rule with all net obstacles, you want to stick to the edges. The edge is where the rope is going to be the tightest. And with the rope tighter, it's going to flex and it's going to allow you to go across a lot easier. So we'll take a quick look. Hopefully I don't lose connection, but pretty simple. Come across, and then you hook up. It is your feet will start to cramp eventually, and that makes it hard. As you get close to the end, hit the bell, and then Netflix and Chill. We got a little bit of spinning going on here. Let me back around here. Give you guys a quick look at that obstacle. That's a fun one. I like it. I like upper body obstacles. Again, as guys and girls get later into the night, you're going to get all sorts of cramps. You get people falling off of it. And the penalty is behind me. We've got a bunch of medicine balls lined up. I'll have to check what the exact rules are. It's a bear crawl. Yeah, come in here. It's a bear crawl.
Oh, looks like we've lost Evan, so let's get to our finish line, Cam. There we go. That was Evan at Netflix and Chill.
We've got our top 4 women with 2 laps completed now.
We've got Jason heading out on course. He's going to be fitting our wonderful fixed cameras, which we get to go out to overnight. And there we go. That's a quick spy of Chunky Monkey.
Chunky Monkey. That's a difficult obstacle. We saw you can see.
It's a difficult obstacle. Yeah, it's a little difficult. It doesn't open till 8 p.m.
I'll talk about that more when we.
It's a very tricky obstacle. Let's take a look at the men. Let's see how the men are getting on.
Sean Merriweather still in first place. Craig Derbyshire right there with them. They're literally tied. Shane Allison, I might be having flashbacks from Vegas, but if that's rocky, then ouch. Shane, I have not seen any rocks out here now that I think about it.
There's probably some dry, lumpy mud. I've not really seen any rocks, no.
Harvey Mitchell Divers.
Well, what I am interested in, now we've not really had any rain for a while, but Mud Mile will make a difference. It's one of the classic parts of British OCR is the very sticky, thick mud.
When that stuff gets into your shoes, that type of mud, it sticks. And you feel like
you clog up the lugs.
Yeah.
You really do.
That's a great way to say it. It clogs up the bottom of your shoe, and you're carrying it with you.
Yes, sir. We got a nice steady shot there. Oh, we were looking at the men's top 10, weren't we? There we go.
Joshua Fiore in 6th place. Steven Jansen in 7th.
Sundown break. Sundown green break. These are supposed to be my ideas.
Good.
Everyone's putting on sunblock around here. You know, I don't know if it's a stereotype, but I tend to think of the British as fairer-skinned.
We are fair-skinned, and do you know why we're fair-skinned?
No.
We wear fat every day. We get out in this... No, that's very done. So I'm going to be a bit boring for a second. Most British people are very deficient in vitamin D because we get so little sunlight for so much of the year.
Sure.
So if you think how long the day is and how short the night is right now,
right,
flip it for the winter.
Oh.
It gets pretty depressing. It gets pretty depressing. It can be. That's why we complain about
6
the
hours
winters.
of daylight?
I mean, not 6 hours, but they're short days.
Sure.
Actually, yeah, not far off. And it's hard to get enough sunlight. So you see it now and you think it's beautiful, but this is quite rare.
Yeah.
So then we don't get much sunlight, and then when we do, I mean, we're comparing. I don't think I'm just a different color to you. I'm yellow. You're pink.
I'd say I'm a little tan.
You're a little, yeah, but I'm a little tan too. I'm just a different tan.
That is not a tan.
You know how skin comes in different shades?
I've heard that.
I got a different one to you.
All right.
So then when the sun is out, we are quite religious with our sunscreen.
Sure.
Because we don't know how to do it.
So it makes you weak?
Sunscreen makes us weak.
No,
no,
your
sir.
skin? No?
No skin. Color of your skin don't make you weak, babe.
No. Stop.
He's going to regret that comment. That's going to be one of those comments he wakes up in the middle of the night like, oh my God, why? Why did I do that? I can see him right now, shaking his head at me. Here we go. This is Sam out on course. That's Nest Monster. Wants to check out the do look on the playlist for this year. We'll see the course preview from yesterday. You'll be able to see most of the obstacles and a quick demo from Jason.
You can find that at youtube.com/the OCR report. Block Ness Monster is pretty universally thought of as the best obstacle Tough Mudder's ever had.
Mr. William Hicks.
Miss Francesca Chiorando.
As a Californian,
please,
can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Can we get a confirmation that the UK heat hits different?
You know what? Yeah.
Yes!
And I don't know how.
Vindication!
Fraser, no, you're not wrong, man. Like, when I'm at home, everyone's like, oh, well, at least it's a dry heat. Yeah, okay, whatever. It's still hot. But this isn't like a dry heat. It's just like a weird heat. Here's the thing. Okay, you know how people are like, it's not the heat, it's the humidity?
Yeah.
It's not the heat, it's the grass, like hay fever that's hitting me. And it's like, I'm allergic to grass. There's nothing that is less appealing to me than like rolling in like when I see a dog rolling in the grass, like having the time of his life, it just makes me like cringe. I'm like, oh, that does not look fun at all. So when it's hot and I'm feeling itchy just from breathing the air, it does 100% hit you differently. No, I agree with that.
Thank you
That's fair.
so much. Because we say this all the time, and then Americans who live here say it, and Americans who aren't here are like, no, I don't believe you.
Now, I used to live in East Texas, and it was very humid there. And we would play. I had some friends. We'd play basketball in the morning at 5 o'clock. We'd finish. We'd leave the air-conditioned gym at 6 a.m. and we'd walk outside to our cars. And it was literally, I don't mean literally like figuratively, I mean it literally felt like we were opening a door and stepping like that. You know that when you open baking cookies?
Oh,
and you
yeah.
open the oven in the face?
Yeah.
That's what it felt like when you open it at 6 a.m. in the summer in East Texas. This is different than that. So, yeah, I would say, yes, it does hit differently. Humid and 100 degrees is nothing to play with in America, but
when we say, hey, it's 83 Fahrenheit here, and you guys are like, yeah, we know, we have that at home, it's hard.
I'd say you maybe add 10 to it. Is that Heather Olson?
That is Heather Olson.
Shout out to Heather Olson, host of the On Hiatus Overcome and Run podcast.
Smiling there.
Crushing it. Motor floating in Everest now open. Heather Olson with 2 laps down. In the top 10. Look at her. Well done, Heather. Nikki Kasia in first place still. Nikki Caramba moving up into second. Jillian Heller in third and Dominique Camilleri in fourth place. And this is the thing we were talking about with the being in the UK with lots of new names. On this list of the top 10 women, I recognize 5 of their names, 6 of their names. I recognize 6 of the 10 names, and 4 of them are brand new to me. Now, Julia Marine Vetter, I just met her in the pit area before the race. She's from Germany, and she is, let me pull up, I talked with her for a second. Let me pull up my notes on her. Her main sport is trail running. She recently ran the Zugspitze Ultra Trail. It's 100 kilometers, 106 kilometers. She ran that 2 weeks ago. And that is on the highest mountain in Germany. Very hot, 33 degrees Celsius, 5,200 meters of elevation. Julia Marine Vetter, currently in 8th place. The men's top 10, Sean and Craig still in top 2. That hasn't changed because we're waiting for them to finish their third lap. Once we see them finish their third lap, we'll be able to. And only like 2 minutes and change behind them, Harvey Mitchell Divers. Man, look at these other times, also close. 4th place, Michael Schutt in 1:20.02. Joseph Rucco, 1:29. Like they're minutes apart, literally minutes apart, 10 miles into what may be a 100-mile race. Now we see Michael Schutt coming across the finish line here. Morgan Mackay, I see crossing the finish line. Morgan Mackay, past Women's World Toughest Mudder champion. Pull up more info on her current stats here for Morgan Mackay. Morgan won the race in 2019. Morgan's the only person, man, woman, or child, to win World's Toughest Mudder, to win the 24-hour Spartan World Championship, and to win the Battle Frog 24-hour World Championship. So shout out to Morgan Mackay. Just saw her crossing. She was a kind of a late addition to the field.
We're here with Evan again. Go for it, Evan.
I'm gonna wait. We're like this. Okay, there we go. All right, spinning around there. Okay, so we're here at the next obstacle that's happening, Rat Frost, and then it goes right into Kiss of Mud. They're listed as different obstacles, but honestly, it's really one long obstacle. So you can see Rat Frost is you come in, and you're gonna head up this tube, pretty mild slant for the Tough Mudder tube, so it's not too bad. But then the bad part is you fall out of the tube into the ice water. Like Shawshank and some of the other obstacles, there's really no way of coming out of the obstacle gracefully. So you're gonna forward, and then you're gonna essentially do a arc flip into the water. It's very awkward. And then as you tire, your interest in cramming into a board and going in feet first drops significantly. After you get through the water, you're gonna go right into Kiss Mud. You can see they've got the truck over here right now, and they're spraying down mud to really make it muddy. Unlike some past years, we don't see a lot of rocks. It actually looks like it's going to be dirt and mud, which is nice. The fastest way through this obstacle would be to crawl, right? Just that stay army crawl, kind of in like a low crouch. That's not the most efficient way. And when we're comparing obstacle course racing with endurance obstacle course racing, or ultra OCR, what we want to do is do the most efficient method possible. So what you're going to see a lot of athletes do is they're going to start rolling. So they'll lay on their side, face the direction, and start rolling forward. If they're a little bit broader in the shoulders and they're a little bit too high, you can extend one arm, and that'll drop you another 2 inches, and may help get underneath the barbed wire. And then your side and run. The course, as you
Lost you there for a second. Evan, you froze up on our camera. Oh.
in there to cool off more, and then continue going. I'm going to cut it back to you guys, and we'll cut back to me with the actual footage once people are going through the obstacle in 5 minutes.
Outstanding, Evan. Thank you so much.
So that's opening in 5 minutes time.
Look at all that water. I think I figured out why I couldn't find any ice for our cooler this morning. It's because Tough Mudder bought it all.
Oh my Gideon.
Can we pull up Morgan Mackay's numbers?
Absolutely we can.
Morgan Mackay, spelled M-C-K-A-Y. Morgan from Canada. Now, here's actually something interesting. Morgan and Josh Fiore have both won the 2 Spartan and World's Toughest Mudder 24-hour championships.
Oh, okay.
Joshua Fiore, you know this, but I'll tell it to the people at home. Joshua Fiore won the very first one that Spartan held. And I want to say it was in Iceland.
Yes, it was. It was indeed.
And then several years later, I say Joshua Fiore wins both. He has not won World's Toughest Mudder yet.
He's not one. He's the best man to never have won.
But stay tuned, folks. If you're watching the replay, you won't believe what happens next. I was at a baseball game.
Yeah.
And bases are loaded. Our team's at bat. And it's very tense. You're like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? The guy sitting next to me, he's like, hey, I got a text from my friends at home. They're watching ahead. We get a hit. I was like, oh, great. I'm like, wait a minute. Hasn't happened yet.
Wait a gosh darned minute. Yeah, you can see them pouring the ice in, and that is not going to last long. Normally they have trucks filled with ice, like Arctic lorries, filled up with ice for these events.
Okay. I put more ice in my drink than that last bag.
I don't know what's going on.
That's going to take a long time.
Yeah, it's going to melt super fast.
Morgan Mackay, 2 laps down, 12th place. I'm not worried about her at all. She'll be in the top 10 by the end.
So we can see on the right, this will pop up when obstacles are due to open. In green, it shows us what is already open, and those are the little asterisks to the left shows what's going to be opening up. So that's Rat Frost, Kiss of Mud, and Netflix and Chill. Next obstacle change in 2 minutes and 6 seconds.
Netflix and Chill is going to be a sneaky hard one. It's a low, it's probably 3.5 feet off the ground cargo net that you have to crawl and not touch the ground. And it's going to look, it might even be easy the first 1 or 2 times through it, but it's going to get to your core strength really quick.
It's going to be cramping. I'm thinking calves. I like the little splashes we're getting of the ice. I think they're throwing in big cubes of ice.
Oh, okay.
I can see like big lumps going in.
Hey, we'd love to have you participate with our live stream, jump in the comments, leave a comment. You can shout out your family, your friends, your coworker, whoever you have here running World's Toughest Mudder. Charles Halpert just running by. Shout out to Charles Halpert, beloved member of the community. He and his wife, who's here pitting for him, had a baby 8 months ago.
Oh, we love babies.
Congratulations to the Halperts. Evan mentioned it when he was talking about the obstacle, but this is one of those obstacles where you can't really do it gracefully. Like, you just got to do it.
That's kind of the point, isn't it? That's kind of the point. I'm telling you, buddy, this wind could get cold tonight.
Overnight?
Overnight, this could get cold. Let's see what the weather report is saying is going to happen overnight, because, of course, it means nothing, but why not look at it?
So it's very hot right now, right? Very hot.
It's going to be windy. Oh, at 8 o'clock it says the wind dies down, and then it's cloudy, which means if the wind goes and we get cloud cover every night.
When there is a World's Toughest Mudder that is predicted to be unseasonably warm, there are always some athletes that come and they don't bring one crucial piece of equipment because it's bulky, etc. G'day from South Australia, cheering for Robin Costa. Donna
We
Mack.
just saw her cross the line not too long ago.
Well done, Donna. Thanks for tuning in. There's something that people say, and every time I hear it, I cringe. I was like, don't ever say that. Don't ever say that. They say, I'm not even going to need a wetsuit.
Oh my gosh, the questions about the wetsuits this year. Are we going to need wetsuits? Are we going to need wetsuits? Are
Kim,
we going to need wetsuits?
I agree. That bag of ice, I need that for one Coke. No, people say, I'm not going to need a wetsuit this year. They're here. Let me tell you 3 things you should never say. 3 things you should never say. 1, and it's open. We're
It is
open. Rat Frost. Oh, he did a great silly kind of. Now, Team HQ was talking to me. They said the goal of this is for that. Now, there's an obstacle called skid marked, where the pipe is steeper and you basically backflop out of it. And they intentionally did not want, they were trying to force the athletes to come face first, to come belly down. Like that, oh. But you know what? It might be, everyone's trained. Everyone's done skid marks so many times that they're going through face first like that. Look, there you go. That's what they're looking for. That's what TMHQ wanted, was that front flop, sploosh. Let me tell you 3 things you should never say because you're tempting fate. 1, I've never even been in an accident. 2, I've never gotten a speeding ticket. 3, I'm not even going to need a wetsuit. Bad idea.
Bad idea. I love this gentleman's hat who just ran by.
Little, what do you call those, safari hats?
It's like a safari. It's a cap, a very lightweight cap with a little covering over his neck. The guy is either Australian or British.
Even if you don't need it, even if it's predicted to be warm, you should bring a wet. Even if it's a small one, a thin one, bring a wetsuit to World's Toughest Mudder. It's like car insurance or health insurance. Like, you hope you don't need it, but man, if you need it, you're gonna need it.
Oh, I was wrong. He is German. Tim Gruber, that was.
Tim, Fran wants one of your hats.
I don't necessarily want one, but I'm very pleased with your self-care.
She says she wants one for Christmas.
Okay, sure. Well, you can get me that for my Christmas gift. So much support coming in for Grant Thompson. I can't remember. Was Grant Thompson Welsh or Scottish?
I heard he was Scottish.
Okay, he's Scottish.
Shout out to the Grant Thompson
That
fan
joke's
crew.
going to get old so fast. What do you mean? It's already old. Do you know what I love? Is directly across from us, we can see two fellas. Well, I think there's 3. Sitting in camping chairs in the sun, having a gorgeous time in a half-crumbled gazebo with no cover over the top, which a gust of wind will blow it completely to the ground. The frame itself is providing nothing.
No shade.
Oh, here we go. Here's Sean coming through again.
First place man.
Sean and Craig running still side by side. And they are their lap 3 finish.
Those two, okay, this is something we talked about with Matt when he was in here. Matt, the race director from Team HQ.
Yeah.
The perfect conditions required to get a 125-mile finisher. We've never even had 120 miles. We've had 2 men in the 14 years of World's Toughest Mudder. This is the 15th year.
Yes.
2 men run 115.
Yes.
And one of them was Michael Schutt last year. If you're going to get someone run 125 miles, you're going to need the perfect course.
Yes.
You're going to need the perfect weather.
Yes.
And you're going to need the perfect competition.
Yes.
What I mean is the second place man has to run at least 120.
Well, like we said with Kris Rugloski, she did 90 miles. She's already got 100. She didn't need to do more because the competition, the competition took her to 90 miles to win, and she was happy with that.
Well, and she'd already won 100.
Yeah, that's saying she already had 100 in the bag previously.
From last year.
So here we go. Here's Michael Schutt running past us.
So with these two guys in first place, Sean Merriweather and
Craig Derbyshire.
When I say they're basically tied, I mean they basically have the exact same time for every single lap they've finished. 2:03:36 total time for their 15 miles so far. Literally to the second, the same time. Going to the tri-cam, look at this.
So Craig and Sean are running together. They are running as a pair right now.
And that is what it's going to take for someone to run 125, is someone equally talented, equally skilled on your hip. And the two of you are like, I'm going to run. And third place might be at 105 miles, 110, who knows?
I'm going to say 100 miles is not an unusual distance for Sean. And obstacle course races are also not unusual for Sean. I'm not saying I spoke to him earlier. He did not talk about a mileage goal. I don't know what he's aiming for other than to be here and to have a good time. And that in itself is a fantastic goal. But what I'm saying is the kid's got it in him.
For someone who he's run Worlds before, not recently. He ran the 2 years in Atlanta, 2018, which was the worst weather we've ever had. And I don't want to. This is hot, so it's tough to say it's the best weather we've ever had. But it may be if you keep your hydration in line, and if you take care of your sunblock, I feel like this weather could be. You're not going to have a lot of mud on the course. You're going to have any mud on the course other than immediately at the obstacle, and it's going to dry off pretty fast. This might not be perfect weather, but it is good weather for high mileage.
Yes.
At the very top end.
If you don't get dehydrated. Now, something to point out, it's so hot. We're in shade. We're fine. The breeze is all lovely. Our laptop is too hot to touch.
It truly is.
It is truly too hot to touch, which actually worries me slightly. Oh, look!
Aw.
Mud is having a muddy good time.
Little group photo there. As they toss.
More
Those are
ice.
literal blocks of ice.
Yeah, they are going to melt quickly.
My hotel room does not have air conditioning.
I would not expect many hotels in the UK to have air conditioning unless built recently.
I don't know if you remember this, about 250 years ago, we had this big dispute because of no AC. Called it the Boston AC Party.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think we have a penalty today called Tea Party. Do we not? Oh my gosh!
Melissa Linden passing by. Shout out to Melissa.
There's icy pops.
Will Chung, shout out.
Would you like a white or a cola?
I'm looking for the flavor names. I want to give Will Chen all the proper credit here.
Whoa! I just saw a huge chunk of ice fly perilously close to a gentleman's head.
And then here comes one of our adaptive athletes.
That's B Woods. Yay! Hi! Hi!
Well done. They've got 4 people on the crew pulling, 1 pushing, and then B in the wheelchair. So well done. You pick first.
I'll take the white.
They have the same. They don't have a name difference.
No, they don't.
White and brown.
So these rip your mouth to shreds. Here's a nice welcome to Britain.
Okay.
They're gonna kill your mouth.
How do you open it? Y'all don't have guns or knives, so how do you open icy pops?
Well, do you open icy pops with guns in the US?
We just shoot off the ends. Pop, pop.
Here goes Josh Fiore passing us once again.
Josh Fiore, that's his third lap, 15 miles down. He pauses. His pit crew pours a little water over his head. Josh is getting hot out there.
Yeah. Currently in sixth place.
Josh Fiore in 6th place among the men. I would bet an icy pop that he will be in a higher position when the race is over.
Excuses whilst we very professionally try and open our icy pops live on air. Oop, I poked it.
So in the U.S., we call these, shoot, I just blanked on the name. We don't call them icy pops. Otter pops, remember that?
No, I don't remember any of your childhood things because I grew up in a different country from you. How much do you think the athletes are currently enjoying getting into that water?
You know what? I bet you they're not dreading it. I'll tell you, as long as they don't get hit in the head with the block of that ice.
That seems to be the most dangerous part of the course.
Yeah.
There goes Grant Thompson. He is looking hot. He is looking hot, just crossing us.
I mean, not Josh Fiore hot, but...
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No, you're okay. They are literally dumping buckets of water on Grant Thompson.
So, listen, this weather, the heat.
Did he just put that water pack on, or did he have that on already?
He ran in with nothing on. He was taking everything off.
They're giving him a bladder to run with for hydration as he runs. Like, it's that hot where...
Dehydration is very possible, as is severe sun, because you will not be feeling the sun on your skin. I mean, I don't want to be a loser when I say this weather's dangerous.
Traditionally, the weather you need to worry about at World's Toughest Mudder is the cold. More races have been ended due to cold than any other temperature or weather-related and at World's Toughest Mudder. But this year, it's 100% going to be different. This year, it'll be the heat. I think you're right.
I just sent Grant Thompson's results up to the main screen there. I did a bad job because there's more than one Thompson.
That is a lot of Thompsons.
Grant Thompson in 7th place, starting his 4th lap. Should we take a quick look at the overall, the top 10s? Should we do that?
Top 2 men are matching each other pace for pace.
I had an interesting conversation. I do a good amount of OCR coverage. We're seeing here 2:03:36, 2:04:43, 2:04:49. Very close. Very early, very, very early, but very close. Last year I did coverage from World's Toughest Mudder, 27 hours to 100 meters. Very, very short. And someone said to me, well, I think the 100 meters is more exciting because it's closer, you know, it's down to the second. And I was like, you do know that ultra racing can be down to the second too, you know. And we've had examples where
Joshua Fiore 2 years ago.
Exactly, where it's down to the second. Despite racing for 25 and a half hours, it's down to the second. And we are seeing some very close times. I know we're early. Look, race clock, 2 hours and 12 minutes in. We've got a long way to go.
We've seen passes even on TV on CBS with Austin Azar and Trevor Psychos. We've seen Chris Mendoza and Trevor Psychos in Atlanta when the year Chris Mendoza won. We saw Joshua Fiore lose a podium spot at the last minute to Joe Recco in 2023. Very exciting finishes. Just because it's 24 hours long doesn't mean it's not a close finish. And what's wild is that after 24 hours, 25 and a half hours maybe, Guys still finished within seconds of not minutes.
And that highlights the conversation we're having about you need the competition to push you.
100%.
I don't think we've finished that conversation about what it takes to get 125 miles.
It's going to take the perfect course, the perfect weather, and the perfect competition to get 125. And again, this isn't perfect weather, but I think if the athletes stay on top of their hydration, they don't overheat. I think at the top end, this is good weather for the athletes that want to hit 125.
I love the sploosh and the splash we get from this camera.
That's
It
it.
sounds so satisfying
All
right
right.
now.
Someone trying to be there. Yeah, you were graceful. That's all right. Now, I don't know why that guy wanted to be graceful going in, because if you're graceful going in, you don't get the relief. You don't get the cold water. You don't get to cool off. You're just
But maybe he's perfecting it for later.
maybe. So again, on the men's side, the story we're watching right now, Derbyshire and Merriweather are neck and neck. I mean, literally.
They're running together.
They
They're
are
running
running
as
together.
partners.
Now, what I wouldn't is they run together, and they get 22 hours in, and they've established that one of them will be first and one of them will be second, and there will come a point where, either spoken or unspoken, they agree, like, all right, now see who's going to.
So I'm challenged this for a second because Merriweather is running with an elite contender bib and Derbyshire is not, which would indicate to me that Derbyshire maybe might not have the experience that Sean does in OCR.
I don't know his experience level, but what you say actually brings up something else, is that we're so early. Austin Azar passing us again in the finish line chute. Austin currently in 10th place, but I would not worry about him. He'll continue to rise. Austin stopping at the pit. Kris Rugloski helping him rehydrate.
Are we seeing Rugloski go out again?
No, well, at the time, she's still dressed in her running kit, running gear, as we call it. But she's dumping water over Austin's head and giving him water to drink. Water over his back, cooling him off. She still has her running braids in. She has her running top on, but she's not. She's looking more like a non-runner right now, which we don't love.
Somebody that would have been very interesting to see here this year would have been Ulrika Evanson.
Love Ulrika.
Love Ulrika. She's had another injury, unfortunately. She's
a
prone.
I ran with her at Toughest Mudder Berlin 2018. She got an injury maybe halfway through, and I carried her to finish the lap off.
Did you?
And she's very light.
She is tiny little scrap of a person, and she's absolutely wonderful.
There we go. Let's get a good splash. Good splash. 1, 2, 3. No. Here we go. Good splash on the left. 1, 2. There you go. There's one.
Shout out to that guy who just threw up getting out of the water.
Oh my. You know what that's from? That's from the heat. That's from the dehydration. That guy needs some liquids. He needs some salt and he needs some liquids.
Yeah. Because, what is it?
You know, we knew the sunlight would be a change this year. I don't think we anticipated being the hottest world's toughest we've ever had.
So far.
Everything's obvious looking back, right? Oh, the race is in June. Of course it's going to be hot.
No, absolutely not obvious. Absolutely not obvious. This is right. Paris is not very far away from us. Have you seen the weather in Paris right now? It is epic flooding, like dangerous levels flooding, dangerous flooding. The rain was insane. You know, we're talking waist high. And then it went out of nowhere. This is Glastonbury weekend. Notoriously wet. June means nothing in the UK. Nothing.
Even saying that, if everything were the same next year, and I don't know what the plans are for next year, if everything were the same next year, I'd still bring a wetsuit. Hey, we'd love to have you on the comments. Jump into our YouTube comments. Leave a comment. We can find an athlete for you. You can give a shout out to someone you're watching, favorite obstacle. Maybe you have run World's Toughest in the past. You can't run this year. I'd love to hear from you. What are you doing? Are you going to be here next year? I say here. I don't know where it is. Also, if you're enjoying the coverage, we would love you to jump in the super chat. You can leave a $1, $5, $10, and support our coverage. It's not cheap flying all this gear over here. Good look at Mud Mile there. Excuse me, Kiss of Mud. And as Evan described, they're already rolling. Fran, tell me if I'm wrong. It seems
you're wrong.
All right, new thought. Tell me if I'm wrong about this thought, though.
Yes.
It seems like the OCR athletes in the UK, the ones that we've seen here at World's Toughest from the UK, maybe OCR savvy is the wrong term, but we don't see a lot of rolling at World's Toughest in the US.
I'm sorry, what? Rolling?
We generally would crawl.
Oh, yeah, no, we love to roll.
And that, to me, the rolling seems like the savvy way, the smart way probably to get through the race or through the obstacle, through Kiss of Mud. The thing is, and this is a true story, I've done this, when you roll through, and you could probably agree with me or disagree with me, friend, when you roll through Kiss of Mud, you're rolling, toward your left. You'll get dizzy. Like, you literally will get dizzy if you're spinning fast enough. So the trick, the pro move, is to halfway through, you pivot your body around and you roll the other direction. You roll
I
left
personally
to right.
don't like rolling because, well, it hurts. It makes me dizzy. But we're big on technique here. There are a lot of things that people really love their technique on.
So you see some crawlers there right now on the right. And you see some guy that's found our camera and wants to stand right in front of it. Yeah, that guy that we saw on camera losing his lunch.
Yeah.
Or his breakfast, maybe.
Poor guy.
He's not going to be the last one.
Oh, absolutely not.
Like we're seeing guys literally in the start line or the finish line shoot. They haven't even made it back to their pit area. They're just sitting, like trying to grab some shade from one of the sponsor banners.
Yesterday was nowhere near as hot as this.
No.
You would not have got me in water yesterday. And I was taking hydration salts when I got back. And, I was dehydrated and hot and headachy.
Yeah, that'll be one of the first symptoms is the headache and the kind of.
By the time you got that, though, it's late. It's too late for it.
Mental fatigue, where you're just like, do I really want to go out? I think I could just sit here for another. Like, your body might be up for it, but your brain's telling you. And honestly, it's probably a warning system, right? Your brain's telling you should not go out for another lap. Like, you need to rest. So that's why you feel like, meh.
And what do you do? Do you listen to your body or do you push through?
Well, here's what I think. I think you can be sick tomorrow. You're here to run World's Toughest Mudder. Now, you don't want to, crash out and burn and be done at 2:23 local time. But you got to figure out a way to get through it. Chris Mendoza, who's won World's Toughest Mudder, ran 100 miles several times. He told me once that ultra running, and especially World's Toughest Mudder, is about problem solving. Something will go wrong. Every live stream we host, there's some obstacle we have to overcome, whether it's bags not showing up or whether it's Wi-Fi signal or cell signal. It's exactly the same
every time
when you're running World's Toughest Mudder. You're going to get a blister, or you're going to get dehydrated, or you're going to get overheated, or you're going to put on your wetsuit too early, or you put on a wetsuit too late. You're going to have problems. You're going to get hot. You're going to need salt or sodium or pickle. You're going to cramp. Like you will never have a World's Toughest Mudder where start to finish everything goes smooth.
Have we ever had a live stream where there's not been problems to overcome?
We have so many moving parts, and we have so many. Like every single everything you see on screen, the live output words, the local time, the temperature, every piece of that had to be created by Jason Dupree, as well as every piece of equipment on this table in front of us that goes into making those pretty pictures and our voices pop through. There's so many things that can go wrong. The most basic of them is, you're flying from America to Europe and your bags are still in New York City.
That would never happen.
When I tell you, we literally when I say we, Jason and the mouse in his pocket, picked up the bags from the airport this morning?
Last night, middle of the night.
Middle of the night last night. Had to drive back from the airport. We were considering whether we might have to drive to London in the middle of the night, get back here, I don't know what time, 4 a.m. Anyway, I'm not like, boo-hoo, woe is us. These athletes are team stuff.
Opportunity to say, big up Jason, and he is still running hard out there. But it's just a good highlight of there's never a race where everything goes exactly right. It's always difficult.
And that's
there's always
us on
something to
the tech side of it. Like the athletes are going through that on a physical scale.
Yes.
Whether it's
it could be their kit. People have had their bags lost. There's only so much you can carry on.
Yeah.
So, your kit gets lost. We've seen that happen before. People having to beg, borrow, and steal as much kit as they can from others. Forgetting something. Oh my gosh, does forgetting something happen? It's tough. I'm currently battling with a low battery on an iPad in the heat.
So our top 10 men, all with 15 miles in the bag.
And Nicole Kocher is headed out on lap 4. She started, and Nikki Caramba has finished lap 3.
Job, Nikki!
She was just past us there, if you saw her on the camera.
Nikki Caramba, last year's women's winner, 95 miles in 24 hours, 26 minutes last year. She is doing fine so far.
Doing fine.
Jill Heller, I told you I talked with her out in the pit area, 3rd place. I have seen her name on so many race results in the U.S.
You do so many race results, don't you?
So no surprise seeing her in the top 3. I expect to see Morgan Mackay pop into that top 10 as the race continues.
Absolutely.
Now, it's not a secret, but it's just kind of it's an unfortunate thing that I think is going to happen is the reason these guys are at the top of the leaderboard right now is because they're running fast. That's not news, right? But because they are running fast, these top 10 men, top 10 women are more likely to suffer some kind of hydration problem or overheating. Overheating really is what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So some of these, and I don't know who, and I hope it doesn't happen, but some of these names might drop out because of the weather, because of the heat, because they're the ones that are having to run fast, that are running fast right now.
Exactly. And this is why you say, what is it that you say well? What's a line that you use so well?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Oh gosh, no, maybe it's not you. Maybe it's my other co-commentator. I think it's something along the lines of when the race actually starts. Because I'm not sure it's, they're running, but has the race really started yet?
For the elites, the race begins at midnight.
That's it. The race begins at midnight.
There are some common phrases that we say a lot. It's kind of cliche is the wrong word. Trope is not the right word either. But the race begins at midnight is a rule of thumb. It's a rule of thumb that the race begins at midnight. Here's another rule of thumb. If you want to figure out what your total mileage for the race will be, see what your mileage is at 10 p.m. and double it. If you want to get 50 miles for the race, you need 25 miles by 10 p.m. If you want to get 75, you need about half of that at 10 p.m. And you think, oh, no, midnight is halfway through the race, right? Yeah, it is midnight. But you're going to be slower and tireder as the race goes on. So take your mileage at 10 p.m., double it, and that's a kind of a rule of thumb for how many miles you're going to have.
How's the FOMO going right now for you?
Fran, every year this happens.
Mm-hmm.
It is a pleasure and an honor for the OCR Report to live stream World's Toughest Mudder.
Absolutely, it is.
For us as a company, but for me personally, I love the race. I love the brand. Charlie Bohr cruising through again. But let's say some major international media company wanted to live stream the race. They'd have resources that we don't have. Far more money to invest into the coverage. It'd be better for the sport. I would happily be like, hey, good on you guys. And they bring in, top level. Anyway, if we were not live streaming the race, I 100% would be running it. Not a doubt in my mind. Carlo and I talk about this every year. Carlo, one of our social media, we find him at the OCR Report on Instagram, at Carlo with no S for his personal. Every year, Carlo's like, is there some way I can run it and do social media?
We always kind of talk about it, don't we?
And we talked 2 or 3. Even this year we talked about it. One year he was, I think it was 2 years ago. He was serious about it. He's like,
he's going to run a lap, isn't he, this year?
He's talking about running a lap against Michael Schutt
at 20 hours.
At 20 hours. So Carlo Fresh versus Michael Schutt
20 hours in.
70 miles, 75 miles in. Anyway, Carlo every year, and in fact, a couple years ago, he was like, hey, just want to give you a heads up. I'm going to
interrupt you for a second. We've just had a message from Leslie Derbyshire Rice. Louis said, go on, Craig Derbyshire lad. Leslie, can you give us a bit of a bio on Craig Derbyshire, and so we can know a little bit more about him, please.
Also, we need his jacket size. No, but Carlo, a couple years ago, he was planning. He's like, hey, just I'm not going to do social media this year. I'm going to run the race. I'm like, all right, awesome, man, good for you. I was kind of bummed. I'm like, but I'm happy for him and good for him. And then about 2 months before the race, he ran I think a 50K, and he said, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Thank you. Somebody asking for an update on Mike Strabel, Rebecca Ann Strabel Kincaid. As an American, how would you pronounce that?
Mike Strobel?
No, that.
Rebecca Ann Strobel Kincaid.
Okay, there we go. Here we go, Mike Strobel. Lap 4 start. Last lap time, 48 minutes and 9 seconds.
Rebecca, I don't know Mike's Instagram handle, but I know it's unique. And I'm trying, I don't want to get it wrong. I think it's something Wild Boy Anyway, I recognize his name, and I know he has a unique Instagram at. I'll recognize it.
Whoa, Nicole Kocher.
Tell me.
She's a mom of 7.
Kids?
That's what I'm assuming. I use being a mom as 1 as my excuse, to be honest.
That's amazing.
That's incredible. We're both a little bit, gosh, it's getting hotter.
I'm a father
Look,
of 2.
The temperature is going up.
My daughter was born. I was laying on the couch in the room, and my daughter was on my wife's chest. They were laying there asleep.
Aww.
It was the next morning, and the nurse comes in to check on my wife, and check on my daughter, and we all kind of wake up and stir, and I sit up, and the nurse is there, and my wife is there. She's awake, and I say to the nurse, I don't know about you guys, but I am exhausted.
Oh God.
And they thought that was about as funny as you do.
Incredibly, you're still married. Incredibly. This is the underside of Mudderhorn.
Look at that.
We've had a few athletes running through there. The UK are best at doing things lazy. Rolling is the way.
Fraser, love it. I think it's the smart way, though, honestly. And Evan had a good point. There's a difference between traditional obstacle course racing and ultra endurance OCR racing, in that, yeah, it might be faster to go through a certain way, but it's far more efficient to roll through it.
Yeah.
And you need, when you're doing it for 24 hours,
oh, there's a baby on somebody's shoulders.
Need the efficiency.
Let's have a look. 4600. Who is that with their baby? We
he
love
got to
babies.
play with him, and he's gone. Oh, he just saw someone he wants to run with.
Peter Stringer.
Peter Stringer, your
Great
daughter,
British athlete.
is adorable.
Absolutely adorable. Let's stick you up there. You got a celebration for having a cute baby.
There we go.
That looks like right there in the pink t-shirt, a gentleman I have nicknamed the man who actually listens to instructions. The winner of our World's Toughest Mudder free entry competition and finder of a puzzle piece. He is going to be doing the job of Men of Mudderhorn tonight.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. Keith Jones.
Well done, Keith Jones. Good on you, mate. You're a legend.
And talking about children, I think I'm seeing Will looking very proud at an incredible leap his son just did over a fence. A great feat of athleticism.
So the finish line chutes have these 3.5 foot fences, 1 meter fences, I don't know, to keep people in. And my son, to get to the media tent, where our food and water rehydration is, put one hand on the fence, leapt up, cleared it in a one smooth, clean bound. If you or I, or if I were to go over there and do that, it would.
It wouldn't work for me either.
I would walk the long way around.
Annoyingly, he's not coming up on my athlete tracker. I just tried to look him up.
Keith Jones?
Okay. Because he has a longer name.
I'm looking at these top 10 women, and if I was at home, I'd be like, man, come on, let's get some movement on here. Like, who's gonna 15, 15, 10, 10, 10, 10, like let's. And I feel the exact same way. I'm like, come on, ladies, let's go, let's shake it, let's. Nicole, Kasha, Nikki Karamba, that's gonna be a race.
Yeah.
12 hours. I can't. I wish
You're
I
so
was me
excited,
12 hours from now.
I'm so glad I'm not out of that. I would have died already.
Heather Olsen, 10th place. I think she'll be in top.
That'd be pretty awesome. Oh my gosh.
The men, our top 2 men. Oh, Keith Price Jones. There you go.
So something that happens every year is we apparently look like timing. So we invested. I'm not sure if you know about this investment. It was a big one. We invested in a little sign that says "On Air."
Really?
Yeah.
Is it out there?
It's right here.
It's evidently not big enough.
Evidently not obvious enough. We did hope it would be visible because we look. The problem with that is not that people come and ask us; it's that we very rudely wave our arms.
We
going,
literally.
"Over
It's
there."
almost dismissive because
so
you and I are talking to each
dismissive.
other.
We're just
and people have legitimate hey, I think my timing chip's not working, and they need help, 100%. But first of all, we can't help them. We don't know anything about.
I know nothing about timing.
Their
I would
timing
break
chips.
it.
So yeah, we direct them to the race center, which is where they need to go. But the only way we can do that is just by silently waving them off, kind of like pointing toward the direction of the timing chip.
Oh, we are inviting into the booth the wonderful Kate. Oh, she's checking her watch. She's like, I got time for this. I got time for this. Grab people when you can.
Kate, co-race director with Matt from TM UK. She's getting her bases covered before she pops here into the tent. Kate, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you.
Hi, you're here. We're all here. It's happening, finally.
It's happening. I mean, we talk about it for ages.
And then the day
although,
comes.
only since December, really.
Well, yes, really only since December. But it feels like we've been talking about it a lot. We've all been very excited. How is it going?
Really well. It's going really well. The course is looking great. It's hot out there.
It's
for the
hot. We are
athletes.
well shaded. We've been talking about the weather a lot. Let's throw it up there for those at home. It is super hot out there. Do you know what? I feel slightly vindicated. Because to these Americans here, I've been saying for the last couple of weeks, the English sun, it hits different. Oh, you don't know what it's going to be like. Oh, it changes on a penny. And now it's hitting pretty hard, isn't it? It's hitting pretty hard.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking like the temperature's going to stay with us. It's going to be a warmish evening.
Okay.
You never know about the wind chill, right?
Well, from what I've seen, it says the wind's going to die down around 8 o'clock and then we're going to have cloud cover tonight. If that happens, that cloud's going to keep the heat in and there's going to be no wind whipping around.
Yeah.
This race, we always make wild and ridiculous predictions. And for me, they were based on how short the night is and the weather staying fine. The weather stays fine. I've made some pretty wild predictions and we'll see now. But if the weather stays fine, we could be seeing some big miles out there.
I think we can be seeing some big miles, but I think with the heat as well, that's energy sapping. I know the first few laps people have flown through, trying to get them going before the obstacles open. But
we're
now
seeing people suffering. And again, I'm going to be incredibly boring. I've said this a few times, but because of that wind, I'm not sure people are going to feel how hot it is.
Yeah.
So we're looking at sunburn and dehydration potentially.
And I think that's going to hit this evening.
Mhm.
Luckily now we've opened Rat Frost. We've opened a couple of other obstacles. Yep, so that's open. There's plenty of ice in there, so keeping that
There
cool.
we go. We've got a nice steady view of Rat Frost. Just there. We are loving watching people sploosh that ice in, big chunks of ice, going sometimes perilously close to people, but it looks refreshing.
Yeah, exactly. That will cool them down. But it's following that, they've got a number of other obstacles, and then they've got some inclines to climb. So
how much elevation gain are we
it's
looking
about 200.
Okay, meters.
Yes, yeah. So about 200, but that can change, Fran. That can change at a drop of a hat.
Okay, so this isn't the first time someone at TMHQ has said, but that can change.
Yeah, we like to keep people on our toes here.
So I think what you're telling me is expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected. It's worlds after all. We can't make this easy.
So what you're telling me is the wild predictions that I normally make around 6, 7, 8 p.m. based on the information I already have are going to go out the window this year. Potentially.
I mean, we've got some great athletes. So your predictions might be right.
But if I'm basing it on a course that's visible and that they're saying, oh
Yeah,
my gosh, you
absolutely.
cheeky monkeys.
Absolutely.
You guys have really had fun with this, haven't you?
We've loved it. We've loved thinking about the innovation, what we can bring to it, putting that British spin on things as well. We're at a castle.
I mean, it's
right there. So it's incredible to be here at a castle, and you can see that in so many locations out on course.
It's beautiful. It's an incredibly stunning location. So many people have said this is the best looking world's toughest mudder they've ever been to.
Well, hopefully the course lives up to
Matches up to
expectations
that.
as well. But I think we've got a great selection of obstacles. I'm really excited for them all to open later, especially Firefly.
Well, I was going to ask you what obstacle you're most excited about. I think everyone is really looking forward to Firefly, aren't they?
Firefly, and I've been on the edge of that platform.
It's high.
With the fire.
Oh, with the fire. And no run-ups allowed.
No run-ups allowed, and they're only allowed a set distance. So you're having to think, do I focus on the bell, but then actually I don't want to burn. So I can't stand too close, can't get too close to that platform.
I mean, and you might say, well, listen, guys, this is a race. You've got insurance. You're not going to kill us. You're not going to do anything that's too dangerous. But it's also tough mudder. and you guys don't really care that much.
We want to keep it safe, but it's that perception. It's that perception.
I think there's a bit of a risk there.
But you're jumping into water.
Yeah.
So
Well, we did say that if you do catch on fire, it's immediately extinguished. So therefore, you have done your health and safety.
Absolutely.
It's all good. Risk of fire, yes. Immediate extinguishing, yes.
And it's got that fear factor.
Fear factor.
I think that's going to catch some people out. Is just that fear.
That's what I love about this race, is the combination of so many different things. It's not just athleticism. It's not just, do I have incredible grip strength, or can I run, or can I do hills? You've got to deal with things like, I have a real fear of getting cold. I've done British OCR for too long, and I'm terrified of hypothermia.
Yeah.
So these kind of races, they terrify me because I do not want to get cold. So I'll go into the water and I'll already be going, that's there are so many things, but then physical, the fear of heights and fire, that's another one. There are so many of these different skills, difficulties that you are playing on. It's
Absolutely.
so much fun.
And it's also like when your body's exhausted and you can't push yourself, or you think you can't push yourself any further, it's then your mind coming in and being like, no, I can do another lap. I can get through this lap, whatever that may be.
Yeah,
to
that
hit your
mental
target.
game is ridiculous in these events. So we have obstacles, we have some good penalties. What's the penalty you're most looking forward to?
I like the penalty high T. Racers hate it.
Yeah.
But there's a reason they hate it.
Because it's great.
Because it's annoying.
Yeah.
Right? It's annoying. It takes time.
It's not going to damage you. It's not going to really, really hurt. But it takes time.
It takes time. Whereas there's other penalties that are a bit more physical that will probably take a similar amount of time, but you're having to push through the pain of that physicality. Whereas high T, it's you're seeing people manage to complete Chunky Monkey, and you're there.
I'm not sure many
filling
people
up a
will
teacup.
complete it. That's a tough one. Jason, who we've never seen him fail an obstacle.
Yeah,
it took him a while to start.
Yeah,
it took him a while to start. I couldn't do it. It looks like a tough one.
I can't do it, so I can't comment.
I got confused with the Tea Party. I thought it was called Tea Party.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a nice poke at the Americans.
No, high tea.
It's high tea, not Tea Party. But maybe next year we can have a tea party.
I think so.
I think
Why
so
not?
too.
Why?
I have a bone to pick with you, actually. Oh, you look so scared.
No,
You're so sweet.
What are you going to say?
Joking. Me and Carla had a conversation a couple of weeks ago, and we came up with the most ridiculous obstacle idea. And I'm heartbroken you didn't use it.
I'm sorry. We had to have locked in our obstacle ideas a while ago.
Can I submit it for next year?
You could submit it, but you might be submitting it to the US team, the UK team, the European team.
Okay. I'll just slide me their email when you know.
Absolutely.
I'll be submitting that. I'll be submitting it. We did. World's Toughest Mudder did used to do obstacle innovations with the public.
Yeah, we've done that a couple of times, and we've got some great ideas. So I think Tipping Point was one of those years ago, which was really good. I mean, some of the suggestions we get are incredible.
Yeah.
But
logistically,
it's just hard to operate.
But they must come up with some really fun ideas of how to.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
Maybe we do that for next year. Open up world's obstacle ideas.
That'll be fun. The world's obstacle factory.
Yeah.
Okay, she said it. She said it live, guys. She said it live. We're gonna hold her to it. Amazing.
Don't record it.
It's all got out. It's done. It's recorded forever now. Well, this is an incredible course. You've done a great job. I know you were out there last year kind of gathering intel, seeing what it was like. And I think I've been saying consistently the team are really excited. They're incredibly capable and competent, and it is going to be a great event. And we are definitely seeing that so far. So well done.
Thank you. And fingers crossed it continues. I'm sure it will. We'll get those obstacles open and we'll go from there.
More opening in 13 minutes.
Yeah. So not long now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to shoot over to Evan, who's out near Pyramid Squeeze. Evan, we're with you.
All right, I am at Pyramid Scheme 2.0, as it's labeled, and it is, people who do Tough Mudder will be familiar with it. Essentially, it's a slip wall. So I'd say different about this year's is, one, obviously, the net over it, which is a lot like Devil's Grip, which is going to be less fun. The pit beforehand, let's see if I can get a shot of that beforehand, is actually buttresses by these what do you call it, hay bales, which will actually make sense. Sometimes just really getting to the wall can be annoying because if you try to push off, you kind of slip in the mud. But you've got these nice kind of hay bales to get started, so the beginning seems no problem. Then once you get to the wall, things get a little complicated. Because the net's pushing you down, you're gonna feel like you want to be like close to the wall, but you actually kind of want to be back a little bit to create that friction. The wall is made of just plastic material, so it's pretty slippy. Like I have my foot on it right now, and it's like it's slipping back unless I put on pressure. You are coming at water, which means the wall will get wet as people go to climb up. The good news is, like we've talked about all the time, the live stream, is how hot it is. So any of the water that's getting on obstacles, making them slippery for shoes or for your hands, is going to dry pretty quickly. And because of the extended hours of daylight, that'll continue to dry throughout the day, throughout the night, or throughout the early evening when the sun goes down a little bit later. But they've also got ratchet strap you can see running across the middle here. Again, that will be annoying as well. We'll see people's technique. This is one where I'm not sure what the best technique is until I get around and actually on it and play with it. So some may try to go up with their back against the wall, climb it. Some people may try to go on all fours. My initial take is probably putting your back against it and climbing it up like a ladder. We would the best technique. I don't even have to worry about the slippery side wall. And then as we go around to the back side, kind of the standard pit scheme type descent, heavy descent you would see on Everest. Just a bunch of bars. People are gonna be careful coming down these bars. Ultra distance obstacle coursing, sometimes it can get tricky. As you fatigue, something simple like getting off of this wall of these bars can make your feet cramp or you twist an ankle. So you really want to take a little extra time to be careful. Come down, make sure you're not injured, and then continue on your race. Prior to this, I was over at the obstacle Netflix show. Looks like we had about 75 people getting through it, and about 20% going to do the penalty. And the penalty did look pretty terrible. Just that bear crawl with that medicine ball was taking guys a little bit of time. We did see already, again, early in the race, but I already did see people to cramp up on Netflix and check. That motion of extending your toes causes cramps. So, especially after running all miles. And we're only, a couple hours in at this point. But again, the weather is taking toll and people are starting to cramp on unusual movements on the obstacles. All right, back to you guys in the booth, and we'll back over here once the obstacle opens so you can see people show their technique.
Thank you so much, Evan. That was incredible.
Evan, well done. Evan brought up a great point that I want to highlight, that especially as the race goes on, the exit off obstacles can be a sneaky, dangerous part of the course. Like everyone thinks about, I got to get through the obstacle. And you quote, finish the obstacle, but now you need to get down. Now you need to get off the obstacle. And it can be, especially getting down off some of those higher obstacles, if you're not, you got to keep your head in it. It can be dangerous getting off those obstacles. That's a great point, Evan.
We just saw Michael Schutt finishing another lap. Having a lot of questions about Kris Rugloski. She, as far as we're aware, still in the pit.
We've seen her helping Austin Azar, giving him water, dumping on him. Dynamite. Speaking of Austin Azar, there he is, still in 10th place. Austin's won this race before. 2 years ago, Austin Azar won the race. I have no worries about Austin finishing strong.
But we're also seeing Craig Derbyshire and Sean Merriweather not running together any longer.
30 seconds apart. What happened?
No, they're not. Look at the names.
Oh, my goodness. Michael Schutt.
Michael Schutt
left in the second place. Joe Rucco just left in the third. As we're watching,
has Sean Merriweather not gone out for another lap? Let's take a closer look at that.
Let's look at Sean's details.
No, he's still out. He's just not finished.
You know what? If we keep talking here long enough, I bet you we see Sean pop into with his fourth lap finish.
Yeah, we will.
So Craig Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Craig Derbyshire in first place, 2:51.27. 31 seconds behind him. Michael Schutt, our defending champion. Now, just if you didn't hear us talking about it earlier, Michael told us, I talked with him about an hour before the race started. His right foot's bothering him.
Yes.
Like, bothering him pretty severely. He went to see a doctor. He actually saw two doctors. One doctor told him it's broken. Second doctor said it's fine. But that both doctors told him, don't run on it.
Yeah.
So he's out here. He's defending his title. He told me he's going to run. I said, what's your goal? He's like, oh, I want to win. I said, well, how does the ankle being not 100% affect that? He said, I'm going to run until I can tell if 100 miles is not doable. He mentioned the 8-hour point where he's really going to sit and evaluate it and take a minute. He said he might have to rest the ankle. I said, you know what you could do is you could do 2 years ago and do the nap strategy and see if that works out for you.
Just saying, Dave Peets is crossing the finish line. Dave, looking very, very hot and a little bit worn out.
Dave needs a shot of caffeine and some nutrition, I think. Yeah, no, we've seen that. That you usually see him guys walking that slow, that tired at midnight.
Yeah.
And we're literally 3 hours into the race.
Yes, he's a well accomplished athlete.
He's worked for us as a rabbit in the past, and he's a stud.
He's a stud. He is. So we've had some questions asked. Can we see some other obstacles that are out there open? We are bringing you the best pictures we have available. Being in the middle of nowhere near a castle, we are struggling on some signal with this wind. We have a pretty good... Oh my gosh, Sean pacing through. Look at him. Look at the speed that Sean just finished and crossed that finish line at. Let's get that finish line camera up on the screen so we can see athletes coming in as well.
That was Sean Derbyshire.
It was Sean Merriweather. He's really struggling with the British names here.
I read somewhere that America and the UK are two countries separated by a common tongue.
Indeed. And ice.
We have an expression in America, put a little English on it. Like when I say Michael Schutt, you got to put a little English on that. Fraser. £4.99 from Fraser. Great coverage, guys. Really appreciate being able to follow our family and friends. That's a super chat from Fraser. Fraser giving £5, excuse me, support the stream. Thank you, Fraser. That was very kind.
It's very kind. Thank you, Fraser.
Love that. You can do the same. You can leave a super chat. Click that $sign. Good night, peeps from down under. See you in the morning. It's 3 p.m. local time. Australia's going to bed.
So Scott Sebastian saying Evan's mic sounds quite rough. Scott, it is very windy out there. So Evan's kind of in the middle of the field where he was, and the wind.
We're protected, Fran and I.
We are very protected. It's still windy. We're still having to kind of hold up the. We're still having to hold up the screens with our hands every now and again.
When the wind hits it, yeah.
But we're well protected. But yes, the microphones are going to be struggling out there. They really are.
Hey, if you want to support the stream like Fraser did, you can leave a super chat. Click that $sign at the bottom of the chat box on YouTube and leave us a super chat.
Here we go. There's Piper out on course, chasing down some athletes. One of the nice things about Worlds today is unlike usual races, we don't follow the elite athletes here. We go around, we get as many athletes as possible. If we see someone crossing the finish line, we bring up their number and we give them a shout out.
You know one of the differences?
Until it gets to the end of the race, and then we get a little bit obsessive.
You know one of the differences between World's Toughest Mudder and regular OCR races is that the focus of a regular race is almost exclusively on the elites. Mm. And it's almost opposite for here. We absolutely track the elites. We track the top of the leaderboard. But it's really about the community. This race is not just about, Nikki Karamba in first place and Austin Azar in 10th climbing up to, it's not just about the elites. And it's not even the elites aren't even the main focus. It's the other 990 regular folks who are out there trying to get 50 miles, trying to get 75 miles, and we love highlighting them.
We do. And we are doing so. When people mention someone, either the name or their bib number in the chat, we'll do our best to pull them up. We can't do it every time and all the time, but we'll do our best to them up. We're also doing our best to get more cameras out there and good pictures. Thank you to our rabbits getting the pictures that we're getting.
Hey, and we have once in a while in the corner there. If you're interested in working with us, shoot us an email, jason@theocrreport.com. Always looking for more members of our team to help us with rabbiting or commentating or supporting the sport. We do it because we love it. It's been life-changing for us and for so many people. If you want to join our team, love it. If you can't join our team, that's fine. You can support us with the super chat, and we'd love it.
1 minute to go until more obstacles open, including Mudderhorn. At 3 o'clock, Mudderhorn and Pyramid Scheme 2.0 will be opening up in 40 seconds.
Athletes cannot hear us on course. They can't hear you and me.
No.
But if they could, I would say get past Pyramid Scheme before 3.
Yeah. We just saw Michael's shot run past on the camera. I was not able to bring it up fast enough.
You got 30 seconds to get past Pyramid Scheme. That is not a fun obstacle. Some of these are fun. Like, oh, yeah, we're splashing water. Not Pyramid Scheme. No, ma'am.
No, sir. No, ma'am.
Mudderhorn, it's not fun, but it's tiring. It's a long climb up. If you're looking at this terrain in the big screen on the left and say, you know what, that looks kind of like Atlanta in 2018 well, not 2018. 2018 was ice. It looks kind of like Atlanta 2019. That's not far off. That's if I had to pick a venue, a past like a U.S.-based World's Toughest Mudder venue, and said, what is this one the most like? I would say the rolling hills of Atlanta.
Yes.
The large trees of Atlanta, very similar. Weather is closer to maybe a hot Vegas. Joshua Fiore passing us here, finishing another lap.
I wonder how he's coping with the heat.
He ran through the finish, running through the chute, stops at his pit. He's like a lot of athletes who spin water over himself, like just trying to cool off, get some of that heat off of his body.
Here we go. Josh Fiore up on screen. His stats in 5th place now. He is climbing steadily. 4 laps finished in 3 hours and 46 seconds.
We don't even think about it. We're so early in the race. We don't even think about it. 99% of other OCR races will be done by now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like we're all going home. Back it up. It's over.
Well done, everyone. It's funny, isn't it? Because we do other races. We worked together back in January, and it was a reasonably short race. And we got to the end, and I was like, oh, buddy, I'm knackered. And then you think about this, and you're like, 3 hours in, I've not gone to the bathroom yet. I've not eaten anything yet. It's going to be another 5 hours until any of that happens. And you don't even think twice.
It's our little WTM over here.
And you know what? It's so nice. We keep having the crew, the TMHQ walking past. They are having such a good time, aren't they?
You know what part of it is they've done a great job, and I feel like they know they've done a great. Like they put a lot of work, and it's clear. Like obstacles are great, the course is great. They've done everything. Like no one can control the weather, but they've done a great job, and we've told them that, and I'm sure the people around here have told them that. It's not over yet. There's a lot of work still to do, but just shout out to the Team
They've done the work behind the scenes.
What do we call them? Team HQ, Team UK?
TMHQ.
Team HQ UK.
I guess so. TMHQ UK.
Outstanding. Well done, guys. Nikki Karamba. I missed the rest of that comment. What was it said? Come on, Nikki Karamba.
Come on, Nikki Karamba. You're looking strong. Scott Sebastian is asking, how is the heat compared to Florida last year? I mean, you can't compare it because of the wind.
Yeah, and it's weird because it is absolutely hot, but it's also windy. But it's not like a cool you off wind. It's like a desert wind, like make you hotter wind, which is totally incongruent with the like lush green trees and beautiful green grass. And what we're looking at here in the
heats. So I'd say where it's going to differ from Florida last year is overnight. Last year we didn't put on jumpers, we didn't put on trousers. We were happy in our t-shirts and shorts. We are going to have to cover up a little bit overnight. It's not going to be warm enough to stay like this. That's where the heat's going to differ. But right now, it's darn hot.
I don't know what you mean by jumpers, but
Sweaters?
When she
Your
says
sweater?
trousers,
She
mean
means pants.
but she won't say pants because that's not what pants mean over here.
No, sir.
I've actually been compiling a list of your.
There goes that
Let's
Scottish
go.
guy, Grant Thompson. Who even is he? Who is he? Where did you find him?
You know, with your trousers and pants and sweaters and what'd you call it? Jumpers.
Jumpers, yeah.
I saw a line for the bathroom,
Mhm.
and like we would call that a line for the bathroom. You guys call that a loo queue.
Oh, God. I've got to be with him for 26 hours.
It sounds like something Dr. Seuss would say.
We don't say a loo queue. But talking of queuing, tell us how much we love it.
Man, you Brits, holy smokes! You must love Disneyland, huh? That's
We're
like
really
your
good at
favorite.
Disneyland. We're really good at Disneyland. We're just like, well, we're here. We're here for a long time, not for a good time.
You get in Disneyland and like, oh look, got a line, and then at the front of the line, instead of a ride, it's like another line, and you're like, yes, bonus. So now open Pyramid Scheme 2.0 and Mudderhorn, and we're watching that large screen there.
There we go. We can see someone coming down Mudderhorn. But also some people coming through Mudderhorn. I'm a little bit confused about that.
You know what's interesting about all these athletes that we expect to run 100 miles?
Mhm.
There is a saying that in the United States, 100 years is a long time,
Mhm.
and in the UK, 100 miles is a long distance.
Oh, look. There we go. Mudderhorn is now open.
Man, Pyramid Scheme does not look fun. Just saw Nadine Vent from Germany running through. It's a great shot of Mudderhorn. Also, oh man, also a great shot of how fun Pyramid Scheme looks.
How fun.
I think of the obstacles that are open, that looks like my least favorite so far.
Yeah.
And that might, I'm trying to think of one that's going to top that. I don't know. So a lot of athletes, a lot of our top men right now have 20 miles completed. Once they hit 25 miles, once any athlete hits 25 miles, they will start to receive an obstacle bypass band. Every lap you finish at 25 miles plus, you receive an obstacle bypass band. You can use that band to bypass any one obstacle on course. You can use them as you get them, or you can stockpile them. You can build up, 10 of them and use it for one lap just to like bypass everything.
Well, this is what happened to Fiore, wasn't it?
That's what happened to Fiore 2 years ago. Yeah, we can recap that because some people might not have been with us when we were talking about it. But the choice of what obstacle to use that bypass band on, you will see a difference in the selection process based on the top level elites or the regular folks. The regular folks will pick will use their obstacle bypass bands to bypass the hardest obstacle. Which obstacle is the hardest? And they'll use their band on that. The elite, the top level, top 5, top 8 men and women will use their obstacle bypass band on which obstacle takes the most time. So Mudderhorn may not be the hardest obstacle, but it takes a lot of time to climb all the way up and climb all the way down. Now, I haven't timed, and maybe we can talk to some athletes afterwards. It looks like Pyramid Scheme is going to take is going to be both hard and take a lot of time. So I feel like that will be the obstacle that is collecting bands. In some races, OCRWC, there's other races where they call them band eaters, obstacles that eat your bands because they're very difficult. And so if you fail the obstacle, it takes a band from you. at World's Toughest Mudder, if you fail an obstacle, one of the penalty obstacles, you just do the penalty. It doesn't actually take your band, but you can spend your bands on obstacles you want to bypass.
See, Piper's walking through the pit there.
Love it.
You see Mudderhorn in the distance.
Yeah, great shot. Great shot,
Austin
Piper.
Azar crossing the finish line once again.
Austin Azar has not slowed down much at all.
He's not. He's looking strong.
And his pit crew is happy to see him.
Oh, I love that.
Well done, Austin.
There we go. There is stats up. 5th place. Last lap, 52 minutes, 12 seconds. 4 laps and 20 miles in the bag.
Okay, look at that. Look at that shot of Pyramid Scheme. So it looks like the kind of community wisdom has turned into lay on your back and kind of climb up the net in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
When we were doing it yesterday, Jason did it kind of the opposite. He climbed up on his
tried
stomach.
reverse last year, so this year is like, I'm going to go this way.
Okay.
And I think because it's different, because it's a different obstacle now.
I don't know if you can see it in that angle, but there is a strap about halfway up the angle of Pyramid Scheme,
Which makes it both easier and harder.
Explain that.
So the strap holds the netting up, so you don't have as much to lift.
There's a shot of the strap. You can see it there.
But it also means you have to squeeze under a very low strap, a tight strap, which I imagine, if you're running topless, which many men will, and a lot of women will potentially running in sports bras, leaving a lot of bare skin, that strap's going to scratch you.
That's one of the secret benefits of cold weather and running in a wetsuit, is that neoprene protects you from so much.
Yeah.
And especially because you're running for, typically what happens is when people put the wetsuit on, they leave it on the rest of the race.
Yeah.
Even through noon the next day, even when they started the race without it at noon, right? But they'll finish the race wearing it because it just, once you have it on, it protects you from so much scratches and scrapes and rope burns and all the there's just random abrasions. We're going to see a lot fewer wetsuits, and so we may see a lot more
Abrasions.
Yeah.
I mean, I think at least a shorty is going to be needed in the middle of the night for a lot of people. Someone asking for an update on Kelly Glynn. There she is, Kelly Glynn in 13th place. We've got our eyes on her. She should be. She could be doing some big miles.
Yeah, Kelly Glenn, well done. It's another name I recognize from a lot of race results in the U.S. If you want to jump in the comments, you're looking for your, you can find all the race results on the Tough Mudder webpage. But if you're looking for just specific athletes, we'd love to give them a shout out for you. Why don't we check on Caitlin Ritter? How's she doing?
Absolutely, let's. I'm pretty sure Mrs. Ritter's family are going to be watching. Give us a shout out in the comments
to the
please.
Ritters. What are their Ed and
I would love Mr. and Mrs. Ritter.
Mr. and Mrs. Ritter.
Because I'm very
I've
respectful.
heard their name. That's true. I don't know them. Well, no.
Call
They've never
people's
had me
parents
over.
by their first name. Here we are. Lap 2, Stairway to
Caitlin.
Heaven at 4
Nice.
miles.
Oh, she's almost done with lap.
Wow.
Check her out.
Check her out. Now she's got some big goals this year. One of the goals would mean she would take her husband's last name. And the other goal would get her a puppy.
40 miles, and she will get a brand new puppy.
So we are supporting 40
So,
miles.
Cheer that. 40 miles, Caitlin. Good luck. Come on. She's almost got 10 done. That's good. 10 miles done, 4 hours in. 30 miles. You got 20 hours to do 30 miles? Yeah, well done. How's our friend Morgan Mackay doing?
See, I just want to
11th
point
place.
out
She
slightly
moved up
to
one.
you. The sun's gone behind a cloud. Can you feel that
For
temperature
us,
drop?
10 degrees?
It's 29.3 degrees out there.
That's like 84.
Screen guy, we can see it.
Oh,
but
wow.
the sun's
No,
gone
I'm-
behind a cloud, which means the temperature's actually dropped. If I was wet, this is where I'd get cold.
Yeah, it's that sudden change, right?
Uh-huh.
That drastic. And although the sun's behind a cloud for us, I guess it's behind the cloud for everybody.
Yay! There's some very happy-looking people. Let's check those numbers. Can you see those numbers on the back of the bib? 422. Oh, I didn't see it.
Isaac LaChance. Isaac!
Taking every chance you can. Come on.
Look who brought the dad jokes.
Yeah. Something wrong with
Take
that.
the chance on me.
Oh, good. That can get added to. That's a Fiore.
That's Fiore.
That's a Fiore.
I was at the local Asda last night,
Oh, that's not.
and I ran into Isaac LaChance shopping for supplies. He was
He was taking a big chance doing that the night before the race.
he was looking at the Monster, trying to calculate. He said, you know what? The Monster energy, the energy drinks over here have literally half the caffeine.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And he was like, you could drink these like soda. He's like, I had to drink 4 cans of this to get like, and then he did a little more math, and he realized the UK government regulators or maybe the bottlers are doing something funny with serving size. He's like, oh, it's the same stuff. It's just the servings are.
Oh, he was looking at the serving size, not the. Yeah, we do serving size by like. We do serving size by 100 grams, for example.
Yeah, it's like a
and then
mouthful of
it's
Coke
the same.
is-
So then you
one
can,
serving is
but then
like-
you can compare two things equally. So you can say, okay, so 100 grams of this is this, 100 grams of this is this, which means this is the one I'd rather have.
All I know is if I'm at a restaurant and I order a Coke, they bring me a bottle, and it's like, oh, guess how much ice it comes with?
None.
But it comes with a lemon.
Listen, my favorite treat in the whole wide, and I have it so rarely, but I have it when it's hot. Today would be a great day for it. Maybe tomorrow. Is an icy cold, generic red branded cola drink with ice and a squeeze of lemon.
So there's a lot of differences between US and UK we've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
The most immediately noticeable one is when you go to a restaurant and you order a soft drink.
Mm.
If you order a Coke, they bring you a bottle of Coke. In the US, we're used to a glass.
Mhm.
And if you drink that glass, they'll bring you another one for no additional charge, right? And when you come to the UK and they bring you a bottle, you're like,
Someone's just lying in the water.
sh-
Pyramid scheme.
someone, Evan, check on that. Okay, good. Woo! That kind of, I didn't like that. I feel like I tuned in late and I was like, I don't know what's going on there. I get it though. You know what? It's disgusting looking water. Because see, look, everyone's shoes are going in that, and you're laying in that. And there's oh no.
And we just saw Heather Bodie going through Pyramid Scheme 2.0. I keep wanting to call it Pyramid Squeeze.
Heather's moved up
Dousing
too.
herself in water.
Josh
And
Fiore. That's Fiore. All right, Josh, going to the side, the far edge. And I think the consensus is that's a better spot to go. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's more space.
Yeah. I'm asking you that because of all the times you've gone up this obstacle underneath.
All the time. I've done this obstacle about 15 times. I am proficient at every single obstacle here.
Anyway. So at first I was annoyed. I was like, why do I get one? I ordered a Coke and I get, 200 milliliters.
Yeah, free refills are not a thing.
The more I think about it, though, I'm okay with it. It makes sense. Because like when if you go to a restaurant and you order a hamburger, you don't expect them to just bring you as many hamburgers as you can eat while you're there for an hour, right? Mm-hmm. So why do we? And again, I love America, but why do we as Americans in Europe and order a Coke and expect them to bring us as many Cokes as we can possibly drink while we're there for an hour? Joining us in the booth, one Kris Rugloski.
In the booth. It's a Miss Kris. Here you go. There is a chair. I got so excited I forgot what I was doing.
Kris Rugloski, the first woman to ever run 100 miles at World's Toughest Mudder, 2-time champion, joining us this year, World's Toughest Mudder UK. How you doing, Kris?
I'm doing great.
Good to see you.
I'm glad to be here.
There was a lot of chatter back and forth, like, is Kris coming? Is she not coming? Is she coming?
there was equally as much chatter in my head and in my life. So
What was that like, that process?
I'm in the middle of a competition
Okay.
and I made it to a point yesterday, like, okay, I will stay on and continue competing. So I initially thought, all right, I can't make it to Tough Mudder after all. But then by the end of the day, Friday, more of the schedule was revealed and they actually don't need me until Monday. And so I ended up with an extra day off and I was like, I'm taking a couple trains to England.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Because I have to be back and compete on Monday, I'm just doing a few laps.
Okay.
24 hours is kind of not the move with what's at stake back in France.
Okay.
But I am here. I
Sure.
ran a lap. I will run a few more.
Love it.
Pitting, crewing, hanging out.
So no injury, no.
Nope.
Okay. Okay. We saw
All
you
is
come
well.
in and we were.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Thankfully, no injury, just other things going on in
Okay,
my life that can't talk about quite yet.
Okay. Awesome.
I love this. I love the secrecy. I love it. I'm like, what's going on? You've not said, so it's intriguing me. We've had a lot of people asking because obviously you here at World's Toughest Mudder is very exciting. You've done some big things, so it's good to know. It's good to hear. So you're here. You're going to have fun. You're going to do a few laps and just do whatever you feel like.
Yep. And we're Team Austin. So
I love it. We've got his results up there
I
on
was gonna
screen.
say, I kind of came over here to see how the results are because we're not seeing a lot yet.
He's doing well. Let's throw out the top 10.
He's been climbing up. He was, I think, 11th for a minute.
Okay.
And he's up to 8th. And I feel like he's not slowing down. I feel maybe the people in front of him are.
He's moving well.
Yeah.
Well, he has a great pit crew, so
exactly. Someone who really knows what they're doing, huh?
he definitely knows what he's doing too. He's killing it.
Yeah.
Kris, what's it like being on the pit side of an elite athlete?
It's much more chill. I've mostly run 100-milers, but I have paced for just a few, and every time I pace, I'm like, this is it. This is way better than running a whole 100 miles. Just rushing towards the end. Feeling a little bit of that here in the pit. I very much enjoy the side of the barrier.
You were out there for one lap, and so you got a lot of sun already.
Yeah, and I think I was also sitting in the reapplied sun. It's definitely
this
sunny.
weather is
very hot.
fierce. I'm being a very boring mom and telling everyone like it doesn't feel so hot.
Sunscreen.
No, wear more sunscreen. It's 84 degrees.
Yeah.
You know, it's hot out there.
It's very toasty.
We've got a message for you from Sue Harvey Brown saying, sending you all the positive vibes, Kris, for
Aw.
Monday.
Thanks, Sue.
How's I saw you dumping water on Austin. How's he doing with the heat?
Heat is not like his natural element, but that man he adapts very well. He's competed very well in some extremely hot temperatures. So yeah, he's doing great. I don't know if this is necessarily, he's not even going to say if this is his preferred weather or not. He's just ready to go there and crush it. So
Sure.
yeah.
He's going to, he won it 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Going to win it again?
Oh yeah.
You guys, I didn't realize, I don't know why I didn't put the math together. You guys both won it together 2
Yeah,
years ago.
yeah.
And when you crossed the finish line together, we were like, oh.
Oh, oh, there he is. On camera. Right? So I'm on a camera. There we go. Hey.
He can't hear us, though.
I know. Apparently in Alabama or Atmore when
he's
I
waving.
ran 100.
I think they're on my camera. Figure it out in a second.
Aw. We got you.
Say again? Yeah, of course.
For being a polite young gentleman.
He said he was told he runs.
No, that's their camera.
Okay.
You could tell Jason to tell him something if you want.
Oh. No, I was just going to talk about him.
Okay.
He was
Yeah.
told he runs like a hockey player. He's like, I don't know what that means.
Well, Will said
His aunt
earlier,
and uncle-
his running style is just
and
absolutely perfect.
His aunt and uncle say he trots like a horse. He's definitely got a unique stride. But I told him, like, when we run together, his stride is like, some people, the way they run, it's like, it's different and it kind of gets on my nerves a little. Like, are you okay? Like, is everything fine? And he does not do that. So we're in luck. I like running with him.
You can, not that I'm a running coach, but you can tell he's using his arms as a big part of the his stride there.
Got to put those muscles to use somehow, I guess.
That's right. That's right. Last time I talked to you, you had just run Barclays.
Yeah,
That was
it's been
exciting.
a while since
Yeah.
then. Yeah. It's been interesting trying to juggle the high rocks and ultra side of things.
Sure.
I feel like that's constantly, and Barclays too. I still feel like I can drop into any ultra and give a good effort.
Sure.
But Barclays, there were just so many other elements to it that I was not prepared for. with Austin, he at Atmore, when I ran 100 miles, that was one he did not do well at. He dropped out, I think, with maybe 40 or 60 miles. So I only just found out, like, this weekend when we were talking about this race, that he came back and won Dallas. It was a little bit of revenge for doing so poorly at Atmore. So so he came when we both won 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That was because of how poorly he'd done.
Really?
in
He had a good race, 105 miles 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I told him to go 110. His boss told him, commented on his Facebook post, if he doesn't come home with an orange jacket, he's fired. So a lot is at stake.
Tell him he's already got one.
He needs another. So.
Austin's boss, like, he's got a jacket. He's great. It's very hot here. So if Austin gets 95 miles, he still needs a job.
And his boss told him if he gets an orange jacket, he has to wear it to work.
Oh,
absolutely.
I would wear that. I would not take it off.
I
I'd
would never take it off.
I'd sleep in it. Bury me in it.
That orange jacket would not be orange by the time you get buried in it.
That's true. Wear me my brown jacket.
That water is getting shallow there on Pyramid Scheme. Is it? A little bit.
People they step in it and they drag it out
themselves.
with them. Yeah.
They're lying in it. They're
Soaking
scooping
it up.
over their heads.
They might be drinking it. Oh.
He's...
No, that's further out.
Not yet. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's still Austin, right?
Yeah, there he goes.
A cap under that is not going to be fun.
I think part of his victory in Dallas, he made it almost the entire race with very to no penalties.
I don't know if I've ever seen him fail an obstacle. I'm sure it's happened, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I think he turned in some bands towards the end to like move faster, but I don't think he ever failed.
Sure.
So,
what do you think about the obstacles here?
I actually haven't gotten a chance to get on them yet, so I will have to report back after I do an obstacle lap.
There's some fun ones. There's some really fun ones out there.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite?
I mean, I don't want to be boring and say Firefly because that's what we're all saying, but it's going to look super cool.
Yeah.
It's going to be super
Especially
cool.
at night with the fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
And swings both ways is a fun twist.
Okay.
It's tricky if you're not super tall. It's tricky.
Okay. I am ready to check them out on another lap.
What do you think of the field this year?
Nicole is out for blood. Nicole is going to do very well here.
Nice.
She's
in first right now, correct?
Yeah. I talked to her a little bit before starting. She ran she ran last year, and I think she got 7th with 80 miles.
Yep.
But she just kind of recently ran the Keys 100, which is a 100-miler in Florida.
Okay.
She's from Florida, so this weather is zero
concern to her.
Yeah. And yeah, she ran this 100-miler in like 18 hours. So 100 miles at WTM, it is possible without having run 100 miles, but it changes a lot if you have already run 100 miles. So, she's planning to.
Yeah.
I've seen she's put out online she's planning to do over 100 miles. So
You didn't say anything publicly before you did yours? I don't think. It was your first time running it, too.
Yeah, it was my first time running. I mean, I came into it planning to do 100, but I don't think I really.
We learned something from a comment that we need to double check. She is the mother of 7 kids.
That's what I heard. That's what Austin just told me too. He ran with her for a bit.
Oh.
Mother of 7 kids.
That's crazy.
I saw a video of hers on social media. She was pushing a double stroller at like a 7-minute pace.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. She's doing the real deal training.
Fran, what's harder, having 7 kids or running 100 miles?
I've done neither. Probably having 7 kids.
I would vote 100% having 7 kids. My mom had 8.
That never stops.
And
8.
Has never run 100. I've run a lot of hundreds, and I would never have 8 kids. So
your mom should swap stories. Like, oh yeah, well, let me tell you about World's Toughest Mudder 2022.
To have 7 and heal your body enough to be able to do that is incredible.
Yeah. And I think she's young.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do we know how old she is?
I don't have
I want to
ages.
say she's like early 30s.
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
The main thing I don't ask the athletes is their age and their weight.
Age. Yeah, don't ask weight. I think age is fine for some.
Age pops up in the results later. So.
Okay. Yeah, and then Nikki running in second.
Yeah.
She won last year.
Yeah.
95.
Her, Nicole's age group is 30 to 34.
Yeah, early 30s.
So the top 10 of the women has been overtaken with Americans, We're seeing a lot of Americans. Oh, my flags have all disappeared. There's a few European athletes that we kind of had our eyes on here, but the race hasn't even started yet.
That's right. The race starts at midnight, they say.
The race starts at midnight.
Chris,
What?
Chris, remind me
You do.
Remind me which year you almost won the sprint lap. Right behind, was it right behind Callie?
Oh, it would have been 2023.
Yeah, I think so. So
Oh, no, that was 20. Oh, I don't know, actually.
I know Callie ran in 2023.
She did really well in 2023. She also ran in 2022. Oh, but
you're right. Yeah.
somebody, a different. I know who got it in 2022. It was not Kelly.
So 2023, Callie won the sprint lap. You
Uh-huh.
finished like 10 feet behind her.
Yeah.
Right? You remember that?
Yeah.
First lap?
Yep.
And then you won the race.
Yeah.
That's the closest we've had to anyone winning the sprint lap and winning the race since Rhea.
Except for Rhea.
Since Rhea did it in 2017.
Yeah.
I think it's only happened once. You almost did it. If Nicole wins the race, she'll be the second to do it.
Yeah. None of the men have ever done it.
No.
The men always have somebody that goes out hot.
Yeah. Someone comes out like 4:45 pace and
Yeah.
does
Yeah,
something stupid. So, well, that'll be exciting. So Nicole is out for blood, we're saying.
Yeah. She's in a good, she's in it to win it. Yeah.
Yeah.
She has big goals.
That's awesome.
I think she's going to crush it.
That's awesome. I saw Jill Heller out there also.
Mhm.
She was doing good, looked like.
Sarah Tucker didn't make it.
No.
No, these are older.
Yeah, this is last year. We're looking at.
Kelly Glenn
Yeah,
is
saw
somebody that I met. She's had a lot of experience in obstacle races, period, but also in the Tough Mudder, and I think she's
Okay.
I kind of forget what she said her goals were, but I think she'll definitely go for the full 24 hours.
I've seen her name a lot in race results over the U.S.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
She's from the Noob Sanity branch, but she lives down in Durango now, so I see
Okay.
her in Colorado.
Colorado.
sometimes, yeah.
You ever make it to those stairs in Boulder? In
Colorado Springs.
Yeah, Colorado Springs.
Manitou.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manitou Incline? You do that?
Yeah.
Super fun.
I did I love it out there. I've now gotten to the point where I have a hard time just doing it once. I do it at least twice. I did it 4 times back in February. Just lap it.
Do you run
It's great
down the
training.
stairs? Or do you run?
No, it's kind of considered a little bit rude to run down the stairs because people are trying to climb up.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get mileage, and I would rather have a little bit more nice flowy trail
Sure.
down the bar trail before going back up the
Yeah.
stairs. So,
yeah. My sister got married in Colorado Springs 6 months ago.
Okay.
So I got to do it the first time.
Oh, nice. What'd you think?
I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it. I was about halfway up or a third of the way up. I was like, oh, I can do this because her wedding was on Saturday, so
Yeah.
it was Friday. I was going up. I was like, oh, I'll do another lap real quick on Saturday before I had
Yeah.
the wedding. And then
Yeah.
By the time I got to the top, I was like, yeah, no, never mind.
No. How long did it take you?
Oh, I don't. I could check my Strava. Not
Yeah.
good. I'm sure. I remember I had tummy issues.
Okay. Yep.
And we
So
said
gentle.
yeah. And so I had to stop and take care of that. That slowed
Yeah.
me down some. And then
And
by the top, I was getting a little nauseous.
Yeah.
I did it right after I flew in, so there's
Yeah.
I'm making excuses. It's talking to Kris Rugloski, and I'm making excuses for my performance climbing a staircase. Anyway, but it was super
It's
fun.
not just any staircase.
I would do it again, 100%. Loved it.
So I just popped out, and at the finish line, they are literally hosing people down. They've got a big hose.
Great, that's good.
And spraying them with water.
Took great pictures,
Great
and it cools
pictures.
people off.
It is toasty out there.
It is toasty. Everyone's getting sun.
1 lap.
Well, cool. So, Chris, we're going to see a few more laps from you today. That's
Yeah.
it, a few more?
Yep. I'll do an obstacle lap this evening, probably. Maybe 2, and then 1 tomorrow.
Run
I don't know.
with Austin?
I'm thinking either with Austin or my friend Megan is out here. I might run with her. Might run with somebody new.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's just
Maybe
fun
I'll
just
see
being
if
here,
I'll
right?
pace Nicole. Or I can't pace. I'll run with Nicole for a lap. See if she
Yeah,
can chase me. I don't know.
Caitlin Ritter.
Caitlin Ritter.
She's
go,
running
Caitlin.
with Ann Carolyn Clifford, 2 beloved members of the community. It's just fun being with the community, right?
It is. It is. That's what I figured. I was like, it took me a little while last night to figure out how to get here in time. But I was like, yeah, I would love to come out and just see everybody and hang out and lots of good people.
That's awesome. Oh, cool. Anything you want to plug? Glad to have you out here.
Yeah, glad to be here. Do we have any thoughts on it being in the summer? Yeah, would they consider?
I have thoughts. What do you think? I'm not running it though.
Yeah.
What do you
I
think?
prefer the summer time frame, but the
Okay.
summer weather is an interesting
Right.
move.
We've talked about this so much
Yeah.
because I'm
cool.
British, and I love talking about the weather. So I'm glad you
that's
brought
what we
this
do.
up.
It's tough because they can schedule it whenever, but they can't control the weather.
Well, the thing with being the summer, it makes no difference because next year, if it were here, same time of year, I mean, it could be freezing cold and sideways rain.
That's what they say about the UK. If you don't like the
just
weather,
don't know.
if you don't like the weather, wait a
till
year.
next year.
I mean, you were just in you were in France,
Yeah,
and you saw
yeah.
what it was like there.
Yeah,
like
Paris just had like
flash floods. Huh?
Austin, I ran down in Paris, around through Paris. The Thursday morning, it stormed like Wednesday night, and there were trees and branches down on top of trees or on top of cars. Like it's a mess down there. The wind apparently was very strong winds, thunder, lightning. It's crazy. So
It's a different kind of fun running around a city you don't like. Running around Paris. I've been running around London. It's amazing. I'm like, there's Big Ben. I'm running past Big Ben. Like it's just there's the Louvre. There's whatever the Eiffel Tower. Like it's just like. It's a cool feeling. Like I can't believe I'm actually running here.
Yeah. Something I found is definitely I like being a runner and being an early morning person. To get up early and run around first thing in the morning was much more enjoyable than trying to make your way through the crowds later on.
Well, cool.
So we've got Derbyshire
First place. Okay, so
and Merriweather. Didn't they run the first few laps
they
together?
were Derbyshire and Merriweather.
Those
were
are two UK guys.
Yes,
correct?
they were like on like literally to the second running together for the first. I want to say 3 laps.
Okay.
And then Shoot and Joe Rucco have kind of I'm not sure. We're not sure what happens with Merriweather. He slowed down. He's not stopped, but he slowed down, and so he's dropped into 4th. Derbyshire has not slowed down.
Is Thompson our U.S. Thompson?
No, Grant Thompson, Scotland.
Oh, okay. Because
He'll like
there's a young, isn't he a Thompson? He's a young Thompson in the Midwest.
Yeah.
You know
There
who I'm
is.
talking
There
about.
is.
Yeah. Okay.
David, maybe.
No. Kevin.
Kevin. Yeah. Kev Tops. Kev Tomps on Instagram. Yeah. No, it's not. It's not. Kev.
Okay.
Do you know any of these other ladies?
Bodie.
Oh, Heather, obviously.
Yeah.
Yep. She's been climbing up. She was in 12th. We watched her.
Okay.
Bumping up in the results there.
Other than that, no. I'm surprised Glenn hasn't moved up yet.
I think she's in 11th, maybe 12th.
Okay.
She's like right there.
So right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, I can't say that I know.
Friend, our camera angle is frozen.
Are we going to at some point sing happy birthday to Jack?
So, fun story. Jack Goris, our photographer, had his birthday on Thursday, just this week. And so we had a big OCR Report group chat going on without him.
Oh.
Like, how are we going to do it? Everyone changed their phone screens, their lock screens, to look like Jack. So he'd see people's phones laying around, and they're all him. Fran made a cake for him. We had a OCR Report Airbnb.
Oh,
and
nice.
so they had a surprise party for him. It was super cute, and footage is great. Like, he walks in, and he's...
I saw the video of him walking in, and I responded, and I said, can Fran please be a little more excited? Because Fran looked very excited, and I told him, I was like, could you please be a little more excited? You were very excited about this. So, yeah.
I love
So
a good
shout out to
birthday. Yeah, we love Jack.
We love Jack. Fran is like his adopted mother. Carlo's like his adopted uncle. I don't know.
Yeah, let's go with Uncle. Have the lap times been pretty consistent for these top 10 coming in?
You know what? We could check that. We don't have it all 10 of them broken down by lap time.
But that's the total
Also, it's
time.
tough because obstacles have been opening sporadic,
True.
so it's tough to judge exactly.
Okay.
All of the obstacles, if you're going to do a lap, all the obstacles don't open until 11.
Okay.
That's when 100% of the obstacles will be open.
But that's also night ops.
Yeah, night op starts at 7.
Starts so
7?
early.
7. It'll still be light. The reason
is,
here's the reason is because the slow people that start a lap at 7:01, it'll be dark by the time they get back.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So like
the sun doesn't set until 9:30. It'll be light until 10.
It's light until
wild.
like nearly like 10:30. We'll
Yeah.
still have some.
It's like we're in Norway.
light.
Like it's all
Yeah.
sunlight.
And
It's
then
all-
what I find interesting is the sun still is up fairly early.
4:30.
Oh, yeah, 4:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not getting
I
a
love it.
late sunrise.
I'm
Like,
a sun girl. I need
yeah.
all the light.
You
daylight
sleep
I
with
can
the
get.
curtains open so the sun wakes you up.
I did the first night in France, but then
Yeah.
I was like, I actually do need a little bit more. I need to go to bed a little early, sleep in a little bit more.
Let's go Wild Boy Strobe. That is the Instagram handle I was trying to place earlier. Wild
There
Boy
we go.
Strobe for Mike Strobel.
And Mike Strobel is from
U.S.
like East Coast.
Think so? Sounds right. But he travels. He's like racing almost every weekend.
Okay. Very cool. Do we have a biggest fan contingency in the chat? Is there somebody that has the most people watching?
That's a great question. Kris.
It's changing. We just had someone ask to look up a couple of athletes, Hayden and Eric. So we're just pulling those up onto screen here. I think Grant Thompson's getting a lot of love.
Okay.
Yep.
A lot of questions after you.
Okay.
Oh, is that what you're asking? Are you...
No. I was wondering if there's
not.
somebody we should shout out here. Definitely not that.
We had an athlete last year.
Kelly.
Oh, Kelly Lynn.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, because people can win the mileage, but winning the chat is it's got to be something.
Yeah.
Most supported athlete.
You know what? Kris Rugloski has a great idea.
Yes.
You're not here. You're not running. Okay. You missed it this year, but you can win the chat.
There you go.
Jump in the chat. Here's how you can win the chat.
Or help your runner win the chat. Whoever's the most supported runner.
Absolutely.
So uncles, aunts, cousins, get everybody to comment.
You can leave a super chat to support your runner.
There we go.
You can leave $1. You can leave $3 or $5.
And have somebody win the live feed
Oh
chat.
my gosh, Kris Rugloski, you missed it. You had your headphones off. Remember how last year we had a competition between Fran and I for whoever got the most money toward their name had to run through electroshock.
Uh-huh.
That was me. She was ahead most of the race, but I pulled ahead at the end. I won.
He won in terms
Kris
of
had a
his,
great idea.
Yeah.
Which athlete supporters can win the chat? So you can leave money towards your athlete. Your athlete wins the chat, wins the super chats.
I love the concept.
It'll be tougher to pull off.
It's tougher to keep track of.
Yeah, that's true. Fran was our scorekeeper last year. Oh,
I like
forgot.
pieces of paper.
That's why I won.
I would never lie.
Okay. I mean, I did run through electroshock.
You did.
Yeah.
You also said if I ended up doing it, you would feel awful.
I would.
So
I was like,
you
hey,
had
Fran, come to
win.
the U.S. and run through electroshock.
How about we both run through it tomorrow together?
Oh, I don't think it'll be on.
Oh no! What a shame.
Oh no.
Kate, can we get electroshock therapy on tomorrow, please? Thank you.
How have you enjoyed Europe?
It's been great. I will say, this France trip was not super. I didn't plan for it super in advance. I would prefer to know a little bit of the language before showing up, and I realized I know about zero French.
Yeah.
So surviving, having Austin come. Austin speaks French and German, and obviously English.
Oh, I love that.
And having him show up, and he works overseas a lot, so he gets to practice it. He's been all these places.
Sure.
So I call him my European boyfriend. When he made it, it made things a lot more enjoyable.
Sure.
And because he joined me in France for a few days, so
You can order in restaurants. And
he can talk and ask basic questions.
Sure.
I did find coming from France over here to England, I'm used to all of the locals speaking a language other than me. So to hear actually like snippets of conversation and
it's like
English again, I was like, oh.
It's like tourism on easy mode.
Yes.
It's like
yes.
I am in another country, kinda.
Yeah.
But
I got
can
out at the
read
train station
signs.
and I was like, oh, I can read all the signs. I know where. Oh, there's So
King's Cross. I know those words. Yeah, we went to Japan last summer, my family, and when we got home, it's just like this shock. Like I know what that word means. Like it's wild.
yeah, but then you have the shock here of everybody driving on the wrong side of the road.
driving?
That Austin is.
And the width of the roads.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
The manual transmission with his shifter on the wrong side.
You're going on hard mode.
Yeah.
Oh man.
He said, thankfully, the clutch is on the right side. So,
Okay,
Or
okay.
on the same side.
Sure.
So-
The correct side.
Yeah, correct. side, yeah.
We haven't even talked about the driving on the wrong side of the road yet. I did some research on that.
Oh, Marianne and Scott Wilson coming through.
Nice. You're starting to know some athletes by face here, huh?
Yeah.
This is your third, fourth year?
Third, yeah.
Nice.
I know them more by like their hats and bib names, I would
Okay.
say, from running most of the time. So, see them like with normal clothes on and clean. I'm like, I might know you, I might not.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Mess up your hair a little.
yeah. A little mud on the face. Oh, familiar. So,
Okay.
yeah. But no, definitely lots more familiar faces, familiar names mostly. I would say. Yeah. Seen them all in the bib name.
It's cool. Like we knew we wouldn't get all of the U.S. athletes, but trip.
Yeah. Yeah. A good little showing.
And a lot of UK, over 1,000. I don't have a final number yet, but over 1,000 runners. They say
Wow.
the biggest field in over 10 years.
The biggest field of UK.
Yeah,
Okay.
of total runners.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow. All right. UK showed up.
Yeah.
And they've been sending a contingency to the U.S. every year.
Every year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So
Well,
it's only fair.
I guess they earned this.
We're calling it World's Toughest Mudder. It's fair to share it.
Is that Heather? No. Nope.
So I think the race for the women might come down to Nikki Karamba versus Nicole Kasha.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound fair?
Nikki versus Nick. I think
Nikki
so.
and Nick.
I think that would be a good guess.
I've always said my rule of thumb is never bet against the champion. The problem is between you and Nikki, we had you two. We had the last 3 champions. So, but can't win it every year.
Yeah, I think those two will do very well. But I also, I guess Kelly Glenn would be kind of my dark horse.
Okay, yeah. It's so early.
Yeah.
Like we're
that too.
not even 4 hours in. Like
And
Kelly
then
has plenty of
also
time.
Jillian Heller, I think will.
Yeah, I talked to her.
definitely
She's
have a good showing.
yeah,
Yeah.
she's looking fit, strong. She's run 85 before, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's good. That's good. Patrick Coletta, go. Have you heard this name?
Can't say that I have.
He may be the most common, especially for an athlete we're not familiar with. Very high, very,
Patrick Coletta. All right, he might be
and we're looking for his place.
winning the group chat.
He's had a lot of support. Patrick.
Is he like a
Yeah.
local celebrity or?
Oh, no, he's not British.
Okay, someone in the chat.
Is he paying
why
these people?
does he have a large family? That's
I don't know. Oh, Michael
Tell us-
Shutt coming
tell us
through.
about-
Michael Shutt, defending champion. Michael ran 115 last year.
Yeah, it was crazy. He slightly looks like he's limping a little bit.
He told us, Michael told us that his right foot was bothering him. One doctor told him it was broken. Another doctor said it was fine. But both doctors said don't run on it.
Yeah, he needs another doctor.
Yeah. So what he's doing is he's told me that he's waiting to see if he's gonna about 8 hours in, he'll evaluate if he can get to 100 miles or not.
Okay.
And then if he can, he's gonna keep going. If not, he's gonna stop.
Okay.
So his brother's also running.
Oh.
They ran together for a minute, but
Okay.
they've separated a bit now.
And they're coming from
Denmark.
Denmark, yes. I knew it was somewhere in Europe.
He had a very large, his first year, or not his first year, 2 years ago, he had a very large pit crew, like 12 people came with him.
Oh, wow.
Last year, he had like 1.
Okay.
And he won the whole thing.
Okay.
So he's like, he didn't say that, but he said a lot of his people are hurt or sick or couldn't make the trip this time. So it's basically him, his brother, and the third person that they're all running and sharing a pit spot and just kind of going for it.
So is the thought less crew, more goes against?
I don't think it's directly correlated, but
they're testing the theory this time, maybe.
yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I've always said, and I feel like everyone disagrees with me on this. I've always said you don't want your pit crew to be someone you love. Like, you don't want it to be like your wife or your husband because in my mind, I feel, especially like middle of the night, like they're going to see you at your absolute worst. And you don't want to say something to you're like someone that you care about that you're going to regret.
Yeah, but if like they also should still love and care for you at your worst. I've had one of those moments with Austin, and we're still together. So
you snapped at him?
Yeah, I snapped at him. He paced me at a 100-miler in Switzerland last year, and he joined me to pace at like mile 75. We hit the high point on the course. We were having a great time. We were listening to music, hanging out. We hit about mile 80, and we descended 3,000 feet within 2 miles. It was like a death slide all the way down. And this is at mile 80. And I was not having a great time. And I started like, this is stupid hell. I'm so annoyed. This is dumb. And he, from behind me, we're hiking down this very steep hill. And he goes, well, just don't forget to look up and remember where you are. And I told him, Austin, if I look up, I will literally die. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you.
Okay. First of all, it's adorable that that's you snapping at him because that's like one short comment, like,
yeah,
but that's yeah, and I see you helping him out, like jump water.
Yeah,
like,
now we laugh about it. We always just like, don't forget to look up and remember where you are. And
you guys have a line. You have an inside joke on it now. That's hilarious.
And I like apologized for snapping at him, and then I told him I was like this isn't an excuse, but I'm also at mile 80, and like maybe now is not the time to like try to be super positive.
Give me a Hallmark card. Yeah.
So but I was like, I'm not making an excuse. I should not, and shouldn't snap at you, but. Maybe like read the room.
To be fair.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
So what I mean, he's crewed me at several races, and I've never had a problem with it. I think it might depend on the people. Austin is a very calm, steady, strong person, and I could see somebody that's a little just slightly higher strung, which is not a bad thing, but just like more energy in any direction could result in some.
People talk about like, oh yeah, he's one of the nicest guys. Like Austin, legitimately is one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Like
I 100% agree.
Right?
I've spent a lot of time with him
You
now.
spent way more time than I have.
The very nicest guy I've ever met.
Yeah. So that's good. Well, we root for. We don't root for obviously we root for everybody. We love it when like you and Austin get crossed like our home. We're like, oh, that was super sweet.
We're not playing favorites, but
Yeah. I just
has
started.
anyone come in behind Michael yet?
Let's.
Speaking of favorites,
check.
favorites to win. Joseph.
Michael has moved into first place. Look at that.
Oh, right, because he wasn't in first.
Yeah, no, he was in, I think, as low as fifth.
Derbyshire dropped down.
Derbyshire's down to third. Joe Rucco into second. Michael, okay, so let me remind you were there. You probably remember, but 2 years ago was when Michael Schutt took his nap. Do you remember that?
Mhm.
You heard hearing about that?
Yep.
He took like a 3-hour nap. He was in first or second place, dropped down to seventh, took a 3-hour nap, and came out like a bullet out of the gun to get second place.
Yeah.
That year, third place, Joe
Was
Rucco.
Joseph. Joe.
So they're and do you remember who won that year? Austin Azar.
Austin, yeah, okay. I was like,
all three of those guys are out there right now. Austin's in 8th and climbing.
and Joshua Fiore, they're in 4th place. Is
Look
up
at that!
there.
Look
In
at
fifth
that!
now,
Oh my
yeah.
gosh, we could have a 2023. We could.
We're going for a repeat.
The top 4 from 2023 are all in the top 8 right
I could
now.
see a repeat podium.
It could be those exact 3. Like who knows what order?
You know what order I'm voting for. I think Austin can.
I don't think you care about second and third. I think that's funny.
Well, Austin's got to keep a job, so.
That's right. That's right. It's guys, come on. He needs that. Oh, he can get an orange bib. They don't have to help him get the orange bib. Austin has how many orange bibs does Austin have? Austin has 2, 2024 and 2016. So.
Man, if he gets another one this year, I've got some my work cut out for me because I still only have one.
Sorry, 2023. You only got one, huh?
Yeah.
Mm.
Kind of slacking.
You hate to, yeah. 4 jackets in the house, only one's yours. That's a shame.
Unacceptable.
Do you,
Let's
you
go
ever wear that?
Rebecca O'Brien.
You ever wear that orange jacket?
I wore it to World's Toughest Mudder, and that was it.
Did you bring it? You brought it to brunch?
I didn't bring it this year.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
I think we've covered this, but I would not take it off. So
No. I've thought about wearing it out sometime.
Yeah. Maybe you need like a theme, like pumpkin something, Halloween, fall.
Yeah.
What kind of
I'll have to
Halloween
pull it out
costume could you wear an orange suit jacket? Is there anyone like movie characters? I'm trying to think.
Why would you make a costume out of it? Why not just,
I
fully
need an
enjoy it?
excuse to wear it.
Oh, you could be like matchy, like twinsies.
Yeah.
Austin could wear his. You can wear yours.
Our costume? WTM champion.
Oh, I would wear that costume every day. That's a great costume. Are you kidding me?
The 4-year-old that I nanny, his birthday was 3 weeks ago, and he wanted to have a Halloween party.
Okay. In June?
In June.
Okay.
Yeah. We actually went to a couple of the neighbors and gave them bags of candy, so he actually got to trick or
super
treat.
sweet.
That's cute.
He kept on telling me, he's like, "When it's my birthday, it's gonna be Halloween." I was like, "That's right, Halloween in June."
My daughter came to visit earlier. I wish you'd seen her. We had her in the booth.
Okay.
Will interviewed her.
And she is
7.
7. Okay, that's a fun age.
Yeah. It was super cute. I'm so happy
Are you
to
gonna get replaced?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But that's fine. I'll take it.
She had really good booth presence, so yeah.
She did. She's a sweetie pie. She just come from a competition. She'd won a cheerleading competition this morning, so
First
I'm very
place.
proud.
Aww.
Got a medal and everything.
Got a medal and everything.
Shane Allison, pit crews need a David Goggins type attitude. Eat, change whatever, and then get the F back out on the course and eat your miles. Shane, who's going to carry the boats?
Rebecca O'Brien. Let's go, Rebecca.
Rock this race. trophy yellow, smiling, medal yellow. I feel like there's an emoji in there that's not getting translated.
Well, I mean, this is a question. What if your significant other has already done WTM, like Caitlin Ritter and Mike Stefano?
Okay. So what that's in reference to is I was talking about how I don't think it's great to have a loved one be
So I was going to say, well, you guys are here and you've both done it.
She told me a great story.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, that's the person that knows you best. And so they should also know that maybe you can snap and say, but like you can't.
You know that moment though, like when you're like, you need to get out on the course and get out of this pit and get another lap. Like you need, and maybe that is best coming from your loved one.
Yeah,
maybe
that's best coming from somebody who
Who you
loves
trust.
you and wants the best for you.
I'm
and
kinda
will say
coming
it while
around on
smiling
this.
and like.
I'm
get
just
out
not sure
there.
anyone could make me do something if I was saying no.
Could Dustin?
What if?
No,
What if-
I did ETM last year, and I was like, "Don't let me quit because I'm gonna want to quit." And then he saw me, and I was like, "I'm done." And he's like, "No," and I was like,
Yeah,
"No,
you're done."
Okay, but do you wish he had forced you out? Like he physically he could have forced you out.
I mean,
He could have made you.
my performance is so pathetic. Yes, I wish. But also my tummy really hurt, and it hurt for like 4 days. I actually got really worried I had a stomach bleed. It really hurt. But it didn't. I think it was just the Imodium.
What if Evelyn 10 years from now is your pit crew? Could she make you get out?
She could make me get out.
Because you don't want to disappoint her.
No.
We
But
love
she's
her.
so kind. She'd be like, "This is her favorite line. I love you for who you are."
Aw.
So I don't think I could disappoint
That's
her.
a pretty
you know?
good line to be a favorite.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm interested to see who thinks they would be able to force me when I'm saying no, because I'm a. Yeah.
I think I could do it.
Yeah, I think you could
You
actually.
gonna pit for,
Yeah.
you gonna pit for Fran?
Like, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
That's really funny.
I think if things are fragile, maybe this is not like if your relationship is fragile, maybe not come here, but
Right.
any solid relationship should be able to handle this just fine.
Mike and Caitlin, we're kind of talking about your comment, Samantha Thompson. Mike and Caitlin are doing it.
Well,
Caitlin's
he's right.
running.
Michael's right here.
Mike's pitting.
Michael.
Talking about pitting for your loved ones, and I'm kind of coming around. Chris talked me into it. You've been saying it. Mike Stefano here on the side of the booth. Caitlin's out there. She's done with 2 laps. I don't know. Maybe I'm neutral on it now. I'm sure I'm coming
What's
around.
your reasoning? Because you've always been very staunch on this.
My
Why?
reason is because that's the one person if it's your spouse, 'cause that's what I think of, like usually, like that's the one person in the world that one relationship, the most important relationship. I don't want to damage it. Like I got to live with this. I want to live with this person for the rest of my life. And I know, and maybe it's me. I know when I come in and like 3:30 in the morning, I'm tired, I'm cold. I don't want to be told what. Like I'm just 2018 World Toughest Mudder in Atlanta, ice storm, freezing cold. Like I was with my team Fat Boys. We're coming in. The 4 of us are there. That's a great point, Shane, on the comment on the thread there. Pit crews can remind you how much effort and training you've done all year, and the momentary mental lapse will lead to regret. And you're right.
I'm
It
just
is.
gonna
It is a
interrupt you for a
momentary mental lapse.
We have 2 more obstacles opening at 4 p.m.
Let's do it.
Twinkle Toezzz and Rain Man.
4 minutes. Twinkle Toezzz.
And Rain Man.
Rain Man. Rain Man
Rain
is
Man.
Twinkle Toezzz balance obstacle.
Mm-hmm.
They got a little Z shape to it. And
Z or
Rain
Z?
Man. What's that?
Z or Z? Where are you from?
My partner is European.
Oh.
Z.
European.
Oh, hey, what's that letter after G?
H.
And where's headquarters? Or what do you call headquarters? I
I
don't
said
know.
HQ yesterday.
HQ.
And he's really not letting me live that down.
Anyway, Z. I like saying. I
But
like
I don't
saying
say
hiya.
I don't say
'cause I'm here.
hello. I say hello.
Hiya. What's the other one? Brilliant.
Brilliant.
And when someone helps me, I like to say you're a legend.
Legend.
So we were going on doing a tourist stuff. It was with my
Brilliant
wife.
is so British.
Calling
I like
everyone.
brilliant.
I'm telling everyone, oh, thanks, you're a legend. My wife was like, would you stop telling everyone they're a legend?
No.
Not
Legend.
everyone can be you're devaluing legend. Like Lucille Ball is a legend. Like,
Legend.
but brilliant. I feel weird saying it because I'm saying it with an American accent.
That's brilliant.
But I say it to British people.
Yeah, but I
So
picked up things from America, so yes, ma'am, yes, sir. Love that so much.
I feel like when I
And a
say
good
brilliant,
little
it's
salute.
like speaking like it's like saying a little bit of French. It's like merci, like
Merci.
Anyway, it's 2018. It's super cold. It's the coldest World Toughest Mudder ever. I'm with my team Fat Boys. Some of their wives are pitting for us,
Mhm.
and there's this one of the guys' wife is kind of like running the pit. Her name is Kitty, And we go in there, and we're all sitting on the chairs, and we have the space blankets around us. We're all shivering, and we kind of like wrap up. She's getting hot chocolate for some, trying to get us warm before we get back out. And I start to fall asleep, and I'm like dozing off because the pit was the coldest area. And she sees that we're like fading. She takes away our blankets, makes us stand up, physically pushes us out of the tent toward the start line, and we cross the start. They do the med check, and we get up, and then there's this big hill we're climbing up at the start of 2018, and we look at each other. We're like, what just happened? Like, she literally made us start another lap, and we didn't really know what was going on. So
that's the kind of support we're here for.
Yeah.
Oh. He's coming through. Okay. All right. I'm going to go check out.
Kris, been a pleasure.
Thanks for letting me stop by.
Anytime.
It was really nice. Come by and see us
Toughest Mudder
anytime.
champ, 100-miler, Kris Rugloski.
She's now off to pit for Austin, who is doing incredibly well. He's currently in 8th place. So here we go. We've got Piper down at Rain Man, which is going to be opening up soon.
Rain Man is the souped-up version of Cage Crawl. You see the, I don't know if you can see the mop heads there on the left. Love you more. Cage Crawl. Cage Crawl is the one obstacle that used to bring me the most stress and anxiety because you're on your back, you're in a little bit of water, maybe 8-10 inches of water, and you're pulling on a chain link fence, pulling yourself through. Water's getting in your face, water's getting in your mouth. What finally got me over the anxiety and stress of this obstacle is my brother and I were doing Tough Mudder in Arizona, just regular Tough Mudder. Got to Cage Crawl, and we're like, all right, let's do it. We did it, fun, and we were like, we're brothers, so we're a little competitive, and so we try and I got through faster, and so we get through the other end, and he's like, hey, you want to do it again? I was like, I hate that obstacle, but I'm not going to lose. We did it like 4 times, and just doing it over and over and over again finally got me like where it doesn't bother me anymore. Now, this is the souped-up version of it.
Oh, Jason's waving at us.
No, love it.
Oh, wait, no, we got people going into going into Rain Man. For the
Right
first time,
at 4
it's
o'clock.
just opened.
They just missed the bypass.
They just missed the bypass. But we also have Jason in Twinkle Toezzz. We got both of you there. We're seeing Jason over at Twinkle Toezzz and Rain Man opening up right now.
I wonder if they skipped that bypass on purpose.
Maybe.
To
It's
cool
not
off.
one that you need to. I don't actually mind Cage Crawl at
Yeah.
all. And you think I would because I don't love getting cold and I don't love water, but there's something about it actually just doesn't bother me.
Now, in the rules briefing, they described it as the closest they could get to waterboarding you.
Maybe I like being waterboarded.
I really doubt that. So here we go with Twinkle Toezzz.
Twinkle Toezzz is now
And you're
open.
like, why is it Twinkle Toezzz with the 3 Z's? Is that what it? We would say 3 Z's.
3 Zs.
You wouldn't say Z, like Z, Z, Z? It's the reason we call it Twinkle Toezzz is the shape, the Z shape, the Z shape, or honestly the sharp S shape.
Do you know what? I like this. Do you remember Fury injured himself on Twinkle Toezzz a few years ago because it was a very thin and pliable. Go Grant Thompson! There he goes, past us
Grant
again.
Thompson again, Scotland's finest.
Whereas this is solid. This is a solid board.
Oh, good balance, good save. The guy on the right, well done. You know what I love about this obstacle? This obstacle is
Saying
almost.
Zed.
Wait, one more time?
Saying Zed.
Saying Zed? No. Yes, but no. This obstacle almost
Sean
is.
Merriweather just passing us there.
Well done, Sean. Top 5, I think, still. It's a balance obstacle. It almost doesn't. Your physical fitness level almost doesn't matter for this one. Like, it's literally. They're all in the same boat. Everyone's in the same boat here. Whether it's Kris Rugloski or whether it's.
Yeah, I love
me.
balance obstacles, and actually, a lot of athletes struggle with balance obstacles.
Yeah.
And yeah, I like them.
It's like anything. You can train for it. You can get better at balance, right? You get used.
Oof, look.
Yeah, there you go.
Damn. So I just want to catch. We had Kris in the booth for a nice period, chatting away, and whilst she was in here, we got quite a lot of super chats.
Get out. Let's talk about
We
them.
did. So let's talk about them. So here we go. I'm going to be sending these to the screen. Will
do it.
chat through them.
Eric Hicks. Well, hold up. Eric Hicks. Let's go, Kelly Glenn. Durango is sitting stamina points. Right on, Kelly Glenn. Eric Hicks. Uncle Eric. Well done. Sean Ramba. 279 for Sean Ramba. So many young mudders this year. So great to see. I met a guy, 18 years old, at the community dinner last night. Name of Kai, called Kai. AH Engineer, $5 for AH Engineer. Let's go, Kelly. Kelly Glenn, again. Dark Horse is like the coolest call sign I've heard all year. $2 from D-Train Moss. I missed D-Train Moss's comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to that.
Oh, that's okay. Kris Rugloski called Kelly Glenn her Dark Horse pick. D-Train Moss, what
So did
snacks?
Carlo.
What snacks are in the pit area?
Do you know what? Snacks should be in my tummy right now.
You know what? That's a great. Usually we have all the snacks in here with us. They have a special dedicated area for the snack for like the media snacks this year. So it's a further walk. I need to go get some snacks. What did I see in the snack area? There was some. Oh, we get snacks. Oh my gosh, Josie, thank you. Josie, Nicole Kasha is a machine. Oh, Nikki. Shout out to the pit crew, Anthony Kasha Jr. Well done. That's one of those 7 kids, I'd imagine, pitting for Nicole. Well done. Well done. Okay, snacks I saw. I am sipping on a water and a cool Mountain Dew, a little caffeine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as you do.
As you Mountain Dew.
As you do. I have some Lifesavers for a throat lozenge.
I've got some throat lozenges too.
I feel like I saw some.
I mean, there's Oreo always because we got this. Lots of chips, lots of salty food, noodles,
Chips, crackers,
candy. Mm-hmm. Oh, stop! It's making me hungry.
I know. There was some fruit. There's some apples and bananas in there. I don't know if you heard us talking about the ice situation over here. The gas stations don't have ice because all of it is on course.
They actually have ice out in the big stores. We're carrying on with the. I don't want to miss anyone.
Oh my gosh, Dwayne Sheets, $20. Thank you for the live stream to set us up with FOMO. So as the FOMO can still be part of WTM. Go Nikki Karamba. Dwayne, you know Nikki won last year, and she is looking strong this year. Jake Goring, $2 from Jake Goring. Becky sending love to Darcy and Jan Cooper. Jake Goring, thank you for the super chat.
Becky sending love to who?
I'm sorry?
Sending love to who?
It's off the screen.
Oh, let me send it again.
Oh,
That
no,
sounds like
it's-
a name you couldn't read.
It's Steve?
Do you not shorten like Steven to Steve?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Is this a ZZ situation?
It might be.
Okay, pull it back up. I don't want to get it wrong. I'm going to say it again.
Oh gosh. Everything.
Steve Darcy. Shout out to Steve. I have never heard Steve. Is that what it is here in the UK? All right, well, you learn new every year. Moss. Great question. $5 from D-Train Moss. Were racers able to find the Uncrustables? What snacks are tap in the UK? Last night, I was in the grocery store.
Oh, no Uncrustables.
I was in the grocery store with Isaac LaChance. He specifically, he's like, they don't have Uncrustables here.
Take the chance on me.
He was buying bread and like he's making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches like old school, like 2004, and in Ziploc bags to put them in to like make his own Uncrustables. Great question. Here's the deal: you can like bring your own, caffeine tablets, or you can bring your own. You can't bring your own Uncrustables; they will go bad on the plane.
I don't think they will. I think they'll probably last about 3 years unopened.
No, you have to freeze them. It's not an open. It's you freeze them, and then once they start thawing, you got to eat them. Although it's processed PB&J, like you're probably you're probably okay.
I'm going to say something that's what's
going on? Oh, nice. Our new penalty. Remind me the name of this penalty. This is for
a Grand National.
Grand National. And this is the penalty for the Z-Wall for Twinkle Toezzz.
Twinkle Toezzz.
And, okay, this obstacle or this penalty is sneaky hard. You think you're like, oh, look, it's a kid. This is part of what we talked about earlier. Not silliness. Fun is in the DNA of Tough Mudder. It's in the DNA of World's Toughest Mudder. And this penalty, you're like, okay, that looks kind of goofy. Ha, ha, ha. Except it destroys your upper legs. You're already tired. You've got 15, 20 miles on your legs already. And they say, go jump on that bouncing ball. It's basically like doing squats. The secret to that
Mm-hmm.
is that obstacle. If you are in a pit crew and you're listening to this, I'm going to tell you the secret to that obstacle so you can tell your racers. Every chance you get to pull the ball forward, you pull it as far forward as you can, and then you kind of let your body fall, like butt first, fall onto the ball. So what you're trying to do is transfer the load of moving that ball from your legs to your forearms, and you pull that ball forward.
I wish y'all could see the movements that Will Hicks is
I'm
doing
describing
in the booth right
it.
now. His hands are flailing around his
So
area that he'd sit on a ball.
did I ever tell you the time I beat Amelia Boone in a race?
No.
Oh no, I'd love to tell you about it. Thanks for asking. It was at World's Toughest Mudder in Laughlin. That was the penalty for, I think, failing not Funky Monkey. Maybe just the tip. And Amelia Boone and I found ourselves, Amelia Boone, 3-time World's Toughest Mudder champion, found ourselves at the penalty at the same time. And I said, "You want to race?" She's like, "Absolutely, I do." Amelia will never back down from a race, at least in my experience. And so we raced, and I ball hopped. I grand nationaled faster than Amelia Boone. That's the time I beat Amelia Boone at World's Toughest Mudder. And that's how I phrase that.
It's misleading. But I'll give it to you.
It's technically accurate.
I'll give it to you.
Hey, I want to say special thanks to all those guys, all those ladies with the super chats. You legitimately are supporting our coverage of the sport.
You really are, and thank you so much.
If you want to join them, if you want to join us in supporting the sport, you can leave a super chat. Just jump in those YouTube comments.
I'm sure we were going to do something very silly again this year.
We will. Should we crowdsource it? Should we ask the?
Yeah. Do you guys want to get involved in something ridiculous again, like we did last year?
Last year, Fran and I had a competition, and whoever you could donate money via super chat, and whoever's name was attached to the most dollars, quote, won and had to run through electroshock therapy. And so I, quote, won, and I got to run through electroshock therapy, which is probably my second least favorite. Electric eel is worse because you're on your stomach crawling through mud doing it. You can't really, there's nothing you can do about it. You're stuck. Electroshock, crushing. Nikki Karamba just ran by. Electric eel, you can't do anything about it. You're sliding through on your tummy. On electroshock, at least you can run, right? You can block your head and run through. So anyway, that's what we did. I don't remember the exact dollar amounts we raised. We raised a few $1,000. I think.
It was a lot of 15,000.
A few thousand.
I think it was about 27,000. No, I'm good.
Oh my gosh.
No, it was not.
But literally every dollar
Paige
helps.
Hopkins says, yes, she's in.
Yes, I'm in. Paige Hopkins. Paige and I talked yesterday. Paige Hopkins, mother of Piper Hopkins.
Paige, let me tell you something. Paige, I hope you're listening.
Hi, Piper's mom.
Your daughter is wonderful. She came and she stayed with us. She traveled up with the guys, and they were all in the same house together. And it was like she'd been part of the crew for however many years we've all been here. Like, she just slid right on in and was at home. And she's so good. And she's been doing all the washing up. Like, she will get and do the washing up before anyone else gets a chance. She's great. We adore her. So thank you so much for such a wonderful kid. We like her very much.
And I got to talk to her on the phone yesterday.
Yeah?
She told me she was very excited. And I said, the stream starts at 4 a.m. the West Coast. Paige, I don't remember where you're at. She's like, well, I'm not watching that soon. That's too early. Oh, I'll jump in later. So I'm glad. What time is it back home? It's, well, let's see. It's 8 a.m. in California, 8:10, 11 o'clock in New York City on the East Coast. So welcome to the show, Paige. That's a great reminder. We're going to have people joining us all at all times of the stream. And we always have, but especially a reminder.
Absolutely. She does the dishes for you. We gotta talk. No, she didn't do the dishes. The magic dishes fairy did the dishes.
You said she did the washing up.
Yeah, she did a little bit of washing up.
Dishes? Laundry? What are you talking about?
The dishes.
All right. Oh, I think what Paige is saying is
She doesn't do it at home.
Exactly.
Well, listen. I don't want to get her in trouble. She was. No, I'm scared.
Sometimes we're better guests than we are at home.
Well, I think she's wonderful, and she can come back next year.
Love it. There was just a broken walkie conversation.
Just going
something
at us.
about it was. I think it was Piper talking about dishes.
Hey, should we check up on the top 10?
First place man,
Michael Schutt.
Michael Schutt. Michael is your defending World Toughest Mudder champion. Michael ran 150 miles last year. Michael told us his right foot was hurt, and he was going to see how it did, and it's doing good so far. Second place, Joe Rucco. Joe, 25 miles so far. That's so many miles. That's so many miles. So look at this top 9. 9 of the top 10 have 25 miles already.
I mean,
At
are
4
we
p.m.,
worried that
4:15.
they go fast and too hot right now?
Well, they're going to really slow down due to more obstacles opening up. So
Yeah.
lap times will slow down.
I mean, in the heat.
Man, I don't know. We're seeing we're seeing a
It's
guy across.
29 degrees, 82 Fahrenheit at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
And it's not cooling down. It's going to get
It's getting
hotter
hotter. It's
for a
getting
couple
hotter.
hours. Like I think what
This-
starts cooling off.
But it should be cooling off already.
It's-
Anyway,
it's
let's
not.
stop talking about the weather.
So Michael in first place, 25. That right ankle is holding up. So he's got a 3-minute lead. The 3-minute lead, which is nothing on Joe Rucco. Craig
Derbyshire.
Derbyshire,
Imagine the E is an A,
and the I is a U.
and the Derbyshire, and then imagine it's spelled Darbyshha.
I do the exact same thing with Morgan Mackay. I've done this, and her last name is spelled Mckay, and I imagine that Y is an I, Mackay.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Craig Derbyshire, third place, 25 miles, 8 minutes off the pace. Joshua Fiore in fourth. Grant Thompson, Scotland in fifth. Sean Merriweather, UK in sixth. Austin eighth. Look at these countries.
Mm-hmm.
Denmark in first place. US in second place. Where's Craig from? UK?
UK.
In third place. America in fourth. Scotland in fifth. UK in sixth. Canada in seventh.
Scotland is part of the UK.
Well,
But
don't tell Grant Thompson that.
I know. I'm just clarifying because someone at home will say Scotland is part of the UK. But yes, you're right. Yes.
All I know is if I told Grant Thompson that, he wouldn't like it very much.
I have a great question for you from OCR Colin.
All right.
Can someone explain why the total time is not the same for everyone? Everyone started at the same time, right?
That's correct. Great question. These times on the right are the time of their last lap finished. World's Toughest Mudder, we don't count partial laps. You get 5 miles credit or you get 0 credit. So Austin Azar, for example, he's at 4:02.25 for his 5 laps. He finished his 5th lap at the 4:02.25 mark. So, but Mike Strobel in 9th, same distance, but he finished that 5th lap in 4:13, 11 minutes after Austin. So that's why the difference in time. Great question. Now, when everything is said and done, like, are the times all going to be the same? No, they're not actually, because the mileages, there'll be some similar mileages, but maybe someone runs 100 miles faster than maybe first and second place both run 100 miles, but first place did it 5 minutes faster. So that will be the winner. Whoever runs the most miles in the shortest amount of time. Great question.
So 2 people ran 100 miles.
Yep.
And one ran it in 23:58.
Mm-hmm.
And one ran it in 23:59.
Sure. So someone finished 1 minute after. Yeah. Guy number 2 finished a minute after guy number 1.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I say guy number 1. Maybe it was Chris and someone else really fast. Chris and Nikki.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you run that same distance faster, you win the race. It's pretty straightforward. Once it gets to the end, it's obvious.
Loving the love coming in. What you don't get to see, and I wish we had like another camera that just pointed directly out at people passing us, is people interacting with us as they go by.
Nikki Kasha keeping it going. I don't know if Uranus was talking about Nikki. she said she's out for blood. In a
Oh,
good
yes,
way.
yes, yes.
In a
I
good
heard
way.
that.
But she's here to win. She won the sprint lap. She won the sprint lap last year. She's here to win the race this year.
I love it.
So we'll see how that shakes out. She's in second place right now. Let's look at those women.
I'm just gonna. Somebody has been asking for an update here. Update on Scott Crofts.
Scott Crofts. He is 2 miles in to his third lap. So 2 laps done. Actually, you know what? He's probably halfway through his third lap right now. That's a 2 mile marker. So he's finished 2 miles on his way to his third. So about, I'd say 2.5 laps done right now. 12.5 miles, give or take.
Let's have a look at those women.
Nicole Kasha, first place. Nicole Kasha started the race in first place.
Yep.
No one woman in the history of World Toughest Mudder has won wire to wire. That's Rhea Coble back in 2017.
And no man.
No man has ever done. No man's ever come close.
Mm-mm.
So, why do you think that is?
Honestly, I can't.
I can't even think if it's a flaw on the men's side or a strength on the women's side.
Women are skilled at endurance racing. We know that.
Sure.
Maybe when men can run, maybe the sprint lap for men is very, very fast. And so to be skilled enough to run that fast, to also have that speed and the endurance speed is hard to align.
Yeah.
And maybe for women, they're not going out as fast on the sprint lap, so comparatively, but then they are very, very skilled at the endurance, so they're able to combine the two. I think that sounds like a fair answer for everyone.
Yeah, how about it? Nikki in first.
Melissa Linden's husband! Oh no! Why? Oh my gosh.
5 laps for Nicole Kasha. 4 laps for the rest of the top 10 women. They've all got 20 miles down. Morgan McKay, look at that. We just talked about her. She's moved up into 9th place. Shauna E., thank you for the update on my wife. Shauna, I'm not sure who your wife is, but you're welcome.
I'm quite surprised that we're not seeing. It cannot be the point where my mind is already going blank on names. I'm quite surprised that we are not seeing Ruth Battersea up there, but she's in 19th currently. She's done very, very well. Many events.
We were just talking about all the different nations on the men's side. On the women's side also, first place, Nicole is U.S., Nikki Karamba, South Africa, Jill Heller, U.S., 4th and 5th place, Dominique and Luis are both UK, and then Robin from Australia in 6th place.
Absolutely. That's incredible. That's a huge amount. I mean, looking at
and then
South Africa, USA, UK, Australia, Canada, Germany, Poland.
6 different countries in the
Belgium.
top 10. And then another 6 in the top 20. You got 12 nations represented in the top 20 women. Outstanding.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful.
Love that. That is, man.
Love that for you.
World's toughest mudder. It's great. It's great.
Literally worlds. Who's this? I've got the sun in my eyes. I can see a blue bib, but I can't see much more than that. Looks like a woolly hat.
There is a little we call that ball on the top of wool hats. That's got a name. A little fluffy ball.
Bobble. Well, we do call them bobble hats.
I can't imagine wearing a hat like that right now.
Hey, Jason, we're with you.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Nice. Heck yeah, man. That's awesome progression.
Hey, Jason, I know you're chatting, but we're not actually getting the audio through, so we're going to watch you on the camera for a bit. What a beautiful day. So what are we at? We're at 4:23, 5 o'clock. More obstacles open. Do you know what's going to happen at 5 o'clock?
Tell me.
Mud
5
Mile.
o'clock.
Mud Mile.
Mud Mile. Mud Mile's going to be fun.
Mud Mile is going to change things up big time. People are going to get sticky. They're going to get thick, heavy mud that is going to, if they were to get cold, would keep them cold.
I can't say this definitively, but if you were to say what is one obstacle that's on every single Tough Mudder course, I would guess it's Mud Mile.
Yeah, potentially.
Now, some venues, they don't like you digging, so maybe not. Maybe Kiss of Mud is a better choice for that. But Mud Mile is one of the most common, for sure.
It's
deep
awful.
trenches.
It's been at most races I've done. It's an awful, awful obstacle with not too much build. I mean, time to dig, but not a kit is not needed aside from the machinery to dig.
Yeah, it's kind of simple for the crew to build.
Hell.
But it's a great obstacle for Tough Mudder. One, it's muddy.
Mhm.
Two, it requires teamwork. You're going to have deep trenches, and we have especially deep trenches, and we have especially high.
So I've we just got a message through. I've made another American European faux pas. So just to let you know, Nicole's last name is pronounced Cocha. Now in Italian it'd be Cocha.
Cocha.
But in American, as I also had with Trevor,
Psychos.
not chichos, psychos.
1 year, Trevor Psychos.
Coach.
Trevor Psychos has won World's Toughest Mudder twice. He has the most lifetime World's Toughest Miles of anybody. One time he wrote on and here's how I remember it, is he wrote on his name, Steve just wrote Psychos, like Psyc, like Psycho. Like, oh, that's literally how you say his name, Psychos. Cocha. Nicole Cocha. We should learn how to say it because she is in first place right now.
We've had a super chat from Rebecca Darcy. Thank you so much.
Darcy, brilliant. You're a legend. Stephen Darcy is my dad. Can we pull that one back up?
Oh, absolutely.
Sorry, I missed the tail end of it. Stephen Darcy is my dad, running with my auntie, Jan Cooper, both in the over 60 group. Hoping to see them on stream. Here is his stats. Oop, we just lost Stephen Darcy.
Oh, that's annoying.
3 laps down. He just last time we saw him was after starting his 4th lap. So he's on course on his first mile of lap 4. So 15 miles down. Well done. He's well on pace for 50. That's great. Thank you for the super chat. You were too kind. If you want to support our stream, you can absolutely jump in there, leave a super chat. We appreciate it. We're very grateful. Every penny goes back toward supporting our coverage of World's Toughest Mudder. Getting another good. Oh man, that's a brutal obstacle. Look at that. Just look at that.
Oh god, horrible.
Looking at.
Do you hear that,
Pyramid
HQ?
Scheme.
Horrible obstacle. Pyramid Scheme 2.0. Mm-hmm. Even oof.
Horrible in a brilliant way.
Netflix and chill, are they?
Netflix and chill, another.
Cramping up. Yeah, we were saying there's going to be a cramping issue.
Even looking at the people coming out of, I'm blanking on the name. The Arctic Enema rat. What's our rat race obstacle called? Rat trap?
It's not Splat the Rat. It's Rat Frost.
Rat Frost, like Jack Frost.
Like Jack Frost.
Even the people getting out of Rat Frost now are getting out a lot slower.
Yeah,
like
they slow down.
It's
the temperature has gone up again. It says it's now 29.1, but it feels
It
cooler.
feels cooler. I'm getting a nice breeze.
Yeah.
You know
But
what it is?
imagine
Is
if
because
you
we're
were
behind.
But imagine if you were cold.
Here's the thing: the sun actually never goes behind the cloud. The clouds go in front of the sun. So
That is so philosophical. Well, so philosophical.
I don't know about that.
But, slow into what's going on. There we go.
So we've done this multiple times.
Yeah.
I've done World Toughest Mudder since 2015. Here, Mike Strobel is my grandson, and I'm so happy you're going live so we can all watch. Thank you, Rebecca Ann Strobel Kincaid. Mike's doing great. He's crushing. This weather it feels like it's advanced the race a few hours early.
Mm.
It feels like we're at the 8:30-ish stage where people are. This is, if we're being real, if we're being honest. This is the hardest part of the race. The beginning is easy. The end is easy.
You got the end in sight.
The middle is.
Would you say we're already in the middle? I mean, we're only 4.5 hours into the race.
I think
we're in the first third.
We're in the first third, but I feel like the heat has advanced us emotionally. Like people are now, not everybody. Some people are still, looking
Nikki
super
there
strong.
running past. Oh, Mackay.
Morgan Mackay. Crushing. We haven't really talked about Morgan. Remind me, we'll talk about her in a minute. But the heat is, I mean, we're sitting here, we're not running. We're sitting in chairs, mostly in the shade. And it's tiring.
Complaining about the heat.
Right?
Oh, yeah, my eyes are like,
You know what? Knock on wood, I'm glad the allergy stuff is staying down. I don't even want to. It's like saying, "Oh, I'm not going to need a wetsuit." Don't ever say that. Don't ever say those words. I've never even gotten a speeding ticket. Don't say that. Why would you say that? You're driving tonight. This is awesome. Jackson McDonald, I wish you were here too. Okay, so here's the deal. Sign up for World's Toughest Mudder 2026. I don't know if registration's open yet, but it'll be soon.
It'll be soon. There's been no announcement over what's happening next year.
If you're like, I don't know.
But I'm excited to know.
Let me tell you how I signed up for World's Toughest
You
Mudder.
tell me, sir.
I ran regular Tough Mudders all the time. Loved it. I'd see people wearing the World's Toughest Mudder bibs on the course. Super cool people. I'd ask them about the race. I kind of learned about it by word of mouth before. There was no live stream back then. There was, maybe one guy with a podcast that do some random interview. I was literally kind of like learning about it myself by talking to people at venues.
Yeah.
And so I said, "Oh man, I'm not gonna run it this year. I'm gonna work out really, really hard and get really, really fit. I'm gonna run it next year." And I did that in 2012. And 2013 rolls around. I was like, wasn't really fit. So I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna run it this year. I'm gonna run it next year. I'm gonna get really. I did that like 3 times. And World Summer 2014, the only way to follow the coverage, the only way to see what was happening, I was literally sitting on a website hitting refresh, to do it, to find out who was winning. $10 from Paige Hopkins. Penance for saying Piper doesn't do dishes. Commentary on point. You guys are brilliant. Paige, you're a legend.
I feel like I should send that $10 back to Paige for raising a wonderful child.
Paige, thank you for sharing your daughter with us for the weekend. She's been a delight.
She really has. I keep saying it, and I've told her myself. I'm a little bit odd, and I just walk up to people and I like them, and I just walked up and said, "I like you," and she's like, "Okay, thank you," and I was like, "Okay."
So I did this 2 or 3 times. I was like, "I'm not going to sign up this year. I'm going to sign up next year." Until finally, one year in March, I was like, "You know what? No. I'm just going to sign up. It's March. I've got 8 months to get ready. It's in November." Commit before you're ready, and then get ready. It's I don't know, $400 or $500 ticket depending on when you buy it. Commit before you're ready. You got money on the table. You have skin in the game. You're pot committed. You've got to work out. You've got to run. You've got to lift. You've got to get ready.
Yeah, you can't sign up when you're ready. As they say, a behavioral change changes behavior. You got to act like it before it becomes true. You can't go, "Oh, once I feel better, I will. Once I feel happier, no, you start acting like it's true. And it starts to impact that.
I'm going to say something. I don't know if it's true or not. Tell me if I'm true or not. You're never going to be ready for World's Toughest Mudder. You just have to sign up and then get ready.
Yes.
I think it's similar to kids. You're never going to be ready. If you're like, I'll have kids when I'm ready.
Yeah.
You're never going to be ready.
So I'm the type of person who likes to be ready for stuff.
Sure.
So yeah, with kids, that's a really difficult one. Sometimes, okay, I got a kitten when I was 20.
Okay.
Most beautiful kitten in the world. He was pure white with blue eyes. His name was Monkey.
Name was?
Monkey.
He
He was the biggest boy you've ever seen.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Chunky monkey.
He was a chunky monkey. I love that cat so much. And I remember saying to my mum, I was like, I can't really have a cat. I can't. And she just said to me, and this was to a 20-year-old who takes many risks and does what she wants. She said, if you wait until you are ready to do something, you will never do anything. And I got a kitten. and he was a great pal.
So whether it's having a kitten or signing up for World's Toughest Mudder or having kids,
If you wait until you're ready.
get out there and make some mistakes.
We've got a comment here saying they need to open the other side of pyramid to reduce congestion. Both sides are open. People are choosing to use which side they want to use. It's all open. It's not a double-sided. What you're seeing there is the whole extent of pyramid squeeze. There's nothing on the other side, but to the left of where they are, people have the option to use it.
Yeah, the other side, like on the others, like up and over, is just the exit. It's just metal poles climbing down. Now, there is some congestion because I feel like most people are choosing to go to the far left or the far right. But that's kind of unavoidable. Those are the best spots to do the obstacle at. You can see the guy from Team HQ, someone from staff, putting out hay. I'm not sure if that's a safety thing, like people are sliding down and they want to get it softer there, or if it's to absorb water maybe before they start. But you can see they're putting that hay down pretty thick, actually, at the top there. You know what? I bet you it's to absorb the water. We noticed earlier how that water in that pit is, the level of it is steadily going down. Because and you see right here, people get their feet wet, they get their socks wet, and they pull that water out with them. And then that water gets on the base right there, or it slides down the hill or down the pyramid scheme, and it gets trapped in that the kind of culvert there, little mini valley or ditch. Nicole Kocha. Tell me if I'm pronouncing it right. Still in first place. Nikki Karamba in second. That right now it's early. We're 4 hours into a 24-hour race. It's early days. But that is looking like, right now, the battle for first and second place among the women. Nikki won it last year. Nicole won the sprint lap last year and this year. If Nicole wins the race, she will be the second person ever and second woman ever to win World's Toughest Mudder wire to wire. We have somebody. One of the ladies is using the water at the base of Pyramid Scheme as a hot tub. She is relaxed. It's Melissa Linden, I believe. No, maybe not. Men's side, relatively unchanged. Michael Shute, Joe Rucco, Derbyshire, Fiore, Thompson, Derbyshire, also Derbyshire. Austin Azar in 7th place, was in 8th, continues to climb. Austin Azar is good friends with Trevor Psychos, and Trevor Psychos have this exact same strategy where it doesn't really matter what the other athletes are doing. He's going to run 100 miles, and we'll see where that lands. And it looks like Austin's got that same thing. He's like, you know what, I'm gonna run my race, and we'll see where it gets us. We like to joke, because it's true, the race begins at midnight. These first 12 hours are about positioning yourself and putting yourself in a place where you can win. No one's going to win the race in the first 12 hours, but you can lose it. And all the top 10 men right now, we're 4 hours in, have done that. They put themselves in a spot where when it happens, they're good. And really the top 10 women as well. There's a little mileage difference between second and third, but any of these top 10 women have 20 hours left. There's so much time for movement to happen in the standings. So the two obstacles we've heard the most feedback on, or maybe negative feedback on, is this one we're looking at, Pyramid Scheme, and well, not these ones, but and Netflix and Chill. Netflix and Chill. That's the Netflix and Chill is the low cargo net. Netflix and Chill that people don't love because of the cramping and the Pyramid Scheme people don't love because of everything. It's just like that. Hey, if you want to jump in our comments, let's go, Steve. 440. Happy to see Marcus Cameron says happy to see Bodie on the board. Heather Olson, top. What place is she in? Top 10. Yeah, well done, Heather. Crushing it. Heather had a podcast for many years called Overcome and Run, OCR podcast. She always had really good audio. Seen a lot of guys taking a minute walking now, going through. Not nearly as many guys running through the finish line chute as
there were earlier. Absolutely not.
And a lot of guys. I don't know if I've ever seen this many men run.
I think we just saw Patrick Kaleta run through, grab a band, and keep running in the.
Patrick in the purple.
I think that's Patrick in the purple. That was Patrick just.
Patrick, remind me Patrick's last name?
Kaleta.
Patrick Kaleta, one of the most popular guys in the comment section.
He absolutely is.
And I would love to hear from the comment section. I mean, he's doing good. He's in 14th place. He's got 25 miles. Like, he's at the same mileage as our top 10. He's right there. He's how far down, if we look at the standings, how many guys have 25 miles right now?
Let's take a look. How many guys have 25 miles right now? The top 14, 15.
Top 15 guys all have 25 miles.
Which makes sense because Patrick just crossed the finish line.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, that's great. So, and we're definitely not 25% of the way into the race. And if I could do the math better, I could figure out 4 out of 24. But, it's tough with kilometers and everything.
Come on, Dynamite Derbyshire.
Dynamite Derbyshire. Sigma Boy, 69.
Derbyshire and Patrick are getting a lot of love in the comments.
It's killing the comments. First place in the comments.
First place in the comments.
And first in our hearts.
Well, no one comes first in our hearts. We love everyone equally. There goes Michael Schutt. He has just passed us.
Michael Schutt, first place man, 30 miles down. Okay, so we just saw the most recent guy with 25 miles come in. And
so that'll be 30 miles.
Boom, 30 miles for Michael.
For someone with a bad ankle, he ain't doing too badly.
When's the last time you ran 30 miles on a bad ankle?
When's the last time I ran 30 miles is a question you should be asking. And I'll tell you, Will, the last time I ran 30 miles, never.
So
the most miles I've ever done is a marathon.
Michael runs more miles on a bad leg than most of us do on 2 good ones.
It's crazy, isn't it? We're sitting here, not the most athletic in the world, talking about people doing these incredible feats of athleticism.
It's my favorite event. And here's the thing. Yeah, Michael Schutt just ran 30 miles.
We have 4 comments about Patrick here. Patrick will take first place. Patrick, stay hard. Aura. Patrick is a popular one.
All right. I know you guys love Patrick. Tell me why. Give me some feedback. Is he from your country? Has he won? Is he coming from another sport? Like, I'm going to Google the guy.
Google the guy. Will Chung and Matt B. Davis, they're running a lap.
Well, good for them.
Good for them, and shouting at us while sticking their fingers up their nose.
Wait, what? They were?
No, we're being silly.
Oh.
Sorry, we're just trying to charge a phone here. There we go. Here we are back. We are back with you. Camera one. Let's get Jason's camera up there.
So we're seeing Michael Schutt 30 miles, 4 and really knows how to win the race. He ran it, won it last year. The question is how much that bum ankle or that not 100% ankle, right ankle, will hold him back this year. He told me before the race started he's going to run on it and see how it does, basically. About the 8-hour mark, he's going to reevaluate and see what he thinks about it. Does he think he can do 100 miles on the ankle? If he can, he's going to keep running. And if he thinks he can't run 100 miles on it, he's going to stop. Now, he's got 25 miles in 4.5 hours. So I think it's easy for me to say, but it looks like the answer is yeah, he can. If he keeps up this pace, depends how the ankle feels, right? Maybe we can track him down as he comes through. But it looks like he's actually taking a bit of a pit stop. I see him walking over
as long as it's not a 4-hour one, that's fine.
As long as he's not taking a nap, then he should be all right. Joe Rucko just ran by us.
We have not spoken much about Joe Rucko, have we?
We should be. He's crushing. He's in second place with 30 miles.
We've really not spoken much about him.
You know what? Joe is up there with guys who have had incredibly strong performances but have not won the race yet. Six laps, 30 miles, second place. And just like anything else, like we talked about, the first 12 hours are about putting yourself in a place where you give yourself a chance to win. No one's going to win the race the first 12 hours. Joe is right there. Like, he literally can't. In fact, if Joe leaves right now, he's in first place because Michael Schutt's still in his pit area.
Ooh,
so I don't know how long. I didn't see where Joe went after he grabbed his wristband. But if Joe gets out of here quick, he's in first place, and we just had a lead change. So right now, Joe has not left the pit area yet. He's not crossed.
They both finish, and they're both in the pit.
They both finished. Now, Michael came in 30 seconds a minute
you
before.
say he's in first place. He wouldn't be because he hadn't finished a lap. He'd be in acting first place.
Well,
but if the race were to end now...
That's a great point. If the race ended this minute, then yes, Michael would win. But if Joe leaves right now, he's in first place. He is in front of
heads
Michael
out
Schutt.
for another lap, yeah.
So Evan just walked in the tent. I'm updating Evan on the results. Michael Schutt came in about a minute ago. He's in the pit area. His pit's right over there. Joe Rucko came in 10, 15 seconds ago. I'm not sure what Joe's doing pit-wise. If Joe leaves right now, he's in first place.
They're both still
in the pit area, though. It's super early days to even be talking about leaders and lead change. Actually, I can see Joe in the quick pit area. He's getting help from Anka Frederick, one of our German mudders, members of the community. And it looks like Joe's doing more of a quick pit. He's getting kind of updating his running. Does he have a running bag, or what's he got there? Looks like he's getting some gear.
Is that Sean walking into the pit quite kind of slowly?
Where?
I don't know, down there. That looked like Sean kind of taking his time. Where is he? Yeah, Sean is still in the pit. He last came in 45 minutes ago. He finished his lap 45 minutes ago, and he's still in the pit.
Sixth place. Though he's about to get passed by Austin Azar then. Azar's on course, correct?
Give me 1 second.
So good.
Really struggling on any camera feed, so anything you can get.
Okay, I'll do Mudderhorn right now, and then I'll hit.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
So right now,
Austin Azar, he's out on lap 6. He started lap 6. 40 minutes ago. I love having a static cam on the finish line because whilst we've got cameras out on the obstacles, we also have a camera on the finish line that shows all kinds of people coming through all the time.
we've got a crew coming through. They're crushing it. They're limping even, and they're still going. You guys are awesome. Don't stop. Just talk to him? Just got word from Mike Stefano, Obstacle Ring Adventures podcast. Just talked with Michael Schutt. He may be done. We're going to wait to see if he goes back out, but it sounds like his foot might have made the decision for him.
He said if he goes back out, he'll just be like doing a fun lap with his brother.
So what Michael Schutt told Mike Stefano is that if he goes back out, it'll be for a fun lap with his brother.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
That means we will probably have, if that holds, if everything that we just learned holds up, and that's how they ends up happening, we will have a new
Joe Rucco has headed
world's
out for lap
champion,
7.
World's toughest mudder.
Joe Rucco currently in the lead.
Joe Rucco in first place at World's Toughest Mudder. Go get him, Joe. USA. We have not had a back-to-back men's World Toughest Mudder champion since Ryan Atkins in 2013, 2014.
And was that individual?
Individual. An
Wow.
back-to-back individual champion.
So Joe Rucco is now in the lead. He's on his lap 7. No one else has finished lap 6 in the men. Craig Derbyshire is next, followed by Josh Fury, Grant Thompson, and Sean Merriweather. Austin Azar, Harvey Mitchell Divers, Mike Strabel, and Jamie Pallister rounding out the top 10, all on their 5th lap still. And for the women, oh, look at that picture. Look at them there. That's great.
Now, I 100% everything Mike Stefano just told us. And I believe Michael Schutt was telling Mike Stefano the truth. But I've seen this movie before.
And I didn't like the ending.
Michael Schutt goes into the tent.
Yeah, but it's early. It's early to be doing that.
Takes a nap.
It's early to be doing that.
Comes out of the tent like a bullet from a gun. So, I believe everything I've heard. But I don't believe it. We'll see.
We'll see.
It is different. I don't think he had an injury 2 years ago. This is an injury he had coming into the race. Different situation, different scenario, I know.
Let's look at the women's top 10 quickly after talking about the men.
Nicole Kocha. First place. Nikki Karamba, second place. Nikki Karamba, your 2024 World Toughest Mudder champion. Nicole Kocha, your 2024 and 2025 Sprint Lap champion.
The information we don't have on there is where they currently are at. So Nicole Kocha was last seen at 4:34 at 2 mile, and Nikki Karamba at 4:30 starting lap 6.
So they've got a good 18-minute difference between, and that's actually pretty accurate because they started their newest lap 18 minutes apart.
I just got rid of them for a second for some good obstacle footage. I couldn't resist showing it. But we can throw that information up there.
That's teamwork. Help her out.
So we can see
Well
who
done.
the top 10 is right now. We can still talk about them.
Sure.
Julian Heller in 3rd place.
Julian Hara, USA.
Dominique Camilleri in 4th place.
Dominique is from the UK.
Louise Markham also racing from the UK.
Well done.
Robin Costa in 6th. Mindy Archer from USA in 7th. Heather Bodie in 8th. Morgan Mackay, 9. And Nadine Wendt in 10th.
Morgan Mackay in 9th is a past World's Toughest Mudder champion. She won the race in 2019 in Fairburn, Georgia. Nikki Karamba in 2nd place is also a champion. She won it last year. She's the defending champion, in fact. So 2 of the top 9 women are World's Toughest Mudder champions. On the men's side, Michael Schutt still in 1st place. Oh, super chat. $5 from Shane Martin. Appreciate the stream while I endure my FOMO. Sending all my support to my Mud family who are taking, I didn't see the whole, all I was taking.
Who are taking this on and are incredible.
Shane, brilliant. You are a legend. Thank you so much. Shane just left us a super chat. You can do the same thing. Hit that dollar box on the bottom of the chat box on YouTube. Let's give a shout out to 2376. Can you see that rest of that comment? Please give Ben Griffin from his kids watching him. Ben Griffin, kids are watching. Well done. 3 laps done, 15 miles in. That's a great pace. You're doing great, man.
So we have got a bit of a battle here in the comments between Craig Derbyshire and Patrick Halater taking first place. What I'm reading here, Ultimate Warrior winner with 160K in 24 hours. Is that Patrick? Legend in Strong Viking Netherlands. Winner 24 Hours Race Warrior Netherlands. We've got a lot of incredible athletes over here in Europe, and I often say that we kind of sleep on the European athletes a little bit. And I'm glad to have more races here and more championships here so people can see.
One thing that's different from the U.S., the OCR in the U.S. and OCR in the U.K. is kind of the diversity of race experiences. So it's great. I'm glad to see all these other racers come from other brands, other companies coming here to World's Toughest Mudder.
We do. We have a lot of great brands, and OCR is just on the up and up and up still in Europe, and it's fantastic.
You guys, I know I've said this before, Fran. You've heard me say it a million times, but man, you got to get out here. These guys that are running, everyone here cares about fitness, but 90% of them are people you'd see on the street, like the Austin Azars and the Nikki Karambas and the super fit, super.
Don't look at them and go, "I'm not them. I can't do it."
100%. Now, the fitter you are, the more miles you can do, yes. But here's a secret. It doesn't matter how fit you are. This will never be an easy race.
No, well, that's the thing. You race to your capacity, and you know you've had a good race when you are racing to your capacity.
I was Allison Ty told me something. Allison Ty, multiple World Toughest Mudder podium winner. I was running in toughest Atlanta, and I remember I was running the race, and I was like, I should slow down. I should start walking. Otherwise, I'm gonna be tired at the end. And she said something. She's like, that's the whole point. The goal is to finish the race with nothing in the tank. You should be exhausted. You don't want to have anything left. That's the whole point of the race. And that every single person watching this has that capacity to exert themselves to work so hard out there on the course. When you finish, you're exhausted. It doesn't matter how you start the race. You're going to finish exhausted, finish with nothing in the tank. And that doesn't matter if you can, bench 250 or not. You can run it doesn't matter how fast you run. It literally doesn't matter how fast you run, because I promise you're running slower out here.
I'm just going to talk about the weather again for a second. It's got even hotter, but it doesn't feel it.
I don't know why.
Because that wind. And there's more clouds coming in. Once the cloud cover comes in.
Those clouds are saving our life. Hopefully they stay.
Yeah, but that wind is picked up. We're feeling it here.
It's going to be wild when it gets cold and dark.
Oh, look, we've got the obstacle list up. That means more obstacles are opening soon. We're already at nearly 5 p.m. Mud Mile's going to be opening.
5 p.m. Mud Mile. And we talked about Mud Mile a little bit. It's a big one. It's a hairy one. What tends to happen with Mud Mile, okay, it's just to remind everybody, Mud Mile is long trenches, side by side. You go into one, and you climb out the other side. But the trenches are dug deep, and then the mud that is dug out is piled in between each trench. So not only are you down deep, you got to climb up. So ideally, it takes teamwork to get you in and out of Mud Mile. Now, what'll happen? Josh Fiore finishing another lap. What'll happen over time is paths will be worn into the
steps
into the exits, kind of getting out and going over the hills. And I even saw in the World's Toughest Mudder community group this morning, people were talking about Mud Mile because they saw the obstacles for the first time yesterday, and they said, "All right, guys, just so we're all clear, go to the right. Wear it down on the right. We want to dig a path.
I love that.
On the right side.
Look, we've got our European Men of Mudderhorn doing their thing.
Love it.
Carrying on traditions.
Now you see these guys on his right leg there. He brought a pad for standing on. He's planning on this. His race from here on out is to help people up and over Mudderhorn.
So, and I also want to point out, this is a gentleman I've spoken about already. This is Keith. Is that Austin?
Austin Azar.
Please don't break him. He won a free entry, so he is using his entry here to be helping others, and I think that's a pretty great way to be doing that.
That's amazing. I love that. Good for him. Good for him.
That's an Azar.
AZ?
AZ. A to Z.
Let's check on some athletes. How is JD Allen doing? If you have a mileage goal at World's Toughest Mudder, these guys are going to help you get there. This is you can see without those. Imagine those guys are not there. This is a very, very difficult obstacle. You have to get a running start. You have to kind of hit it just right, jump up, and grab the base of that board. If those guys are not there, this is a very, very difficult obstacle. The Men of Mudderhorn, they call them.
Got a super chat here from Samantha Thompson.
Nope.
Samantha Thompson, any relation to Grant Thompson? 5 stars.
5 stars.
5 stars.
Samantha Thompson, you're a legend. Brilliant. Thank you so much. 5 stars.
5 stars.
Love that.
We've lost
Samantha,
our pitch.
you are amazing.
I think Evan's wanting to. Evan, you got it. Go for
It's
it.
good. So I'm here at Mudderhorn. It is one of the obstacles that is right by the finish. Opened about 2 hours ago, but my phone had to recharge. So I missed the opening. But you can see basically a giant A-frame, and there's netting going up and down both sides. Different from the U.S. version, for any of our listeners watching from the U.S., is there's no step here. Typically in the U.S., they put a little step there on the board. There's not a step, which is going to make this a little bit harder. Luckily, like as we're talking about, the Men of Mudderhorn are here as well, so they're giving people a boost up. And you'll see not only open wave athletes, but elite athletes as well are using the Men of Mudderhorn. It's a good way to preserve your energy and make it up. You can see a couple of guys now wanting to wait for the Men of Mudderhorn and are setting it up themselves, which is possible. But again, this is a 24-hour race. You want to preserve your energy because towards the end, that's going to be a very hard movement to do and maybe some cramping. One of the things I have noticed about Mudderhorn is there seems to be a little bit more of a gap than I would say some people who regularly do maybe used to. So it's got a pretty good, there's some pretty space there. Normally I feel like the net's pressing down on you, and for this one specifically, it looks like there's a pretty good gap. So guys and girls are going up without as much problem getting caught. Normally people who are wearing backpacks, like camelbacks and stuff like that, will have a lot of issues getting caught on the net, but we're not really seeing that. Normally when I go up face first, like you can see athletes going across on the far side. You can angle here. And normally when I'm down on this side, I usually go face first as well, so facing away from it. But based on how far the net is away from the actual climbing surface, most of the athletes are choosing to go down backwards. I still think going down face first is the faster option. But, you know, some people are not comfortable looking out. Once you get up to the top, I know standing here around or watching from home, some people, oh, that doesn't look so bad. But I can tell you, once you get to the top, sometimes it is a little bit nerve-wracking, especially if you don't particularly like heights. It can be, feel very insecure. And with the open net, it's not like there's stable structure below you. So when you look down, essentially there's open air below you, so that can be intimidating for a lot of people. You can see athletes conquering Mudderhorn, making their way back towards the finish line. This is one of the ones you go up and over, and then you get to run down the middle as a nice bonus afterwards. But yeah, Mudderhorn, and I'm gonna hand it back to you guys in the booth for some audio.
Thank you so much, Evan. Great insights as always.
Evan, great about going down Mudderhorn. People look at me like I'm crazy when I tell them this. if you want to get down Mudderhorn, the fastest way to get down is you're facing out.
Mm.
And it sounds scary. It's scary the first time you do it, but it's really not that bad because your weight is carrying you back. Like you can basically just sit down if you need to, and your hands are pushing you forward against that net. Now this is a little different. Like he said, there is more space between that safety net and the cargo net that you're climbing on. But generally, at World's Toughest Mudder in the past and at like regular Tough Mudders, Evan's 100% right. The fastest way down is you just literally walk down like facing out. And it sounds scarier than it is. But once you start doing it, like literally take 2 steps at the very top, it's not that bad. Yeah, it is kind of sketchy. At the very bottom, you have to kind of turn around to get down that last like 8 feet, 10 feet we're looking at right there. But for 75% of it, I totally agree with Evan. Walking face first is the way to do it. Hey, Jeff Flippert had a great comment I want to highlight that we popped up on the screen. Those gears are going to be a lifesaver tonight with the wind. And you're not wrong, Jeff, 100%. The only required equipment you have to bring to World's Toughest Mudder is a headlamp. That's all you need. Like literally, like that's if the required gear list is a headlamp and a flasher for the night ops. Now everyone brings running shoes, everyone brings kit, everyone brings wetsuits. Everyone should bring a windbreaker. Like literally a cheap, you can go to Goodwill or Diet, Tesco, whatever you have over here.
Last year for ETM, I got one off Vinted.
Yeah, just get a cheap, like literally the cheapest windbreaker you can find, but you need something to literally break the wind, or else because it can if you have a thin wet wind can go right through the wetsuit, the neoprene. So no, it's a great point, Jeff. You brought up there. Also hearing about Patrick, he won a 24-hour obstacle race called Ultimate Warrior twice. So he has some 24-hour experience, a lot of 24-hour experience. So we're going to keep watching him. So Mud Mile just opened up, and we're looking at Kiss of Mud there on the right. So that'll be an interesting... All right, we're going to go back to Evan.
We gotta wait for the
Evan, we hear you there. Go for it, Evan.
Awesome. So I got Keith here, one of the Men of Mudderhorn. So Keith, tell me about one, how did you end up at this race? And two, why did you decide to do this as opposed to run laps?
So I'm here because I won free entry from the Oyster Port. They put a challenge up, a petition to enter, and I was good enough to win it. So yeah.
So why did you choose to come and support the fellow members of our community instead of going out and trying to hit your personal best on the mileage?
I've been fortunate from roads in the States a couple of times. I loved it, but every time I was there was like Mudderhorn. There was people at Hero Wall. And yeah, they were invaluable to everybody. Every runner who came through just need, it doesn't matter if you're an elite or if you're a first timer, at the end of the race, everybody needs some help. And I just thought, I've got this great opportunity, so why not give some back? Like I said, I'm fortunate enough to run it in the States a couple of times, so I did that here.
Interview.
Sorry. Just wait for the camera. Hi.
What's going on, everybody? We're streaming live or what?
Yeah, streaming live. You're on the OCR report.
Yeah.
How's the heat feel out here?
Not too bad at the moment. It is very warm, but it's not too humid, so it's not very impressive.
Have you done a Men of Mudderhorn before?
No, this is the first time helping out Mudderhorn.
Looks like though you prepared. Got some tips from other people. Tell me about what you have on your legs and your knees.
So I got knee pads, good quality knee pads on. As we've all been joking, name's crap. We've got to have some use for the pads. I put shoulder pads on as well, and heavy gloves for people to stand on. Smoked it. Dave Didier, spoke to him a few times a few months ago when I got the entry, and
I've asked him for some advice, and this is what he said. Get this done. Be prepared to be stoned. Right on. Your colleagues over here, did you plan ahead of time to come to this, or was this more of a spur of the moment? You obviously came prepared. Same? Ron, what are you guys' names?
Andy.
I'm Doug. And where are you guys from?
I'm from Glasgow in Scotland.
I was just there, literally 2 days ago.
Twin Cities, Minnesota.
There we go. Little USA action. Alright. The Men of Mudderhorn are busy. We're going to let them keep working. There, I'll give you a quick idea of what it's like here for the Men of Mudderhorn. We'll cut back to you guys in the booth.
Well done, Evan. Thanks much. Good talking to those guys. And you can see how much it's almost not impossible, but without that help from those men, a lot of people out here would not be reaching their goals. Obstacles like that, maybe you can get past them once, but if you struggle with it and struggle with it and struggle with it, you might get back to the pit and you're like, you know what, I don't want to go out again, because if I go out again and I get stuck at Mudderhorn again and there's no one to help me, then I'm stuck. And they are a huge help to reach their goals.
So I just took a quick wander. Gosh, it's hot out there.
It is toasty.
It's hot out there. It's 5 o'clock at night.
If I told you it was 11 a.m. out here, you'd believe it. Like it's toasty.
It's toasty roasty.
The sun is almost straight up in the sky. It's not quite, but
this chat is going crazy for Patrick. It is going crazy for Patrick.
Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is, fellas. All right, so Patrick, we are rooting. We are watching your career with great interest, as they would say.
I mean, this was a tip from Michael Schutt himself as well, Patrick.
He's 14th place, 5 laps. Now, 14th place, you might think, 14th place, like that's not even. It doesn't matter. Like at this point, anyone in the top 20. The winner of this race could be literally anyone in the top 20, and even beyond. If we're being real, I'd have to look at how many miles everyone has past the top 20. But the race, I'm not exaggerating, it hasn't even started. It's not even like a glimmer in your father's eye yet. The race is it's just about
the top 35
right
have 25 miles.
The top 35 men all have 25 miles. So, yeah, so 14th place is not. I mean, you're at the top half of that. What about the top? How many of the top women have 20 or 15 miles?
The top 21 women have 20 miles. 15 miles, a lot. Top 65 women have 15 miles.
So we've kind of
25 miles is the top 3 women.
We've talked about how the weather is absolutely good. And it is, you know what? It's a factor every year, right? But my contention the whole time has been the hot weather or the not cold weather will lead to more miles. And I still believe that on the top end. I think our men's winner will have,
if it starts cooling down soon, yeah. But it's really hot out there. I'm sure people don't believe. Jason just came in absolutely drenched in sweat. How's it feeling out there, Jason?
Yeah, it's very hot. If I stay steady running, then it's just dripping off my nose the whole time.
And this guy lives in Texas. So yeah, if the weather drops,
it's going to drop. It can't keep getting hotter. Like it's not like.
Well, it's still 29.1 degrees at 5 p.m.
29. That's like what, 84 degrees?
It's on the screen, Will. It's on the screen.
Oh, so you're saying I'm right.
I'm saying you're not doing anything clever.
is.
So Nicole Kocher.
I think that's
should
Nicole
be
in her green
yep.
bib, right?
There we go. Yeah, crossing lap 6.
She's looking strong, whether or not, heat or not.
Alsa's in the background, giving a thumbs up in a second.
There's our tent. You can see exactly where we are in the shade here, in the shadows.
We're having a good day.
Nicole grabbing her wristband. That's the obstacle bypass wristband, and heading into toward her quick pit. She's got her pit crew.
So in second place, Nikki Karomba was seen 20 minutes ago at mile 2. So quite a big gap there.
Say that one more time. Nicole Karomba or Nikki is
at mile 2.
Wow.
20 minutes ago.
3 mile lead. Well, probably 2 and change, I guess. 2 and change. Looks like some sunblock, some water, and what's she doing on her leg there? Anti-chafe, maybe? Yeah.
Or maybe sunblock.
Yeah.
And a kiss.
And she's gone.
She's gone.
That is a great pit stop. I don't care if you're elite. I don't care if you're regular. She came in. She knew what she needed. Whether I'm not sure that's chafing or sunblock. I want to say it was sunblock. Chafing is usually more in like higher or lower.
For ladies, definitely chafing between the thighs. Especially in shorts that short.
And then okay, so she goes in. She needs the cream. She gets a little bit of nutrition, a little bit of water. Kiss from her pit crew. Little heart. Look at that. Look at that. Well done. Well done. And she's back out. So that's an example of a good pit stop, whether you're elite, whether you're regular. She was in and out. That pit stop, I'd have to time it at less than a minute, maybe a minute and change. The pit is not your friend. If you want miles, this doesn't matter how elite. She's in first place for the women. Oh, hell, B.
Hi.
How are you? You're doing great. Two laps down? B Wood, right? Yeah. Nice. We got B Wood. She's stopping by to say hi.
Hi. How are you doing?
2 laps down.
I did. I remember. Congratulations.
Got our team working together. We're going to get 25, you guys? Love it. Love it. Oh, that's awesome.
Well done, guys.
Stay hydrated.
Incredible.
Drink some water.
Incredible effort. Well done.
All-female adaptive athlete team.
That is incredible.
Well done.
Oh, we've lost the picture there. Let's find another one.
Remember how fast people were going through this obstacle when it started?
Mm-hmm.
Not the case.
Mm-mm.
Nicole Kocher. I've said this before. My fastest lap is slower than their slowest lap.
Jeff Lippert is asking, is this abnormal weather for the UK? Yes and no. What do I mean by that?
Tell me.
I have said this quite a few times, but I'm going to keep saying it. I always pay attention to this weekend's weather because it's Glastonbury, and I love Glastonbury. I used to go a lot.
When you say it's Glastonbury, that sounds like the name of a town.
It's Glastonbury Festival,
the
most famous music festival in the world.
In the world?
In the world. Trust me. Don't look at me like that, just because you don't know it. Anyway, so I always pay very strong attention to this weekend. And the weather this weekend has varied wildly from, I think it was 2007 Glastonbury weekend was such a washout that tents washed away, to 2010 Glastonbury weekend, which was so hot I wore ballet flats the whole time and found shady places to nap. It was dry and crusty mud everywhere. It can be anything. We can have raging hot temperatures or sideways rain. This weekend doesn't actually say anything. It's likely to not be snow. That's all we can say, pretty much. It's likely to not be snow, and that is it.
Could be anything.
Could be
anything other than snow.
Could be anything. But temperatures this high, 28 degrees at 5:15 in the evening. It is hot. This is a heat wave, though. They have said this is a heat wave.
You know what? You keep saying 20. It feels like it's like 82 degrees.
Well, that's funny because it is 82 degrees.
Oh, wow.
We've had a super chat in from Jennifer Wright. Shout out to Muddy Buddies. Abby Perez, 2022. James Golisano, 4115. Kevin Vanderwood, 2075. Desmond McMahon, 2059. Ryan Stoning, 2067. Emma Pip Mama, watching from New Hampshire, USA. Thanks for the live stream.
Love it. Can we look up those guys?
Let's absolutely look up each and every one of those guys. Thank you for the names and the bib numbers.
And the numbers,
We
right?
appreciate that.
Jennifer, brilliant. I told, I don't know if you're in there, I told Chris, like when I say brilliant over here, I feel like I'm in France saying like, merci.
Merci.
It's like a little speaking the language. Speaking the language.
There we go. I will bring up each of these people you shouted out.
Abby Perez. She's doing good.
She's doing great.
24th place, 4 laps, 20 miles. That's great. Well done.
I would love some insight from anyone who's out there. What kind of mileage are you actually getting per lap? Are we getting 5 miles a lap? Are we getting more than 5 miles a lap?
The official word from Team HQ at the race briefing, 5.03.
James Golisano there.
Nicely done. 3 laps, 15 miles done. Last seen lap 4 start. That means he's out on his 4th lap. So he is well on pace for 50 and maybe more. Here's a great shot of Kiss of Mud. Look at that.
I'm getting nothing up for bib number 2075. Let's go with the name.
Someone's got a lot of energy.
There's Kevin, 2075.
Well done, Kevin. Kevin Vanderwood. 3 laps down, 15 miles. He is about probably halfway done with his 20-mile lap. So, again, well on pace for 50 and more if he wants it, looks like. I mean, we're only 4 hours in. Well done. Well, 5 hours in. Desmond McMahon, you know what? I wonder if he's with Kevin. They might be running together. He's about the same spot on the course, same distance, 15 miles down, 3 laps. Well done, Desmond. Outstanding. Way to be, fellas. Brian Stoning, 4 laps, 20 miles. Last seen, lap 5. So that means he started the lap, but he hasn't hit that mile 1 mile marker yet.
Oh, I think Evan wants us. Evan, over to you. Oh, we're losing the picture, babe. There we go, Evan. Over to you.
Okay, we're here at Twinkle Toezzz. I gotta stay outside of the obstacle, otherwise I completely lose signal. But there's essentially a up ramp with little footholds, making an easy way to get to the top, and then essentially a Z-beam for the actual balance part. The fact that it's up higher doesn't really affect the difficulty of it. It's mostly mental at that point, as far as you looking down and realizing you're more than a couple of inches above ground, you're several feet above the ground. The best method for guys and girls going across this is to keep your toes pointed forward. I see some people try to go sideways. That's not ideal. That's going to make you totter back and forth. It's going to be a little bit hard to balance. If you keep your toes pointed forward, you'll get you're used to walking that way and bouncing that way. So that's what I recommend when teaching people balance to get across. I would recommend keeping your hands out. You'll see some athletes with their hands kind of above their heads, some of them out the side, some just kind of flat down. Generally, keeping them out will allow you to adjust as you move back and forth. I like to call it the ballerina pose, so like one hand high, one hand low, and you switch, alternate as needed to get across. The penalty for this one is pretty bad. We've seen it a lot. We've seen previous World's Toughest Mudders, or like Tough Mudder CEOs on this. It's essentially a bouncy ball, sit on it, and you have to hop down a track, maybe about 50 feet down and 50 feet back. It's a pretty bad penalty. this is definitely one you want to make it across. we just had someone fail, so they're coming over the penalty. We'll down and back, so we'll see how she enjoys this. But yeah, definitely an obstacle that you want to make it across, because this will burn the quads, and it's only going to get worse later in the race. Your quads will continue to burn, and staying in that squat position after running 50 miles or more, what like a lot of the athletes will be doing, will be absolutely awful. So you can see he's moving at a good pace right now. We'll see later on when we get back in here in like 12 hours when we check this obstacle out. You'll see a lot of very questionable technique and people almost like walking with a squat trying to move forward. Most of the people are making it through. I'd say it's probably, I don't know, 95% success rate for a balance obstacle. And you see the downside of the obstacle down ramp is the same as the up ramp. So some good footing there. And yeah, guys and girls are coming across. How was that penalty? Yeah, okay. We'll see how much you enjoy it later. But but you moved really good on it, so you made it look easy. You made it look easy, brother. Yeah. All right, we'll take it back to you guys in the booth, and I'll cover this obstacle before heading to a different one.
Thanks so much, Evan. I am joined in the booth by OCR report guest Rabbit and World's Toughest Mudder athlete on a team, Lee Fuller.
Hey there, how are we doing?
Good, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. It's enjoying the sun, a little bit on the warm side.
You look pretty sweaty.
Yeah, it's warm. It's
Yeah.
a warm one. But
How's
the
it feeling
water's
out
opening
there?
up now, so
Yeah?
we're starting school, so that's definitely making life a bit nicer. But yeah, it's good. This whole team out there, though, so
Fun,
much
isn't
nicer.
it?
So much nicer.
So you're running on a team this year, and is that very different from running as an individual?
Yeah, massively. So I did 2017 Vegas by
Mhm.
myself, and it's hard work.
Yeah.
It's hard work. But as a team, you're like, oh, you run a bit, you chill for a bit, you.
Is the stopping not hard though? You know, if you stop, you cool down, you have to go out again. Is that not difficult?
I think there is an element of that.
Yeah.
Like muscles are stiffening up
Yeah.
a bit, but it means that you're having time to actually rehydrate and that kind of stuff, which definitely helps.
And what's that weather like out there? Because we're in the booth here, we're well shaded, but I just went for a quick wander and oh my gosh, it was so hot. And I thought, if I was, I'm getting a little bit of a headache and I'm in shade with a hat on.
Yeah, it is so hot out there. Like, I'd say it is as bad as Vegas was.
Really?
Vegas 2017.
So this is great. You've been to other events.
Yeah,
You know, people, wow, somebody just came through absolutely at a pace. It's hard to explain the heat here, isn't it? You know, it's 5:30 at night and it's still baking.
Yeah, and I think we've only just had like the hottest part of the day.
Yes.
So, you know, I think that heat is definitely going to be something which is going to catch people out
Yeah.
on later.
For sure. If they've been going out too fast
Yeah.
and then getting dehydrated and also potentially a bit of sunburn.
Yeah, and there are a couple of sections which are quite nice with a bit of shade. So there's a little bit of forest section that's quite nice. It's about 200 meters.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, this is lovely. Like downhill, little forest. You're like, oh, lovely life. And then you come out into like the big obstacle field and the heat just hits you and you're like, oh, okay. But
So something we've not really discussed yet is there aren't any elite teams this year.
Is there not?
No.
It fit I did have a quick look at the results earlier, and like the top 3 teams are definitely putting the pace
The mileage in.
down. I'm not quite sure.
We've not spoken about teams at all.
Yeah, like, and they were close. Those top 3 teams.
I mean, Underdog Fitness, yeah, they're number 2.
Yeah.
Top XXX, Wash, they already are
Yeah.
there. And which team was your team?
We
Mudstickle Sheep Tough.
Yeah,
Oh, you
we're
started
in
lap 6.
Yeah.
You're not doing badly.
So we're aiming for top 10. That'd be nice.
I like that. I like
I'd
that.
like
I
that.
think you can do it. Everyone on the team running well?
Yeah, everyone's putting in their shifts, so it's definitely helping.
Teamwork makes the dream work, as they say.
So, but I think we've been going out in 2s at the moment,
Mm.
which have been quite nice. But then you're like, it's probably not the best idea as a team.
Probably gonna.
But-
So does that mean you have to run together at the same time?
No, so I think they have changed the rules recently,
Mm.
whether it's this year, last year. But as long as one of you is on course with the chip, you can do whatever. So if there's two of you want to run together, fine. If one of you wants to run off, and like if one of you starts running well, and then you're like, well, actually, I'm starting to. You can swap.
So it used to be you had to be crossing certain spots together.
Yeah. So first and last lap, we all have to be together.
Wow.
But other than that, you can do whatever.
Yikes.
So, like I could, in theory, just go for a nap for the next 10 hours, and that would be within the rules. But
don't do that though.
No, it's not fun, is it?
It's not much fun.
Not much
and it's
fun.
not going to get your team very far.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the atmosphere here? How do you think it is as an event?
You know what? The atmosphere's going cracking. I
Yeah.
think, you know, everyone's really friendly. Everyone's really happy. All of the volunteers are doing well. You know, it's going really well. And you know, it's good seeing the British MCs on the mic. You know, Bobby's doing what he does. You know.
I mean, he's doing. Normally, there's two of them, right?
Yes.
So he's on his own and he's keeping the vibe up. He's chatting to people. It's hard work.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Like he's been going. You know, he was going at least 2 hours before the start line. We're now 5 hours in, 5.5 hours in, and he's been non-stop on the mic, which, you know, you can't moan, can you?
No, absolutely not.
But how's things been for you guys today?
It's been great. It's been great. It's you know, it's a bit rough out there signal wise.
Yeah.
Struggling with some signal. We went out yesterday, did speeds tests everywhere, but it's never reliable. But I mean, look at these pictures. Absolutely gorgeous pictures.
It's great footage coming through.
Yeah, the rabbits are working really, really hard.
Yeah.
It's great. We're having good fun. We're really enjoying people in the community engaging with us here on the chat. We can send messages through.
Have you noticed a difference with the chat, with it being in the UK compared to America?
What will be interesting is what happens overnight, because normally overnight we have the British contingent watching and keeping us going throughout the night. Is that going to happen in the US?
Yeah.
Are the US ones going to be watching and keeping us going?
You've got to hope so.
I hope so.
It's their time to carry the baton
Yes.
of the night shift.
American and North American cousins, it's your time overnight to keep the chat up. We need you. We need you. We need something to keep us going.
Yeah.
We've got there's Piper there in the pits, walking around, showing what's going on.
It does feel like quite an odd pit. I think because they've gone quite wide with it, it feels like it's quite organised. But it's nice seeing everyone happy. There's a guy we've been watching opposite us. It's just come with a suitcase. Just a suitcase.
Nothing else.
Full of snacks. And
That's my kind of man.
It's been quite funny. We've been sat there in between our laps, and you just watch what he has next lap for his food. And he's got some. We did worry about his sandwiches. He's got
a little bit smushed.
Yeah, but they're in like bags.
Yeah.
So you could just see him sort of sweating away, and we're like, I hope there's nothing in that which he shouldn't be eating.
Well, it might make him run faster.
Yeah. But I'm just being nosy at the stream now.
I don't mind.
It's quite nice to watch, isn't it?
Are you do you have any FOMO for racing and not working media?
It's different vibes. It is different vibes. Like, I do enjoy it, having a camera and just chasing things. Like, it's a different pressure.
Yeah.
But like, honestly, I think I've chose the best weekend. Like, being a team, you can go out, you do the obstacles, you enjoy it. There's a bit less pressure. Yeah, I'm probably not going to get a 50-mile bib, but
teamwork is great. It really helps you stay motivated. We see that all the time with different races. People love the team because it helps keep them going. Last year, Tyler Verman was running in a team. The year before, he ran solo, and he got to a point he couldn't keep going. Whereas last year, he ran in a team, and every time he passed, he was smiling and waving, and having that other person alongside him meant he had that drive to keep going and the ability to keep going, and he just had the best time. And sometimes you need that.
Yeah, it does make that little bit of a difference. Like, I was had a bit of a struggle on that last lap, and then because we were running as the two of us, my teammate was like, "Come on, keep going." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Whereas I probably would have walked if I was by myself.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We just had a fun chat with Kris Rugloski. We were talking about pitting with your loved ones. And she was like, no, it works. They can get you out. And I was like, listen, I just don't think anyone can get me out when I don't want to go. And she was like, well, what about Dustin? I was like, nope, didn't work at ETM.
Yeah.
And Will asked, he was like, what about your daughter? And I was like, yeah, she could get me out. She could. I was like, but I'd love to see, who like a grown up that could make me do it. And Kris just went, what about me? And I was like, yeah, definitely. Absolutely. If you were pitting for me and you were like, go out, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Maybe that's next year. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Kris forcing you in laps.
Oh, God. I'd have to train for about 15 years to be capable of doing that.
Oh, it's funny you say that, though, because I've got my wife pitting the good old Cubs. And
good old Cubs. Hey, Cubs.
She pitted for us in Vegas, but she volunteered beforehand. So I think, actually, by the time she came to pit, I was already done, realistically.
Yeah.
Whereas this year, like, she's just taken on pure pit duties. She's keeping everyone in check, making sure everyone's being hydrated, and it's like, oh yeah, it's quite nice.
A message here from Detroit, Michigan. Watching the live stream as much as possible this weekend. Well, Beth, thank you very much. Weaned it throughout the night. It starts to get kind of dark and kind of quiet, and we definitely had a chat. It's entertaining, keep us going. You do it for us, as it for you.
It's deceptively colder, that water.
Oh, yeah.
Than it looks. Like,
it's funny how that breeze coming in. Like, I feel like in the next hour or two, I'm going to have to start preparing some warmer clothes.
Yeah, and it's that wind is the deceptive part, where you feel really warm.
Look at that shot. Look at that shot. Splush. Splush.
That's great. It's a novel technique going face first.
They have to.
Do they?
They're directed to go face first. You knew that because you've done it a few times. You've definitely gone face first. I've seen you. Lee is one of the cheekiest people.
Oops. Well, I will go face first next lap. But the volunteers have done a great job at keeping that full of ice.
Oh, yeah.
And it has also made Kiss of Mud now slimy, so you can just slide through. Which is pretty good.
Mud Mile, I guess. Have you done Mud Mile?
No, so I managed to just miss Mud Mile opening by about a minute. It was definitely I'm going to run a little bit quicker so I don't have to do this right now.
Yeah, that's smart. That's really smart. I'd love some eyes on Mud Mile. If anyone wants to head that way, I'd be very happy to get some pictures from there.
Oh, not working.
Yeah, some of the coverage out there is a little bit patchy, unfortunately.
Yeah. Mud Mile is in the bottom of the ditch as well.
Right there is where it drops below, just fast enough to be able to see anything.
Yeah. It's quite.
It's nice, isn't it?
I could sit here for the rest of the day just watching all the million cameras.
Oh, Laura Ritter. Love you, Caitlin Ritter. So Caitlin Ritter is a member of the OCR report, wife of Mike Stefano, who's running her first World's Toughest Mudder. There she is. She's on a second lap. She's got 10 miles in the bag. There's a puppy in for play here.
A puppy?
She gets 40 miles. She gets a puppy.
Fingers crossed for the 40 miles. Always want a puppy.
Puppies are where it's at, man.
Yeah.
There's J-Dog, the man himself.
Yeah, he's been out there working hard.
He's out there working hard, and then he comes back here every so now and again just to check everything's working, set up some cameras, fix some things. None of this would happen without Jason.
He does love the tech.
He is
a man who loves the tech.
He is the tech guy.
Podcast.
Tech talk. He does. There we go. We've got two camera angles, Jason and Evan, both kind of showing each other.
Right, I'm going to pass back to Will in a minute.
Well, thanks for joining us.
No
Wave
worries.
as you go past.
I'm going to go eat loads of food.
Go eat. Get yourself fed.
How are you anyway?
Holy smokes, man. What's that?
Warm, wet water.
Brilliant. Oh, stop. Like I've never been on it.
Yeah, but you've got to drive one. You can drive one and that one can drive. I mean, I say you can drive within 30 seconds.
You're a legend, right?
How you been anyway? All right.
Good, man. I've seen you since July. How many hours you got?
I'll do 3 laps so far.
Nice.
Team up to 5.
What's that your name?
Me, Michael, yeah, a few of the guys I used to run with back in there.
Yep.
So when they announced it to the UK, it's sort of video
I don't know what
Yes, all right. I've got plenty of it.
Where's
You guys there?
Miss Mark?
What about Becca?
Lee joining us. Brilliant. Lee's one of the fastest men in Europe. He's worked for us as a rabbit before. Love that. Thank you, Lee. Hanging out for a minute. Pulling up the leaders. Top men. Michael Schutz still showing in first place, although he is still in the pit. If he stays in the pit, he told us before the race started his right foot was bothering him. It's not a surprise. It's not a surprise. So if he does stay in the pit, then as everyone else, really second through ninth place here, as they finish their next lap, Michael will drop from first down to ninth pretty quickly. Joe Rucco will move into first place, and couldn't happen to a better guy, man. I talked with him this morning. Mellow, calm. What are your goals? You know what? I'm just going to go out there and I'm going to do my thing. We know he can run 100 miles. He's done it before. Joe did 100 twice, actually, 24 and 23. So Joe Rucco, 30 miles in 6 laps, 44. No, 100% expect, knock on wood, but Joe Rucco moving into first place shortly. And who knows what happens next. Craig Derbyshire in third place. Joshua Fiore in fourth. Austin Azar in fifth. Austin keeps rising in the ranking. Every time I look at the top 10 men, Austin has moved up a place or two. Austin in fifth place now. Austin won the entire race just 2 years ago, 2023. So Austin Azar in fifth place. One of the nicest guys in OCR. Talking about the women. Nicole Kocha, first place, 30 miles, 5:13. It's behind her, Nikki Karamba. Nikki, the 2024 winner. So you got Nicole Kocha, who's won the sprint lap 2 years in a row, this year and last year. Nikki Karamba, who won the race last year, and second place. Now it's still early, but they've got a good lead on the rest of the women's field. Jillian Heller is 29 minutes shy of a full lap behind the top two women there. Robin Costa in fourth, Mindy Archer in fifth, Morgan McKay in sixth. Morgan won the race back in 2019. So you have two women's champions in the top six. Louise Markham in seventh. Kelly Glenn, a lot of people's dark horse choice, is in eighth place. And Heather Olson in ninth place. Dominique Camilleri. I'll have to ask my European correspondent pronunciation on Calamari. So well done, everyone in the top 10. There's some Netflix and chill for you on the right. That is not a popular obstacle, with folks not loving the cramp-inducing nature of it. And then watching a lot of runners there on the left, big screen. 5 hours in, almost 6 hours in. So when Fran is able to jump back in with me, I'm going to ask her, tell her something I learned about the weather.
Tell me something you learned about the weather, my love.
Fran, we've been talking about how the weather is 28 Celsius, which is like 82 Fahrenheit.
I think it's something like that, yeah. God, you're so clever, Will.
I was talking with, I've been in Europe for like 3 weeks, so I'm basically a local.
You are a European now.
I was talking with Jessica Johnson over the pit area.
Oh, I love her.
About a minute ago, and we were talking about how she's pitting for Heather Olson, and talking about how she's doing good. and she's, like I probably, like every athlete out here, needs to drink more electrolytes because it's so hot. And I was like, man, it's so hot, right? Can you believe how hot it is? She's like, yeah, but it was hotter in Florida. It's like, what are you talking about? Last year? No, this is way hotter. We looked it up. It was 90 degrees last year in Florida.
What did I just tell you?
Now, I know we talked about this. UK hits differently. But Florida is humid. Florida hits differently, too.
Yeah, but a Florida 90 is not the same as a UK 90. I'd say a Florida 90 is a UK 78.
So all I know is the numbers. I feel more miserable here than I did last year. I'll tell you that.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're miserable. I'm glad you're really unhappy.
The weather makes me more miserable this year.
I make you more miserable.
So 90 degrees last year, Fahrenheit, something like 80. It's hard stuff to tell because everything's Celsius here.
There.
But got to, let's say, call it 82 here in the UK right now.
Really good.
It's a great shot of Netflix and chill. Going to go to Evan here in a second. Go for it, Evan.
I know we've been talking about the weather, but just want to kind of give people an idea of how little shade there is out here. So I'm standing in like the big field where there's essentially a lot of the obstacles, starting at obstacle number 3. And you can see, I'm going to spin the camera around. Essentially, athletes exit the center of my screen right now, and they run in the open all the way down, and then they do pyramid scheme. They'll actually do the all the way back again, to the ice obstacle and the kiss of mud. More open area, all the way into Black Monster, over there to Netflix Chill, more open area, down into like a little valley where you see water crossing there, and then you basically go onto the other side of this stream, and you essentially do other series of obstacles that are set up in a very similar way. The problem is we have terrible signal there, so I can't bring you a lot of the footage over there, but it looks very much just like this, where it's open area. When the clouds are open, the sun is just beating you down. Right now there's a pretty good breeze, but it's been coming on and off. So the cloud will come, it'll block the sun for a little bit, it'll feel very nice. And then the clouds will move, and it just feels like you're baking out here in the sun. Going through the pit earlier, like tents, and there's apps just laid out. Yeah. I'm a little bit
You broke up there a little bit at the end, Evan, but that's actually great insight into that might be why it feels hotter out there for a lot of the athletes than it did last year in Florida. In Florida, even though it's Florida, there was shade. There were plenty of places to run in the shade. It wasn't like you were running on the beach, right, straight out in the sun. So that might be that lack of, it is beautiful running in open fields, but that lack of shade may be why a lot of people feel like it's hotter than it was last year, or contributing to it at least.
Yeah, once that sun gets on you, it's feeling warm. But I think it's going to change very quickly.
When you say that, you mean as the sun goes down?
As the sun goes down, I think so.
Now, sunset, I don't know what the official time is, but I think someone said 9:30 sunset, which means it's not dark until, well, honestly, it doesn't matter. As long as the sun's out of the sky and not beating on your head, you don't care. I say you. We people won't care. Right now, it's 10 till 6, 5:45 local time, and the sun if I told you it was 2:30, you'd believe me. It's wild.
Yeah.
The
Oh, it's so bright. Oh, Sean Merriweather coming through. Let's check in on him.
Now, Sean took a bit of a break, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. What I know about Sean is he's always happy to run his own race.
Sure. Which is kind of a secret. Not a secret. Everyone says it, but it's a lot easier to say than it is to do.
Mm-hmm.
You always feel pressured by the people around you. Oh, they're leaving me behind. Oh, I'm not running fast enough. I gotta keep up. And that's a trap. When you fall into that trap, without fail, you will run faster than you want to run. You will burn yourself out, and your total result will be less. Coming through, Patrick. You're good. You're good. Keep running, man. Good job. So, chat is going to be happy to know. The chat.
We think Patrick just crossed the finish line, but we're just waiting for that to update because it's saying he's at lap 6 Mudderhorn, but that should say finish line. We know y'all loving Patrick out there.
First of all, I just love that Patrick brought his own fans.
Mm.
Like, shout out to you guys in the chat.
Well, obstacles open up at 6 p.m.
Outstanding.
So obstacles at 6 p.m. are Skid Marked and Block Nest Monster.
Skid mark is known as an inverted wall, which is basically a wall that is tilted towards you instead of away. Skid mark. Block Nest Monster is probably the most popular obstacle Tough Mudder has. It's the rotating blocks in the water.
We were just battling with some very strong wind here, so that's why we kind of got a bit distracted for a moment.
It's wild. You get the heat and the wind at the same time.
Yep. It's called weather.
Weather or not.
Good sailing weather.
Good sailing weather.
I don't think that gentleman is Patrick Claytor. I think it's just a Patrick.
Maybe we can watch him and watch his results, see if it updates as he comes across the finish line. It's a Patrick because I call Patrick and
he's like, "What, me?"
Or it's like Padre.
Oh no, lap 6 finish. It's just not updated here yet.
That was him. Yeah, well done.
There we go. Currently in 14th.
Nice. I'd say at this point, anyone in the top 20 is shooting distance.
Mm.
Now, obviously, the more miles you have under your belt, the better position you are in for when the race begins at midnight.
Why? What do you mean the race begins at midnight?
Well, the race actually started at noon.
Yeah.
But for the elite athletes, the first 12 miles, the first 12 hours are not about racing against each other.
Yeah? What are they about then?
They're about racing against the course. They're about putting miles down and putting yourself in a position where you have a chance to win. At the 12-hour mark, there are a certain number of people who will have a chance of winning the race. And if you were an elite athlete, you want to be one of those athletes at the 12-hour mark. Midnight is when they will start to notice or start to pay attention to their splits, to where that's not fair to say. They're paying attention to their splits now, but midnight is where they pay attention to their competitor splits, to whether how their pace is doing against their competitor's pace. Are they ahead? Are they behind? They'll start to be much more deliberate on their pit times. They'll start to this sounds strong. They'll start to care more about the rest of the race. The first 12 hours is just about themselves, running their race, putting the miles down, getting themselves in position. Once midnight hits, and again, this is all unofficial. They can start or not start whenever they want. But we've had hordes of athletes tell us, yeah, the race doesn't even start till midnight. They're not paying attention to. They're always paying attention to themselves. They're not paying attention to their competitors until midnight. And some of them will even tell their pit crew, I don't want to know where I am. Don't tell me. Don't tell me until midnight, or don't tell me at all.
Some athletes just prefer not to know.
Yeah.
They're running their own race.
We've had a lot of athletes who are like, I'm just here to compete against the course.
Yeah.
And I think that's true. There are some that are like that. They just want to see how many miles they can do. And if they're on the podium, cool. If not, they're happy with that too.
I'm just going to send a message here. The twins and I are watching from Sheffield, cheering for Daddy. He's
Aw.
not trying to win, but has been raising money for Mind, and we are so proud. Please send his bib number or name through so we can pull his details up.
Love that, Mother
And whilst
Cat.
we're up, I'm going to also just give a shout out to David Joyce, who just crossed the finish line not that long ago, and he looked like it was tough, but he was keeping going. Like he looked strong, but like the heat had really taken it out of him.
You know, we're talking about these guys that are going to do 100 miles or 105 or more. 25 miles that's almost a marathon. That's a lot of miles, and with obstacles. With obstacles.
With obstacles. Can you do a check-in on Ben Griffin doing his first World's Toughest Mudder? Well, he's on 3 laps and he's doing great.
And he's on his way to finish his 4th. It's outstanding. We were talking about this last night at the community dinner, that some of the athletes, the individuals, they're really hard on themselves.
Yeah.
And they're like, you know what, I had my goal of 75 miles and I only got 70 miles.
Was that Melissa Linden?
I don't want to throw anyone under the bus.
Listen, I spoke to her this morning and I said, you are so hard on yourself. You're an incredible person and an incredible athlete. And she said, I didn't ask her what her goal was because last year she kept it, to herself. I said, but, it's not that nobody cares what your goal is. People really care what you want to do and to support you. But what they care about is just you doing it and you being happy. It looks like we got Evan on camera too. Let's see what he's got to say.
Is he in the water?
Seems like he's cooling down in the water there. Evan, we don't have... Yeah, we're losing... Oh, there we go.
We're here on Block Ness Monster.
Go for it.
It is a little bit... All right. Can you hear me? We're here
yes, sir.
in 5 minutes. The water's a little deeper than normal, but like it's up here on 5-6. So, deeper, which is the block a little bit better.
Evan, the picture's not quite... we're losing you a bit over there, but we can see that the water's up to nearly your shoulders. That is pretty deep water. We'll keep an eye on the picture, and if it gets better, we'll come back to you.
iPhone. I don't know.
We have Piper capturing Evan in Block Ness Monster. I'm not sure if he knows that we can't hear him.
It's a great shot because it shows how deep it is.
Yeah.
That is a deep, I don't want to say deepest, but absolutely one of the deeper ones.
Yeah, I pick Group for an ultra athlete who's very hard on themselves, even though I tell them all the time we're proud of them regardless. Going back to the conversation about Melissa, like it's classic of an ultra athlete, like to push and push and push yourself, and to be pretty harsh on yourself.
Yeah, watching Block Ness Monster, about to open up in 4 minutes. I wonder if we can go back to Evan, you think?
Let's try.
Evan? Back to you. Good signal right now. Go for it.
Hold on. All right, you got me now?
Yes, sir.
So the water is deep, like you guys were saying. It's a lot deeper than, say, normal for Block Ness Monster. It's also pretty cold. It's all pretty cold. That being said, because it's so hot out, I think that's going to be nice for the athletes. You'll see athletes come in. They're going to obviously have to get to the top of this first block here, get their hand on the block, and then begin rotating. That's going to allow other people to grab the blocks and continue over. The elite, you'll see some that don't need any assistance. Essentially, those guys and girls will get in the water. They won't just walk into the water. They'll jump into the water, so they'll cover an extra 5 feet right off the bat. They'll run right here in front of the actual block. At that point, they'll do essentially a frog kick. So kind of the kick you do when you do breaststroke, and you'll propel them to the top. They'll grab on and essentially do a pull-up over this front block, slide in over the next block, continue on by themselves. Again, jump off the ground, frog kick, grab the top of the lip bar, and then slide in over the next one. Sometimes there's imperfections in the actual blocks that allow you to grab things. This one looks pretty well made, and honestly, if you try to stick your fingers into that gap, you might cut yourself. So not something I'd recommend. I recommend using teamwork. That's going to be the easiest way to get across this. That being said, it's not always the fastest. If you can get across on your own, that is typically the fastest way to get across. General rule for Tough Mudder, it's an unspoken rule, kind of a tradition, if you will, is if you have help getting over an obstacle, definitely reach back and at least get one other person over. You'll see a lot of people, even some who don't need help, will still reach back and get someone and help them across that obstacle as well. So again, a lot of these things are not like hard-written rules. It's just like social etiquette of running a Tough Mudder, and it's one of the things that makes Tough Mudder community so great. It's about 1 minute out from the obstacle opening, and you're going to see it start pouring in and start attempting to get over these block marks. The very first time the obstacle debuted was in Las Vegas. I believe it was 15. I think they had 5 blocks, 4 blocks, so it was longer. The blocks were a little bit smaller, and I remember it was just a large time suck. It would eat up a lot of time coming across. Now you'll see it at almost every Tough Mudder that I've been to. They've kind of standardized with the block formations, and they tend to use these bigger blocks, which are nice there. So we are down to 70 seconds. I'm going to scroll back to the start of the obstacle over there, and you can see there's a bunch of runners coming across that field, that big open area that's out in the sun that I was talking about earlier, that are really not going to make it out, because I've got about 2 seconds left. And there we go. The obstacle's now open. You're going to see apps coming in to make way across. We have the first two open wave athletes that were actually waiting, probably to try to cool off. And then we got Elite coming in right behind them. Again, we'll check out their peak as they move across the obstacle. Yeah, you can see they're enjoying the cool water there.
I'm going to need some of that 10 o'clock.
All right, we got Elite coming across on the far side there. See, oh. Here you can see it gives again. Yep, grabs the top, pull up, and see him slide down. There we go. And again for the next one, jump, frog kick, grab the top, pull up, slide down, and then right into the cargo there to assist you in getting out. With most of these obstacles later on in this night, this area will be completely muddy and become a little bit slippery, but for right now, it's nice and high, allows for a good running pace. When I was talking to Wild Boy Strobel earlier, he was saying that the course is very runnable, so it's been nice, kind of cruise along. There were some sections during my running when I was chasing the leaders that was definitely a little pocket. You kind of have to watch your steps sometimes, could lead to some rolled ankles. But overall, the course is very runnable, and I will agree with something Will said earlier about the course looking and feeling very similar to Tough Mudder Atlanta. I get that same Atlanta vibe, the kind of the trails in the back area, and then coming through open field obstacles. So, strongly concur on that, Will. Good assessment for the spot back in the booth. And there you can see our amazing photographer, Jack Goris, world traveler there with his underwater lens. Get some pretty cool pictures that I'm curious to see how they come out later.
Thank you, Evan. Great insights as always.
Shared enough knowledge about blockness. Let you guys talk about some more back in the booth.
It's amazing to see that obstacle in use and going. So you're right, it did premiere in 2015, but it was called Roll the Dice for Vegas. In 2016, it was renamed as Block Ness Monster, and it is an absolute crowd favorite. It's a really tough obstacle. You can see there an absolute classic Tough Mudder principle of helping out another mudder. Everyone is encouraged, when you get through an obstacle, turn around and help someone out. you see the elites doing it. Sometimes they got to run fast, but very, very often you see them turning around and helping out someone else. It's really an important part of this sport. Is to help each other out. And a lot of these obstacles you cannot do without help. It's currently 6 p.m., so we've had a few more obstacles open. And it's getting closer to the time when it's going to be getting cooler. We're in a tiny little bit of a valley here. I wonder if that's going to make a difference to the coolness and the sun going down. I'm not sure.
The venue as a whole in the valley?
Yeah, we can see the castle there up on a hill. Are we going to lose sun faster than you would if it was flatter ground?
That's a great question. I bet you we'd up it a little bit, maybe.
I just want to show you, we've got a drone picture here of Kiss of Mud. It's not the clearest picture. It's coming out, but just so you can see the size of that obstacle.
It's great. Look at that.
Let's get back to Block Ness.
Just talked to a few of our athletes.
Yes.
That were,
how are they?
Well, let's talk about Caitlin first. Just talking to Caitlin Ritter and Ann Carolyn Clifford. They have finished 15 miles.
Well done. 15 miles by 6 p.m. That is incredible.
Caitlin told me that there are times when she's out there, she's like, this is so much fun. And there are times when she's out there and she's like, this sucks.
And what are those times? When is it that she finds it fun and what's sucking?
One time she did not like was Mud Mile. She said they got there 8 minutes after it opened. She wished they had got past it faster. Did not hear her favorite times, but she's doing good. She has a pit crew working on her like a NASCAR team.
I love that.
Like sticking mashed potatoes in her mouth and like
she's been prepping the food well. And this is something. So we just noticed this. We've been sat here this whole time. We've taken very quick bathroom breaks, etc. But as you noticed, we're 7 hours into the show, and we've very rarely disappeared. And Will popped over to the hospitality tent and came back with a little fruit snack. And I put it in my mouth, and I suddenly went, "Oh my god, I am starving." I suddenly realized how hungry I was. And it's so easy doing these things, and it's the same when running because you don't feel the hunger when you're running. To not realize that you may be underfueling yourself and how damaging that could be.
And we are sitting in a tent.
We are sitting in a tent.
Mostly in the shade.
Mostly in the shade.
And we're like, we can forget to eat.
Yeah.
Like, I don't forget to eat on a regular day.
No.
And we're
But
not.
you forget to eat because you're not feeling the hunger until it hits. But by the point it's hit, and also drinking. I'm forcing myself to drink. I'm not really feeling thirsty, but it's there. And I'm like, okay, take a sip.
Mike Stefano told me that most of the elites he's talked to are having stomach issues because of the heat. So,
which is funny because we've done hot races before.
Well, Middle East.
Yeah.
I also got to talk with Josh Fiore and his girlfriend, and they're doing good. He had some stomach issues earlier. They're again quick pit in and out. She basically half peeled an orange and kind of shoved it into his mouth.
She is a good pit crew.
Yeah.
She's very good. She helped him very much last year. She knows what she is doing.
And Austin Azar. Talked with him and Kris Rugloski again. He's doing good. Giant smile. He said that Mud Mile was terrible.
Yes.
He said he didn't say it like this, but even Austin could not do it by himself.
He's a tall, strong man.
He's a tall guy. He's probably, 6'3", 6'4"?
I don't think I've ever stood next to him. I'm not sure, but you can see he's big and
taller
strong.
than me.
And you're tall.
I'm not tall, but he's...
Well, yeah, I think you are.
And he's way strong and fit. Like, if anyone can solo an obstacle, it's Austin Azar. And,
so the fact he can't.
And he said because the mud pits are so deep, he couldn't.
That's crazy.
So, and he looks in good spirits. Both of them were talking about. Now, Austin doesn't know or want to know. We were just talking about this a minute ago. Doesn't know or want to know his position in the race.
Yeah.
I was like, "You're doing good." He's like,
Don't care.
Anyway.
I love that. Don't tell me. I don't want to know.
And it's Kris, and then I don't know if it's his mom or someone else. There's another lady, a pit crew lady over there, helping them out as well.
It's looking great out there. Shout out to our team out there catching all this footage. Woo!
Let's go!
Let's go! LFG!
I am telling you, if you enjoy running and you want to meet some wild people that are also into fitness but are fun and are I cannot encourage you enough to run World's Toughest Mudder. It's the single greatest event in OCR. Here's my take on OCR as fitness versus other sports, even versus like hybrid fitness. Lots of things, lots of games, lots of sports test your physical fitness. Like running, absolutely. Trail running, 100%. But it doesn't test your strength. There are things that test your strength, but they don't test your running. And there are things that do both, like DECA and like Hyrox. Here's why I think OCR is better. OCR requires a technique on obstacles, which generally hybrid fitness doesn't. Hybrid fitness is no, there's no technique generally necessary. It's as you watch. Should
I tell you why OCR is so much? Oh my God, it's that Welshman! So OCR, it tests your strength, tests your technique, tests your speed. It also tests your spirit. And that's why I love it so much.
And
that was Ruth Battersea just coming through.
Well done, Ruth. And more than and especially World's Toughest Mudder, it tests your mental grit. It tests your endurance, because anyone can do a 5K kind of race. This is literally you against yourself for 24 hours. You're gonna have to deal with the voice inside your head at some point overnight.
That's the difficult bit.
You're gonna and nothing tests you. Nothing shows you.
I
what's
am a
inside.
very testing person. Nothing tests me more than myself.
But even though it's so like personally testing, there's also teamwork and camaraderie and people to help you over obstacles, and people are encouraging you, and strangers you'll never meet will give you their equipment so you can go out for another lap because your headlamp just broke.
Oh yeah.
Or like, you're chafing and you didn't bring any cream, you forgot the cream, and they'll help. They'll loan you their diaper cream.
Oh yeah.
Like wild stuff that strangers on the street would never do. You will get support and love from people you've never met.
Everyone's here together.
It's a brilliant event. I keep saying brilliant because I'm in the UK and I live here now.
It's basically a brilliant word.
It's a great event. I couldn't love it more, I don't think. Let's go, Wild Boy Strobe. Mike Strobel. He's doing great.
He's doing really good. Let's have a look at how he's doing. 7th with 6 laps in the bag. Just started his 7th lap.
Well done, Mike. Wild Boy. Beautiful.
Beautiful. What a beautiful day.
So this morning I was listening to the rules briefing that they gave yesterday, and something I'd never heard before was the explicit allowance of adult beverages in the pit area.
Oh.
Now, I'm sure in past years
people have done that.
Folks have brought stuff in.
It wouldn't even cross my mind.
But they were like, yeah, that's allowed. It was a question. It's allowed. Not that I've seen a lot of it. I don't. Honestly, it's like not really performance enhancing, like water
for
or
the
Gatorade.
athletes or for the pit.
Well, pit crew.
Pit crew. It's just astonishing. It's just a steady stream of people running past, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're looking here at 6:11 p.m. Look at that shot. Look at that great view of Netflix and chill. You know what? I would imagine if you are in the U.S., you can't make it out this year, and you're watching, I would imagine you might see Netflix and chill at a Tough Mudder near you. It's the kind of obstacle that they can build. They can go on basically any Tough Mudder course. And it's made up of materials they already have. It's the rigging, the metal rigs, and the cargo nets, the holds. Throw on some bells at the end there, and boom, you got yourself Netflix and chill. I told the story earlier. I was like, why is it Netflix? Like, where's the Netflix part? I don't get the. I mean, yeah, if you're hanging there, you can just chill. But why Netflix? Because there's a Netflix. Get it? I was like, oh yeah, that's on me. We're at 6:11. 25% of the way into the race. So these athletes have 30 miles down. 30 miles times 4. Do they have 120 in them? That I'd say no. First of all, everyone's going to continue. You're going to continue to slow down, right? The longer the race goes, the more you're going to slow down. Second of all, oh, here's an update on pyramid scheme. No rope. Excuse me, no net. We're going to verify exactly. We have initial word that the net broke. We'll find out about that. But they, Kris cheered me on when she would pass me on course at WM 2022. But 100%, right? You will never find more supportive elite athletes than in obstacle course racing and in World's Toughest Mudder specifically. No, that's 100%. I've been on course with Ryan Atkins and John Albin when they were trying to win $100,000, and they finished an obstacle, turn around, and you were helping people back up behind them, even though they were out for big money that day. So no, I agree. I 100% agree with you, Beth. You will not find better elite athletes than in the sport of obstacle course racing. Well, look at that. Here we go. Pyramid scheme has no net anymore, and it has ropes. We'll find out if this is a planned adaptation or if then they had to add the ropes to it to kind of mix it up. But definitely a different looking obstacle that looked a lot easier.
I'm hearing it was actually a health and safety issue here.
How was that?
Yeah, I'll give the what I saw because I was there when they were having issues.
Okay.
And y'all were chatting. Y'all were watching me, watching them chatting about it when y'all was talking about the people that were sitting in it like it was a hot tub,
Right.
And they opened up the left side. During that time, when people were getting on the bottom and people were at the top, it was squishing the people that were at the top. I actually had like the net on his neck and was like, choking.
Wait. How was the guy at the top? The guys at the top were getting pressure applied to them?
Yeah, because it was pulling down on that top section, so it was pushing against the top part of the ramp.
Sure.
So as they were trying to get off, they were getting choked out.
Oh, okay.
And
so it was we call it an OSHA thing in the U.S., but
A what?
OSHA.
Health and safety.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm glad they made the safe choice, and hopefully nobody was seriously hurt. Patrick fans, you'll be happy to know, got an update for you. 6 laps, 30 miles. Last seen starting his 7th lap. Well done, Patrick Coletta. Jason Dupree with the update there from Pyramid Scheme. Thanks, Jason.
Sure thing.
And so back to more of a traditional-looking pyramid scheme with the ropes. And it'll be like that, presumably, for the next 18 hours.
We've now been joined by the lovely who's out there.
Well done, Libby, one of our rabbits. And then Evan. And who's Evan running with her?
The sun is in my eyes too much to actually be able to see.
Difficult to see. That's either Nikki Karamba or Nicole Kacha. See if we can see the bib. You know what? It seems obvious now that we see it, but I didn't think about it till 11 minutes.
Yes.
There's no shade out there.
No.
They're just it's running through fields.
Well, this is the thing with those fields. If it was cloudy and it wasn't warm, that field is where people get hypothermic. But if it's sunny, that's where people get no cover.
Yeah. Kind of lose either way, huh?
Uh-huh.
Looks like Joshua Fiore there on the right in our big screen, and then some other folks on running through the field. Joshua Fiore. Yeah. He's going. He is not slowing down. Well done, Piper. Keeping pace. We saw Joshua Fiore at the last, his last stop through. I went up and watched as he got his picker with his girlfriend, and she got food in him quick, and he was out like a NASCAR, just bam, 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 and gone. Fast pit stop. And that's the way everyone needs to do it. The pit is your enemy. When you're out there, you're running, you're hot, you're sweaty. You think, I can't wait to get back. I can take a break. I can sit down for a minute. I can take some electrolytes. And if you want miles, you need to be on your feet moving forward on the course. The pit is your enemy. You think it's your friend. The pit is not your friend. The pit is your enemy. You need to get your food, get your nutrition, your water, your hydration, ice, whatever it is. Get what you need and then get out of there. Even if you're walking, even if you grab your stuff and you're eating as you walk, as you leave, that's fine. But you've got to get out of the pit area because a 2-minute stop turns into a 5-minute stop so fast, and 5 minutes turns into 15 minutes. And then that 15 minutes, that's a mile. You just lost a mile because you didn't get out of the pit immediately. The pit is your enemy. You've got to keep moving. And so whether you're, Joshua Fiore or whether you're, regular Joe Smith, fast pit stops is the easiest way to add miles to your total. Like if you want a lever to apply, the easiest lever to apply is fast pit stops. The pit is your enemy. Local time here on the race course, 6:20 p.m. Not a sign of sunset coming. The sun is still high in the sky. Folks we're going to be dealing with this heat for 2-3 hours yet. Sunset is scheduled for 9:30, but it won't be dark until probably 10. Now, some people are going to gripe about this on course when it happens. They know it's coming. Night ops starts at 7 p.m. So you're like, well, 7 p.m., it's going to look pretty much the same as it does right now. Yeah, it will. It's going to be just as bright. They're going to have their headlamps. They don't have their headlamps on, but they have to have their headlamps with them starting at 7 p.m., about 39 minutes from now, local time. Local time is 6:21. We are 6 hours and 20 minutes into World's Toughest Mudder 2025. And the biggest story of the race so far, if there's a few, the biggest story is the heat and everyone's reaction to it. A lot of people with stomach issues, a lot of people with cramping. Staying cool and staying hydrated is the most important thing for any athlete out here right now. Number 2 story would be Michael Schutt. Michael Schutt. We knew going in that his right ankle was not 100%. He saw 2 doctors leading up to World's Toughest Mudder. One doctor told him his ankle was broken. The other doctor told him it was not broken, but both doctors told him he should not be running on it. Now, his plan was to run and basically see how it did. He told me before the race started, we talked about an hour before the race started. He told me his plan was to run until he was sure he would not be able to make 100 miles. And he said for him, he was thinking about the 8-hour mark is when he would kind of make that go, no-go decision. He actually pulled out in the 5 o'clock hour. After getting 30 miles down and in first place, but that's when he made the call to shut it down, at least for a while. He may go back out. His brother's running World's Toughest this year. He may go back out with his brother for a fun lap, he said. But he's he was, last we heard, he was in first place, last we checked. But as other racers continue to run, we expect to see him fall down the leaderboard. And that is, again, Michael Schutt, the defending World's Toughest Mudder 2024 champion, has essentially called it for the day. If I was to pick a third story, it would be the two top women competing with each other. Sachs says, "Big up, my boy, Grant Thompson. Let's go." I don't know if she said it like that. I put a little British on it, a little English on it, as we'd say.
Why would you put a little bit of English on a message for Grant Thompson?
Because he's Scottish.
So you'd put a little bit of Scottish on there.
I should.
Big
Now,
up, my boy.
Someone just told me that Scotland is actually in the UK, so it's the same thing. So I don't think that's true.
I didn't say it was the same thing, but what you were actually doing was you were saying we have a UK athlete, we have a UK athlete, we have a Scottish athlete, we have a UK athlete. And it's not correct. It's either England, Scotland, Wales, or UK.
I would love to have some Wales athletes. You know,
yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
I've come a couple years to World's Toughest Mudder and felt like a whale athlete. What was I talking about? Oh, the third top story. Third top story, I would say, is the battle between the top two women. Nicole Kacha and Nikki Karamba. Nikki Karamba is the women's defending champion. Nicole Kacha is the 2025 sprint lap winner and the 2024 sprint lap winner. And Kris Rugloski told me, she came into the booth for an interview earlier, she said Nicole Kacha is coming for blood in a nice way. So she came here to win. And she's in first place right now and doing that.
So we've had we keep getting a reminder, it's not Kocha, it's Kocha.
Kocha. How we doing, man? So those are the top three stories I would say. The weather so far, the Michael Schutt and Nicole Kocha and Nikki Karamba, their battle for first and second place.
You know what? We may not have any athletes from Wales, but we do have some whaley good athletes here.
You proud of yourself?
I'm so proud of myself.
You proud? You stand behind that one?
I stand behind that one.
All right. You called it 20. Yeah. All right. Finish your lap? One more? Finish your lap, though?
No. I would have kept running.
Yeah.
I'm like, take my chip or I'm going to keep running.
Right? You turn in your chip? Yeah. That's final.
No, I know.
All right. You go.
The most adult decision I've made in like years.
You going to hang out?
I'll see you guys around.
Cool. Good doing. Charles Halpert joining us briefly in the booth. Well done, Charles. My co-host thinks it's hilarious that I can't say European names like Michael should correctly. But
Listen, I can't say American names. I always get
Nicole Kocha. I should be able to nail. I think I was messing up Nicole because you started it. You were right.
Well, I usually am right, but not when it comes to Americans with names of European origin. I'm always wrong then.
So we're 6.5 hours in.
Oh, Jillian Heller.
Jillian Heller just coming through. Well done. Jillian Heller. Let's check on the women's results so far. Jillian Heller in third place. Doing outstanding. Evan Prepares popping through the booth. Evan loved the Loch Ness. That was good stuff. Sam Hicks also coming through the booth. Well done. Got the crew. You heading back out?
Libby's out now.
All right.
Robbie, have you had some food and drink?
Yeah, I had some food.
So Nicole Kocha in first place. 35 miles, 7 laps. Nikki Caramba, defending champion. Oh, I want to talk about Nikki Caramba for a minute. Nikki Caramba, if she wins World's Toughest Mudder, she's in second place. Any of these women in the top 10 right now, we're 6 hours in the race, any of these women could still be the winner, right? Now, obviously, Nicole's in first. She's got the best shot. Like, if you were a betting person, you'd start at the top. But any of the top 10, still, like, it's early in the race. We're 25% of the race, and all of these women are in a position where they could win the race. But let me just talk about history. Nikki Caramba won World's Toughest Mudder last year with 95 miles. And on the men's side, no one has won back-to-back races for the men since Ryan Atkins did it in 2013 and 2014. But on the women's side, it happens all the time. Rhea Coble won it back-to-back. Kris Rugloski won it back-to-back. Amelia Boone won it back-to-back. Amelia Boone, 2014, 2015. Rhea Coble in 2018, 2017. And Kris Rugloski, 2022, 2023. So Nikki Caramba, if she does, it's as common as not for the women to go back-to-back. Once they won the race, they're that much more likely to win it the second time is what I'm saying. Now, it's not guaranteed. Katie Knight won it once, didn't repeat. Morgan McKay won it once, didn't repeat. Morgan McKay in sixth place. She's back for more. Steph Bishop. So you could go either way with the women. It's, 50-50 whether women repeat or not, ish, say. With the men, it's very rare. Almost Carla Piscatella is looking at what I'm talking about. No man has won World's Toughest Mudder back-to-back since Ryan Atkins in 2013, 2014. Happens with the women all the time. Not all the time. It's much less uncommon. So the rest of the top 10 there. We talked about Nicole and Nikki in top 2. Jillian Heller in third. Told you guys talked to her right before the race. She's doing strong as well. She's, say, an hour, 50 minutes behind Nikki in second place. Robin Costa and the rest of the top 10. Robin, Mindy, Morgan, Luis, Kelly Glynn, Heather Olson, and Dominique, all with 25 miles. And look at the spread between those women. Those fourth place through 10th place women, there is 20 minutes between them all. They've all got 5 laps done. They all finished that 5th lap within 20 minutes of each other. You know what's going to be the difference between this next lap for those 6 women, those 7 women? It's the length of the pit, the length of that pit stop. Some of those women will have a short pit stop, and they'll have a 5 or maybe even a 10-minute head start on some of the other women that have long pit stops. The pit is not your friend. If you want miles, you have got to stay out of the pit. I know it sounds mean, but I'm saying it out of love. Joe C, Super Chat. $4.99 from Joe C. Nicole, Coach, Joe, what? I'm still getting it wrong? I don't think so. Coach, like, hey, Coach, put me in the game. That's right, Joe C, right? Nicole, Kocha. Coach, I can play. Coach, my leg's not hurt. Nicole, Kocha. That's what we're going with, unless Joe C tells me different. Well done. Joe just left us a super chat. He donated $5 to the OCR report. Joe, I sincerely appreciate that. If you want to support the OCR report, support our coverage of World's Toughest Mudder, you can do that as well. Just hit that dollar button there by the bottom of the chat box, and you can leave us $1, $5, $10. We had $50 gifts last year. However you feel led, and we would be grateful. Thank you for your support. Let's look at the men's top 10. Joe Rucco sitting in first place now. You see Michael Schott has dropped down to 7th place. First through 6th has all finished that 7th lap. Michael Schott, last year's Michael Schutt is our winner from last year, is in the tent, perhaps for the duration. But I've seen that movie before, so we'll see what happens. Craig Derbyshire in second place. Joshua Fiore in third. Austin Azar. Joshua Fiore and Austin Azar keep rising in the rankings. Third and fourth place now. And Grant, everyone. Okay, actually, everyone is rising one spot in the rankings because of Michael Schutt, right? So Joshua Fiore in third. Austin Azar in fourth. Grant Thompson, Mike Strobel.
Yeah, we basically ignore Schutt in that right now.
Yeah, it's with 30 miles, he'll, he won't be in the top 20 if that holds.
What is going on out there? There we go, Block Ness. So we're sitting here in the booth. We've had a lovely day sitting in the shade with the wind. The wind has died down.
Yes.
We're losing the shade because the sun is now getting lower. And I don't know about you, but I'm toasty.
I am literally, as we speak, putting on sunglasses in the shade. And we're not in the shade. The sun is basically hitting us from the side now, so there's no shade. There's no shade to be found.
Keep it up, Scott and Marianne Wilson, 20 miles strong. Stay out of the pit.
People look at me like I have two heads when I say that, because I get it. I've been out there. I know what it feels like. You're like, I just want to get back to the pit so I can rest. That is weakness talking. That's you've got to fight that. Yes, 24 hours is a long time, but you only have 24 hours. You've got to get as many miles as you can.
Are we seeing the top woman, Coach, having the same mile as the top man right now?
We absolutely are.
35 and 35. Now, obviously, there's going to be a difference in that. How recently did she cross the finish line,
Let's look at
etc.?
some time. Fran, how did we not notice that?
I don't know how I didn't notice that. She started lap 8 at 6:20, so that was 15 minutes ago. And so Mike Strobel started in 6th place, started lap 8 just a few minutes ago. Grant Thompson, who's also on 35 miles, is at Chunky Monkey, 2 miles. Craig Derbyshire was last seen. He's in 2nd place at Chunky Monkey, 2 miles at 6:22. Nicole is, she really is out for blood.
So what's the difference between Joe in 1st place for the men and Nicole in 1st place for the women?
Joe was last seen at mile 4, 1 minute ago. And Nicole was last seen at the start of lap 8, 15 minutes ago.
So how many minutes do we think she's behind him then? She's 4 miles behind him?
She was 4 miles behind him 15 minutes ago.
Okay, so she's probably
2, 3.
That's probably a lap behind. Honestly, maybe it might not
He's
reflect
1st place male.
Yeah. Okay, so this is before our time, but I've talked with her about this. In 2012, the 2nd year of World's Toughest Mudder, Amelia Boone ran 90 miles. Amelia Boone won for the women with 90 miles. Jun Young Pak won for the men with 90 miles.
Let's have a quick look here. We have, is that B. Woods, the adaptive athlete, going through?
It is. The B. Woods is in a wheelchair.
How is this going to happen?
How are they going to get her through Kiss of Mud? Now, when they say adaptive athlete, they mean that's by definition. There are some adaptations that
Are needed to complete the course, yeah.
Exactly. For example, she's in a wheelchair. No one else is in a wheelchair.
Uh-huh.
But there are obstacles that the Tough Mudder has said, this is here's some reasonable accommodations, like this is fair. And so, but it's not as many as you'd think. Like she's going through that.
This is crazy.
I want to talk about B. Woods for a minute.
Yeah, go for
I
it.
don't know her personally. I don't know her well. I've talked with her over 2 minutes on the course here, and I cannot imagine the bravery and the trust you'd have to have in your friends and in your crew to trust them. Like, you are so vulnerable. You're already, day to day living in a wheelchair. You are so vulnerable out there on the course where you're lying in the mud, nothing to protect you but a helmet, and the trust of your friends. Like, hey, yeah, we're going to get you through this. Like, we know you can't do it by yourself. But we're going to get through it together. We're going to help you get through this obstacle. It's absolutely hard for everybody. Like, it's you're pulling a person through the mud. You're pulling a person in a wheelchair over. Like, that physically is difficult for your team that's helping you, your adaptive team, that are able-bodied people. She has 4 women. The whole team is women, her adaptive team. It's already hard, but the vulnerability, I don't know if I could do it, to like ask 4 of my friends, hey, can you do this really hard thing with me and for me and to support me for 24 hours? It's anyway, I did nothing but love and respect for the adaptive athletes and what they're doing out there today. Well done, guys. That's a great shot of Kiss of Mud. And, man, that looks like something out of a scary movie, right?
So, Will, it's 20-7. What do you think that means?
20. I feel like it's time for some wacko predictions.
It's time for night ops to start soon.
That was my next guess.
Okay. It was a good guess.
Actually, we were talking about this. When I say we, I mean me and the mouse in my pocket about 15 minutes ago.
What is the name of the mouse in your pocket, by the way?
Me and the mouse in my pocket. Man, if you give me some time, I'll think of a better name than that. So we were talking about this, Mouse and I. It's 20 minutes from now. Night ops begins. What that means is that when night ops is in effect, night ops is from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
When night ops is in effect, you cannot begin a new lap without a headlamp and a flasher. We talked about this earlier. The only equipment you're required to bring to World's Toughest Mudder is a headlamp and flasher. Now, everything that you hear people talk about, what kind of wetsuit should I bring? What kind of shoes should I wear? That's all optional stuff. You don't have to, but you are required to bring a headlamp and a flasher. And starting at 7 p.m., you'll have to wear that headlamp to start a new lap. What we were talking about, the mouse and I, is that, although Team HQ has already said this very clearly in the rules, very clearly in the briefing, it's bright as day out here at 7. But the reason they do that, and it's not going to get dark till 10, but the reason they make it 7 p.m. is if people are taking a longer time on laps, if you start a lap at 7, it will be dark by the time you get back at 10 p.m. So night ops beginning at 7. And what they did say this.
Yes.
You have to have a headlamp. You don't have to have it on immediately. But if you start a lap after 7, you have to have that headlamp with you.
Why is it so early if it's not getting dark until late? Well, because if we see there are people such as adaptive athletes out on course, it's going to take them a long time to do a lap. If they were setting out at 7, they'd probably be out there by the time it got dark. So although, the elite contenders don't need that on at that point, it's a blanket rule for everyone because not everyone is an elite contender.
Yeah. Great shot of Kiss of Mud there from our rabbit, Libby Joyce. Libby Joyce, top female athlete, top youth athlete.
Saw a post that Kris made it to the race. Is she out there? Yeah, she is here. She's pickering for Austin. And she did a lap. She'll probably go out for a few more, but she's not racing.
Libby, in addition to being one of our rabbits, is also a Spartan race director. She recently race directed the Spartan Kids European Championship. And she's out there running around with us.
Yeah, she's a
part of the team.
great athlete and a great member of the OCR community. It's looking beautiful out there. Go Libby! Yeah, go Libby.
Paula Borner, go Libby.
Go Libby.
Well done, Libby. Well done, Paula. Thanks for jumping in the chat there. Mud Mile is one of the obstacles that when you come up on it, you're just minding your own business. You're running your race. I'm doing my 5-mile loop. I'm just running. When you come up on Mud Mile, you just kind of, like your heart just drops a little. When you, especially after 3 or 4 laps, when you start to remember where each obstacle is on the course as you're running. When you know Mud Mile is just around the corner, you kind of start walking slower. You don't want to get to. If I walk slower, maybe I won't eventually get to the obstacle. And it's one when you get to it, you just kind of your shoulders drop. You know you got to do it. Looking at Tracy and Matthew Sullivan are my mom and brother, celebrating my brother's high.
Just my brother's high.
Celebrating my brother's high. Hi back at you. Believe that's Nikki Karamba. As we look at Chunky Monkey.
High school graduation. By going to this and traveling all over Europe.
Oh,
I'm so
get out.
proud of them. Woo-hoo!
Wait. So they're celebrating their high school graduation by going to World's Toughest Mudder?
It seems so.
That is amazing. I was talking about how a bachelor party with your buddies would be a perfect. Because see, some people do Tough Mudder as like a bachelorette thing. I've seen, where they get out there and they have like the dresses and stuff, like kind of as a gag. But I think World's Toughest Mudder would be even better because first of all, you find out who your friends are. Second of all, you find out what your friends are made of.
I mean, isn't that what happens with weddings anyway?
But that's awesome. High school graduation. Congratulations, graduating high school, heading off to college or university maybe.
Maybe.
And I literally cannot think of a better way to celebrate than World's Toughest Mudder. That's outstanding. Well done. Congrats to you. Listen, if you're doing World's Toughest Mudder, it's going to be one of the toughest things you ever do in your life. So whatever your next step is.
School after this is going to be a breeze.
You'll crush it. You'll crush it. I have not a doubt in my mind. Well done.
It's a good point, isn't it? Doing these things does make regular life kind of easier to deal with.
You know what it does is it pushes the envelope out. Like if you run 5 miles, running 1 mile is easy after that. And if you run 26 miles, running 5 miles is easy after that. And if you run 75 miles, running 26 miles is easy after that. It pushes the envelope of comfort further and further out. When I first started running, as I was growing up, we never did 5Ks. We never did running. That wasn't just. At the first time I started putting a bib on my chest, doing races, I'd get really nervous at the start line, and I'd be like, But then, if you do a 5K and you're nervous, and you finish it, you're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. I can do that. And you do a 10K, you do a half marathon, and you keep pushing that just if you after you run a half marathon, you run a 5K, you don't get that feeling anymore at the start line. And then you run World's Toughest Mudder, and you get that feeling in your chest again. Like, what am I doing? Why am I doing?
Wait, what I just heard you say was OCR is an addictive substance.
Addictive is strong. I think we're all addicted to something.
And you need a bigger hit every time.
You know what? That's probably fair because that feeling, that's I don't know how to describe what that feeling is. That start line, it's not dread.
No,
dread's too strong.
Trepidation.
Yes, when you're at the start line and you look around and everyone around you looks fitter than you, and everyone around you looks so ready and so trained, and they've studied the course map, and you're standing at the start line like, what am I doing here? That feeling Once you run your first marathon, you don't get it again at another marathon.
Would know, only done one.
Once you run World's Toughest Mud, like it's yeah, you gotta get comfortable being uncomfortable, and it's good to push that feeling out. Feeling when you're in a class, and it's typically in high school, maybe college, but when you're in a class and they're teaching something, and you literally feel like emotionally or maybe mentally, you feel like you're drowning. Like stop, not yet. Don't tell me anything else. You're teaching me C, D, and E. I haven't even finished A and B yet. Like I feel like I'm drowning. Not just that feeling, but in a physical setting of being at the start line and like it's mental, and it's not true. But you look around and you're like, I don't belong here. Like, why? What am I doing? What did I even think I should sign up for?
We're getting a bit of a look into Will's inner psyche.
I don't think it's unique to me. I think it's and you know what? This isn't just the start line. This is the middle of the night at World's Toughest Mudder. You start to question yourself. You start to doubt. You're in this dark night of the soul, and your brain starts lying to you. And your brain's like, what are you doing? Like, why are you running this race again? You've already run it. Like,
what have you got to prove?
Who are you trying to prove? Who are you trying to impress? Your kids aren't even here. Your wife's not here. What are you trying to do? Who do you think you are? Like, your brain starts lying to you. It's telling these vile, negative lies. And you have to, like, literally take every thought captive and be like, no, like, that's a lie. I don't, like, you're telling, your brain is talking to yourself, and you're, like, doing battle. And meanwhile, you're just trying to get miles. You're trying to keep moving forward. There's obstacles coming up. Physically, it's hard. Mentally, inside, emotionally, it's hard. It's not surprising to me when people cry at the finish line. It's surprising to me that everyone doesn't cry at the finish line. It wrecks you for 24 hours in the best way possible. It stretches you, it tests you, and it lets you know who you are in a good way, and in a way where it's like, hey, these are some things that I need to strengthen up, or I need to work on these. You know, maybe I need to go talk to somebody. Like, it's an intense race in the best way possible. I told you I was just talking to Caitlin Ritter. Caitlin knows those.
Hey, howdy, hey! We are back. We lost complete power here for quite a while, and thank you for sticking with us. We are back with the same excellent broadcast that we had half an hour ago. Here's Will Hicks. I'm Francesca Chiorando. Welcome to World's Toughest Mudder 2025 with the OCR report here at Belvoir Castle.
Very excited to continue our live coverage of World's Toughest Mudder 2025 from UK.
It's amazing how a quick will invigorate you so much.
Unplanned, but
I actually feel pretty good for that break.
yeah, we were able to take a few minutes to go out in the pit area.
Oh yeah,
we got
chat to people.
We got to see Austin and Kris working together. Austin
Chatted with Shut,
Michael.
Sean. We've got some news from the pits.
Yeah.
You start.
So we talked with Michael Schutt. He is done. We thought he might go out and maybe take a finisher lap or a fun lap with his brother. Sounds like not the case. This sounds like he's done.
Shut. He said he's going to try and do a final lap though he's an official finisher.
Yes.
But he's not doing any more racing.
But as far as he's not going to be, he won't be contending for the win today.
No, so that's one on my list that's no longer there. And another one is Sean Weather. Now, he said he's done. What we heard about him in the live stream is he knows when it's time to call it a day, and I admire that very much. And he said as well, he's like, knowing when it's time to stop can be harder than carrying on that. I very much support it. And last week he was doing the Bob Graham round, and now he's here. So no wonder he's not really got the energy for it. I absolutely admire him calling that. And something that Michael Schutt said as well, he knew he probably wouldn't make it through the night of this race, but he said, sometimes you just got to try.
You know, something good that we can say, that I can say, we can say, that we haven't been able to say the entire day. It's cooling off.
It is. In fact, whilst all the power was down, I just walked to my car to get my dry robe and my overnight kit. Although, let me say, I was walking around there for about 15, 20 minutes, and my lips got so dry so quickly. I'm applying chapstick lip salve like every few minutes, and I'm just drying out.
The exact same thing, except I'm eating flaming hot Cheetos.
And here's a pair of athletes for you. So everything's just getting back up and running. We have our finish line camera. That's currently the only camera we have going. Everything's getting the power back to it. That also includes our internet connection. So bear with us whilst we get everything back up and running.
Getting reset, getting rebooted, but Fran and I are here.
We're here, and we appreciate you guys who are still here and who hung around. Let's see what's been happening in the... Everyone's laughing at the TM intern. So
classic TM intern behavior. That guy takes a lot of abuse.
Kim Rivesi, apparently the power's out the race center. It was. It's not normal, but then it's not unusual. Tech issues happen when you have an event in an open field.
I mean, we talked about this briefly. You're putting on an amazing, like a giant event. Just our little corner of it. Has so many moving parts. So yeah, we're flexible with them.
So give us a little bit of time just to get ourselves back up and running and ready to go. I love that you guys stuck with us. I'm reading through the comments.
Very kind. Anything clever? Patrick's fans did not go anywhere.
No, Patrick's fans are not going anywhere. Let's have a look at what Patrick's doing.
Where's he at? 14th place?
Wait. There's an update. There's an update coming.
Okay. Here we go. 13th place. He moved up.
Yes,
Lap
ma'am.
8, Chunky Monkey.
Chunky monkey.
Is that ice cream?
I'm feeling like a chunky monkey after all that food I just shoved down my tummy.
I noticed you said no to my flaming hot Cheetos. You weren't interested.
I don't know what's in them.
Probably nothing good. It's not a health. It's a chemical.
Well,
issue.
I wasn't here eating salad. Let's be honest.
So 7:30 local time. This is, you know what? This is probably the first time in the last, maybe since the race started, where I don't feel like stifled hot. Like
Yeah. It's feeling good, isn't it?
it's still warm, but you're crushing it, man. It's still warm, but there's a nice breeze going. The sun doesn't feel intense. It's still up in the sky, but you can tell it's on the way down, finally. Now, again, it's 7:30 local time. Sunset is supposed to be 9:30 local time. It won't get dark until 10 o'clock. If that sounds crazy late, you're not wrong. It is crazy late.
It's going to get dark later than 10 o'clock.
And it's going to be blazing bright morning at 4:30 a.m.
I'm really interested for me, personally. I think for the athletes, that's going to give them a lot more mileage in their legs. What I find with the race is once it starts getting light, I'm like, okay, we're near the end. We're nearly there. But with it getting light so early,
Still got 8 hours.
Yeah,
9 hours.
We've got a long time to go still.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And you said the very first thing, as soon as they told us World's Toughest Mudder is going to be near Grantham in the UK, Belvoir Castle, in June, the very first thing you said, the very thing you told me was, that's a lot of daylight, you guys. There's going to be so much daylight. And we're like, okay, yeah. And she's like, no, you were like, no, you don't even understand.
You don't understand.
Like, and since we've been here in London,
we're not here in London.
Okay, you're right. Literally since my family arrived here in London 3 weeks ago, we combined a little family summer trip / World's Toughest Mudder, as you do.
As you do.
It's been, I don't know if I've seen the dark. Like I go to bed at 10 and I wake up at 5 and it's been light the whole time.
So we're having a question. Any idea why they changed up Rat Frost? It's now looking like a crawl under a net into the pool. So this could be intentional. TMHQ have repeatedly said to us, just because you see something one way does not mean it's going to continue to stay that way the whole night. Expect the unexpected. Things are going to change, which makes my concept of predictions very, very difficult.
I'd say one thing TM UK has in common with TM US is they like to be cheeky.
Hey, shall we take a look at some standings?
Let's do it.
Here we go in the men. The Americans leading the charge so far. Joe Rucco in first place with 80 miles, followed by Joshua Fiore with 40 miles, not 80 miles, 8 laps. Followed by Craig Derbyshire with 40 miles from Scotland, I want to say. Austin Azar in fourth, also with 40. And Grant Thompson, Scotland, also with 40. That's a top 5, all with 40 miles. Now, we had a correction on Mike's name. Strabul? Someone correct me. 35. Harvey Mitchell Divers, 35. John Herb, Daniel Miska, and Jamie Pallister with 35. We're seeing some new names up there. No. And for the ladies, take it away, Will.
Nicole Kocha in first place with 40 miles. While we took our little break, I ran into Nicole's husband in the pit area. He thanked us for the coverage. I guess he's watching it in the pit. And he said, we're crushing it.
Love
and
that.
so I told him that Nicole's crushing it. So right back at you. Well done. Nikki Karamba, your 2024 world champion. She knows how to win the race, is right there in second place at 35 miles. She is, it's tough to tell exactly how far. Like, she's one lap behind Nicole, but it's hard to tell exactly, if Nikki's about to finish and Nicole just started, it could be closer than it looks right here. But in second place, Nikki Karamba. Jillian Heller, third place. I talked with her before the race from the United States. Doing great. Check this out, Fran. 3rd through 10th place women, all with 30 miles, 6 laps. Robin Kotska, Mindy Archer, Morgan McKay, 2019 women's champion. Luis Markham in 7th. Claudia Zubatata in 8th. Nadine Wendt in 9th. And Kelly Glynn in 10th place.
Do you know what? We are getting so many questions about Patrick Kaleta. And despite the fact I keep bringing it up,
I feel like I should
information, I'm just going to put it up there so everyone knows, because it seems it doesn't matter how much I say, all anybody wants to know about is Patrick Kaleta.
Let me ask the chat, Patrick fans, should I get my picture with this guy? Should I go get an autograph?
Is he the new Jonathan Albon?
Is he a
Straw bull. Straw bull.
Straw
Straw
bowl.
bull.
Straw bowl. Straw like hay. Straw
Like, I
bowl.
get the European names absolutely correct. The American ones I get wrong every time.
He's Wild Boy Strobel on
Strobel.
Strobel. I feel like we were saying Strobel before we were corrected.
Yeah, I feel like we were. And I think we're saying Strobel.
You were probably saying Strobel. That sounds like something you'd say.
William Hicks.
I would say Strobel because that's how you say
Look
it.
at our European Men of Mudderhorn right there.
You know, Evan pointed this out when he was out there earlier, but that is a big gap between the net you climb and the. I don't know what they call it. It's not really a safety net. It's more of a support net. Honestly, I think
safety net if you fell backwards or forwards.
I think it's a mental thing, though. It's not going to say if you're going to fall, you're going to fall. Yeah. I think that makes you feel like you're not going to fall.
Maybe.
It's a. What's that blanket Linus carries? You know what I'm talking about? Security blanket. It's a security cargo net.
Wow, that's almost exactly what it is. A security net.
It's only like 1 degree cooler Celsius, something like, I don't know, 4 degrees cooler Fahrenheit, but it feels like it's dropped 10 degrees.
Yeah, it's a big change, isn't it? The wind's actually lower than it was.
We're looking at some of our rabbits here around us. Everyone's face is glowing. Everyone's got pink cheeks.
Pink shoulders.
Except
pink
Carlo.
cheeks.
Everyone's had some time in the sun, it looks like.
Carlo's just been chilling out in the van.
So 2.5 hours from now will be 10 p.m. 10 p.m. is the first time in the race where I will feel comfortable saying, this is how many miles we can probably expect this guy to have. And even then, we'll be wrong about
40 miles. Coacher has 40 miles.
How many
top
miles?
Men have 40 miles. A half 7.
Let's pretend Nicole Kocha is in the standings. Where would she be? In the top, in that
She'd be
in the top 5 for sure. Top 6 for
she'd
sure.
be in the top 6, but let's have a look at where.
Oh, I never finished my story. Amelia Boone in 2012. She won the race with 90 miles. Jung Pak, this is the second year ever of World's Toughest Mudder. Jung Pak, who won the first year, repeated as men's champion, he also ran 90 miles. He ran his 90 miles in 25:21. Amelia Boone ran hers in exactly 25:30. She finished at the buzzer. She finished 9 minutes behind the men's winner.
That is crazy.
Amelia Boone was 9 minutes from being the first and only to date overall female winner of World's Toughest Mudder.
She's something else.
She told me, she's like, at the time they were telling me, like, hey, you're 9 minutes behind. She didn't care. She's like, I'm done. And that's kind of how it is. Like, when you're done, you're done. Now she's looking back. She's, man, it would have been cool if I'd done it, though, right?
It would have been cool, but, you can only do what you can do at the time. And who knows what pushing when it wasn't quite there would have done. Who knows?
Yeah.
So Nicole would currently be in 6th. She's in 6th place overall. The sun is so bright that it's reflecting off things and blind. It's low in the sky. So we can see the sun starting to dip. Oh my God, it's got miles to go before it. That is going to be a pretty view when that sun goes behind the castle.
Okay, just for fun, looking at mileage, not placement, but mileage. In 2024, the men's winner, Michael Schutt, 115. Women's winner, Nikki Karamba, 95. 20-mile difference. In 2023, Austin Azar, 105. Kris Rugloski, 90. 15-mile difference.
50-mile difference.
So 20, then 15. 2022, this one's close. DJ Fox, 105. Kris Rugloski.
But look at Kris Rugloski's difference between her and the other women.
Yes. I'm just saying, like,
that was a disproportionate number compared to the field.
Well, Nicole Kocha may have a disproportionate result as well.
are we going to see another woman 100 mile? I said it was possible. And I figured with Kris here, we might have 2 female 100 milers. I made a crazy prediction last night, Michael, of 12 100 milers or more. We currently have 5 men and 1 woman at 40 miles.
Okay.
1 woman.
I'm looking at every men's and women's finisher. They've only been tied once. That's with, as far as mileage. That's Amelia Boone and Jung Young Pak in 20. The second closest, that's kind of comparable, is 2022. DJ Fox and Kris Rugloski. 105 for DJ, 100 for Kris Rugloski. Other than those 2 results, generally, not 100%, but generally it's 15 to 20 mile difference between the men and the women. I would say any finish by Nicole that's with 10 miles or less of the first place man is I don't even know how to describe it. Incredible. Amazing.
We've had a question saying, who's the top UK woman at the moment?
Oh, great
question. The top UK
question.
woman is Louise Markham. She has 6 laps, 30 miles, last seen at Chunky Monkey, mile 2 at 7:30. So that was 7 minutes ago.
What place is she?
She's in 7th place, and then it's Dominique Camilleri in 12th place with 25 miles, and Ruth Battersea in 14th place. They are our top UK women.
When you say UK women, are you including Scotland?
Oh my God. I don't know whether you're taking the mickey or not. Do you know what the UK means? Do you want me to describe it to you?
I know,
the
but
United Kingdom.
United Kingdom.
Of,
When
wait,
you
wait,
say
wait,
United,
I'm not finished.
Oh, please.
The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Where does Wales factor into this?
So it's one of the kingdoms. What is
One
united?
has been united.
Wales, England, Scotland, and Northern Ireland.
So 4.
Great Britain
Right.
doesn't include Northern
Sure.
Ireland.
Okay.
United Kingdom includes Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Absolutely. So it's pretty much like the United States.
Well, no, because we're not states. We're
United, though.
kingdoms.
Sure.
We're countries.
Oh, I get
kind
it.
of.
So
Also not.
how many countries are in this country?
4.
That's from Ted Lasso.
4.
4, sometimes 5.
And they have very strong individual identities, and they're very proud of it, and that is super cool.
I think it's very cool. I have been here for 3 weeks, like I told you, and I feel like I basically live here. So
You should move here. Would you like to move here?
there are places that I love, parts of it that I love.
You didn't come visit me.
Well, you're very far from London. I spend most of the time in
2
London.
hours from London on the train.
I invited you to come running with Mike and Caitlin and I.
Yeah, but you didn't come visit me.
I don't know what else I can do. I didn't go running with Mike and Caitlin,
Well,
so it
hey,
wasn't like
if
it
any
ever
of
happened.
your kids want to go to University of Manchester, they can
We toured at Oxford.
see me. Okay, sure, Oxford. That's okay.
Is that as good as Manchester? I don't know.
Yeah, it's the best university in the world.
Okay.
Now I'm going to have people in the comments saying, now Cambridge is, and then we're going to talk about the boat race.
Oh, punting.
Punting.
We did punting.
Did.
We punted. I didn't punt. We had a driver, a punter. He told us tons of cool stories. Loved punt. Basically,
So
you're in
the Cambridge Oxford boat race is absolutely fantastic.
he told us all about that.
Okay,
I love
well,
it.
I don't
And then there's like a third city that kind of does it. It's not really considered part of the deal. Anyway.
Whew, that sun is getting so in my eyes.
So here's the thing: we have a canopy, a little shade on top of us, but as the sun goes down, the sun is coming from the side.
There we go. There's Evan.
And who are we watching there?
That was Ruth Battersea, who was running alongside.
Outstanding. Just came past us here.
Yeah.
Ruth Battersea currently in...
Currently in 12th.
12th place, just outside the top 10. 25, 30 miles?
30.
30 miles. Well done, Ruth. Keep it.
Ah, wind. We've started the Oxford-Cambridge chat, Team Oxford.
Oh, boy. I don't even know what team to come down on here. So Paul Massey, Joseph Rucco, Joshua Fiore, and Mike Strobel. Fire emoji. Okay, 40 miles at 7:40 for Nicole Kocha. Do you want to make a 100-mile ladies prediction or no? Or no?
I think she can do it. I think she's got a good chance. I think it's in her favor.
What's in her favor?
Getting 100 miles.
But why? What?
If she can continue at this pace, and we don't know how she is because we've not spoken to her and we've not seen much of her, but if she can continue at this pace, I think she's got it in her.
All right, at 7:41, yes, 100. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. I was about to say Joe Rucco versus Joshua Fiore is going to shape up to be an awesome 1-2 battle. Maybe true. But literally there are 6 men with 40 miles right now.
Oh, yeah.
It could be, last year we had 9 men get 100 miles. That was the most by far we've ever had.
So let's have a look. Rucco, last seen at lap 9, Stairway to Heaven, mile 4, 7 minutes ago.
Well, so one more time. He was seen at the 4-mile marker 7 minutes ago.
Uh-huh.
So he's minutes from crossing with 45.
20 minutes ago, Fiore was seen at mile 2. 23 minutes ago, Craig Derbyshire was seen at mile 2. So second, third, fourth, and fifth are all very close.
And Joe Rucco has a little bit of a lead on him.
Little
couple
bit
miles?
Yeah.
Say 2 miles?
Yeah. A little
Okay.
bit of a lead. So it might be a bit of a battle between Derbyshire and Fiore during the night.
For second place.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not saying Rucco's won yet. It ain't over till it's over.
No. We're not even. It's way too early to say that. The race hasn't even started.
Why hasn't the race started?
Well, the race starts at midnight.
We've been going for 7 hours and 43 minutes.
We have been. But I don't know if I ever told you this. The first 12 hours are essentially about positioning yourself for the last 12 hours. It's about getting miles and getting yourself in a spot where you can compete.
Do you know what's going to happen soon?
Tell me.
Going to have some more obstacles opening.
17 minutes.
8 p.m. Firefly. 8 p.m. Chunky Monkey. Hopefully we can get some eyes on them.
Firefly.
Firefly. No, okay, just me.
So Firefly has the potential to be obstacle of the year at World's Toughest Mudder because it's got fire. Looking for Joe Rucco to cross the finish line here any minute. Joe with a... sorry?
Joe with a J.
Joe with a J.
Mhm.
Joe with a 2 to 3 mile lead on second place. Josh Fiore. Second through 6th, we said. All fairly close to each other.
Kind of close. I mean, not super, super, super close, but
They're not on each other's hip, but
they're not on each other's. They're not being the mouse in the pocket to each other. But a slow pit could see changes.
one pit stop. What's when you can get there's 20 watches that their battery will last 24 hours. If you're running World Toughest Mudder, your Apple Watch is not the best. So Apple's a great training watch, but you don't want an Apple Watch for the race. You want to get a Garmin that has a long or similar, not the Garmin brand, or something similar with a battery that will last 24 hours, even if it's in like low low usage or low battery mode, something that will last all 24 hours. And here's why. When you're done, can look at a map of where you ran, and it's basically just, if you run 50 miles, 10 circles, you can see where I went to the restroom, or here's where I went, here's where when I was walking around my pit. But you'll be able to tell from your Strava afterwards how long your pit stops were.
Ah, very interesting.
And that is what will tell the story of your race, because you will, without even realizing it, you're running a 24-hour race. You say going in, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to run for 24 hours. I'm going to be on the course for 24 hours. Awesome. Without even thinking about it, you're going to spend an hour in the pit. And that's almost 5% of your race. Your 5% of your race time, you're literally not moving. If you're wasting time in the pit, you need to be literally the guys doing these. They look ridiculously fast, but that's what you want. You want to come in the pit area, in the shoot area, even grab your stuff and get out.
Yeah.
You need short pit stops. That's the. If someone's like, hey, what's my number one tip to get more miles? Short pit stops. Get in, get out.
So
Don't
how
stop.
excited are we for Firefly opening?
Oh, so excited. This is going to be the first obstacle, to my knowledge,
Go, Melissa London!
with fire. How is fire? How are they incorporating fire? You're going to actually have to go through fire.
Yeah.
What?
Let's look at it.
Here's a great look at it. That is a beautiful looking obstacle. Now, I don't believe the fire is going to be turned on immediately. Melissa London just came by. Big fan. Melissa London, big fan of the Fran and Carlo podcast.
Yeah.
Carlo and Fran podcast? How do you call it?
Fran and Carlo get OCR adjacent. It's pretty terrible.
I doubt it's terrible.
You wouldn't know because you don't listen.
I listen all the time.
He's a very supportive boss.
I'm glad you're doing it.
Listen, stick around about 3 a.m. You'll get a bit of a hit. Hey, how are you going to have a nap this year? Because there's not going to be much darkness for you to snooze in.
I know. Here's the spoilers. I usually don't take a nap. Oh,
Someone's
are we going?
Up there? Someone's up there already?
7:48 p.m.
It's too early. That must
That's
be
some fire. You see the fire?
Look at that.
That's where your fire is. Okay, so this obstacle, you see the athlete. That's actually, I think, Team HQ staff testing it out. There's a bell. To successfully complete the obstacle, you have to hit the bell. That's the rule. That's all it is. Very simple. How do I finish the obstacle? Hit the bell.
Ding, ding.
Plot twist, there's fire in between you and the bell. So you're going to jump in. Kim Ravetti, the race starts at midnight. Kim, that's a great – that's good advice.
Jillian Heller just passing us there.
I've written Jillian Heller's name so many times on race results on our OCR Report Instagram page, at the OCR Report. So I met her about an hour before the race started. I said, hey, how are you? And she's like, oh, I'm Jill. I'm like, oh, Heller? She's like, yeah. I was like, I've been writing your name as Jill because the official Spartan results have her as Jillian.
And we just had Nikki Karamba go past as well.
Nikki Karamba, second place woman.
Yep, just finishing 8 laps.
World's toughest mudder,
40
defending
miles.
champion.
Representing from South Africa.
If Nikki Karamba pulls off a win against Nicole Kocha, as Charlie Boer runs past us, shout out to Charlie Boer, then she would be the first woman to repeat as champion since Kris Rugloski did it right before her. Kris Rugloski won it in 23-22.
They've just thrown out a little, I think they're practicing their life-saving skills there.
Oh, okay. Outstanding.
It's quite a bit of water to get across, huh? Look at that fire. I don't think the fire is going to be going all night.
I assume there's some, I don't know, a gas probably involved. It's probably those red tanks at the bottom.
I guess so.
Well, I wonder if they're going to leave it on all night or just turn it on when athletes come.
I think they'll just have it on, in the darkness hours, potentially.
Oh,
Who
here we go.
knows?
Number 2's on.
Woof, 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 woof.
Firefly is a good name. Firefly. Jump. Better than fire jump.
Oh, my God. I just got it. I thought Firefly, just the Firefly. Buzz, Firefly. I didn't think fire und fly.
I'm
God.
sorry. Fire what?
Und fly.
Und fly. I didn't think fire und fly either.
Well, neither was as smart.
No, that's okay because I didn't get Netflix and chill at the beginning either. So
Can I tell you a
call it
secret?
even. I'm sorry?
Can I tell you a secret?
Please.
Neither did I until you said it. We are smart. We are strong.
I don't mind being the dumbest guy in the room. You guys are crushing it.
Crushing it.
There's some fire for you.
Woof.
That thing about rang the bell by itself. Look at that. My goodness. Have you ever wanted to do an obstacle more?
Nah. Maybe we should do it tomorrow. Not with the fire, but you know.
Oh, come on. You need the fire. Otherwise, if you don't feel the flames licking at your
you.
calves, if you don't scorch a few of those calf hairs on the way down,
I'm
come
good
on.
with getting rid of them. I don't want them. I pay a lot of money to get them taken out.
Have you ever been like barbecuing or grilling and the gas kind of flares up in front of you and you kind of singe those like the knuckle hairs, like it kind of wrinkled, like a shriveled down a little bit?
I'd like to say no, but unfortunately, I do have knuckle hairs.
Well,
I'm not the most
you
feminine.
need to barbecue more. Anyway, that's that smell of singed hair. You can get
The
this.
way they go.
This is the only
sizzle up.
Oh man, let's. I'm excited to watch this obstacle.
She wants to Netflix and chill with you, bro. Obviously, I can assure you I do not.
Eric Hicks, no relation. Hicks,
To you.
Hix. This will be a great looking obstacle. You can kind of okay. So the sky has taken on.
The lights are lit. It's dark, even though it's not actually going to get dark for hours. It's darker than we'd expect right now.
Yeah, dark. But lights have dim. Like
It's
I feel
dim.
like if you got in your car right now, the headlights would come on.
The sun's going to go down directly behind the castle. So I say we're actually going to lose the sun half an hour earlier than
Before
we'd expect.
9:30?
No, not before 9:30, but before 10:30.
Sure.
At home,
but
and
you can even see
I'm 2 hours north of here, like
Okay.
not that much north.
Sure.
Like, but it'll probably make a slight difference.
Yeah.
But I'd say just being that little bit extra north, plus being flat, so not having that castle, I'm expecting it to stay light later. Might be like a little bit low.
You can see though in the it's. I think you can see
It's
it better
changing, huh?
in the camera than in real life here. The sky. Oh man, it's gonna be. I can't wait. Oh, this is. I don't know. Last time I was this excited about an obstacle.
I think most of our team's down there. So our superstar photographer, Jack Goris, has a new piece of kit for this weekend.
Tell me about it.
It's an underwater camera.
Oh, I heard him talking about this. So I, in a previous life, did a lot of scuba diving, and I heard that.
This is Ben Shepherd.
Ben Shepherd. Congrats, Ben Shepherd, doing well. 5
He just
laps,
passed us.
25 miles. No, so Jack told me, yeah, I got an underwater camera. And I'm like, well, you're not going to be able to see anything. Joe Perry passing us. Crushing it, Joe. Well done.
I love how everyone waves that is.
Yeah. Well, and between, I mean, you've met so many people over your 4 years doing this that a lot of times people
4
know us now.
years.
This is your 4th year?
Oh la la.
Yeah. Anyway.
That kid is. Oh, Harvey. He's running strong. I was going to say that kid is running strong past us.
So two things are happening in about 6 minutes.
And funnily enough, somebody just asked, how is Harvey doing? I'll tell you what, Harvey is doing great. He's currently in 8th. He just finished lap 8. He's in 8th place and just finished lap 8. And he ran past us looking so strong that I commented, that kid is looking strong.
So in 6 minutes, we are about to end this stream, and we'll be starting our new stream number 2 for World's Toughest Mudder.
But Firefly is going to open in 6 minutes.
So you need to come back and find the other stream so you can see Firefly in action. That's what we in the business call a tease.
No, we're going to tease them to come back for Firefly. Yeah, no, we might.
All right.
Let's do it early.
All right. So we're gonna, what we're gonna do? We're gonna do it right now. We're gonna cut the stream.
We wanted to tease you, but it's more
Oh,
important.
we are teasing you. We're cutting the stream. Come back. Find stream number 2 at youtube.com/the OCR report, and we will see you over there. We're turning off right now. youtube.com/the OCR report. Come back and watch Firefly. We'll see you in a second.
Oh, Joe Ruco's just started lap 10.